Aquinas Academy 2004, An Introduction to St. John of the Cross by Father Greg Homing. This is session 1, tape 1 of 2 tapes.
I think that St. John of the Cross would like us to begin with a prayer. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Father in heaven, we gather in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, and ask you to send us the Holy Spirit to be with us, to guide us through the person of our Holy Father, St. John of the Cross, to come to know and appreciate that path which leads to perfect union, to that union of love. Be with us in these times, helping us, guiding us. We make our prayer through Christ our Lord. Son and Holy Spirit. I'm giving 5 evenings on St. John of the Cross, and as I sat down this week, because I don't really think about things until I have to, so I sat down earlier this week and thought I'd better think about this and try to work out what to do. 5 talks is barely enough even to scratch the surface, but we'll try and see what we can do. What I will do is, in fact, follow a schema which will somehow go like this, and we'll try to squeeze it all into the time we have. This evening we'll look at the man John of the Cross and consider his writings. If we have time, we'll continue on to look at his notion of what a human being is, of what it is to be a person. From there we'll then move on to consider desire in the spiritual life, because this is somehow the dynamic which characterizes and impels the spiritual life in John. And from that we'll then have to move on to consider what John would see as the obstacles to growth in the spiritual life. The obstacles are very important. And to understand the obstacles from the point of view of his understanding of what it is to be human. Having done that will be rather heavy going. We'll then go to something a bit more bright, and we'll look at the perspective of vision that John has from his understanding of God as the one who calls him to union. It gives a different way of looking at the world, of understanding life, of understanding beauty. We'll spend a bit of time doing that before we then move into that part of John which is very well known, and that is the dark nights. There are 4 dark nights, and we'll spend time looking at 3 of them in particular. The 4th, if there's time, we will also consider. By then, I hope we've still got some time, and then we'll look at some practical issues as to how all of this, in fact, can be helpful in understanding our own spiritual lives, our own human living, the own reality of our own experience. So that's the basic plan. Just saying to Sister Mari, I was going to type it up, but I couldn't work out what to type out. I should have just typed up what I said, and I could have given you a handout. If I'm organized, I might do that for you for next week. Okay, let's now move to the man John of the Cross. John was born in 1542 and died in 1591. He's born then during the Reformation period. So he's a man of the Reformation, and in terms of his contribution happens in the time of the Counter-Reformation. Okay, because the Council of Trent finishes in 1562, John of the Cross is ordained a priest in 1567. Okay, so that kind of situates him in the particular time. And also to situate him, he's a Spaniard, and the other Spaniards or people who are famous at that time is Teresa of Avila, of course. A bit earlier than that, we have Ignatius of Loyola. In terms of the arts, towards the end of the 16th century, we have El Greco painting in Spain and Caravaggio painting in Rome. So that kind of situates John in terms of what's happening at the time. And it's also the time of the Counter-Reformation. It's the time of the great religious wars in the north of Europe. So let's turn to the man and give you a brief history of the man. And it's the history that I'm going to give you, some of you would have heard me give before. It's not so much that I want you to have a history of him, but I want you to come to have a sense of what kind of a man he is. Because unless I can somehow show you the man, show you that the person, show show you the soul of this extraordinary man. You won't ever be able to read him. You won't ever be able to understand anything that he writes. John was born into an interesting family. His father's name was Gonzalo de Yepes. His father came from a converso family. That means that probably one or two of John's grandparents were Jewish. They converted to Catholicism, and it seems probably that one of them, in his conversion, wasn't very convincing and was humiliated in the front of the whole town. So his family is converso. That means that after the reconquest of Spain by the Spaniards, they kicked the Muslims out, and they demanded of the Jews, those that remained, that they become Christians. And this is true both of Teresa of Avila's family and also of John of the Cross's family. Okay, so the aim of his family, and this was before John was born, was that they should be able to establish impeccable Catholic credentials, so that the great disgrace that happened to one of his grandparents would never happen again. So they had to be more Catholic than the Catholics. Now, about the only way that that was in fact possible was to use their wealth. To use their wealth to ensure that each generation of the de Yepes family married better and better. And that meant to slowly marry into minor Spanish nobility and build your way up to higher Spanish nobility. So that as you did that, you had good blood. If any of you have read the writings of St. Teresa, there's such an emphasis on bloodline, and that was what was happening. St. Teresa comes from a family which is also converso, and they try to marry well, to get good blood in, which means that if you are also descended from this strong, noble Catholic family, then the fact that there was Jews in your ancestry is no longer as problematic. So that's the kind of family that John is born into. They are cloth merchants, which makes John a similar kind of saint, at least in this part, to St. Francis of Assisi. The Bernardone family were cloth merchants in Assisi also. His father, Gonzalo de Yepes, travels around Spain, and his job is to take silk, which is one of the major commodities when we talk about the cloth trade, and to take it to people to have it embroidered. This is, I suppose, what happens in Australia still now. We have very poor people in Australia who are paid according to the number of garments which they produce, and they work in sweatshops producing one piece after another. Gonzalo de Yepes took silk and handed it out to different women to embroider. One of them was a lady called Catalina that Gonzalo fell in love with. And Gonzalo decided that he wanted to marry Catalina. Of course, there was a big problem in this because this didn't fit the whole aim of the de Yepes family. If Gonzalo married a poor seamstress, that's not going forward, that's going backwards. So they said to him, "We forbid it. We don't mind if you have her on the side, but you may not marry her. And if you do marry her, we will immediately kick you out of the family." He did marry her, and they did kick him out of the family. So they had 3 sons, but he was able, through his connections, to make a living. But the problem was he died, leaving Catalina with 3 sons, one of whom was still very young. And the youngest one died of malnutrition because she simply didn't have the money to feed 3 children. So she walked around Spain visiting members of the de Yepes family, asking whether they would help. And the common response was, "We don't know. He died a long time ago." And no one was willing to help. One brother was willing to help, but it didn't work out very well. So she walks back to a place called Medina del Campo, which was, I've never been to Spain, but apparently it's one of the great trading cities of Spain at the time, where she worked. And John also worked, and he worked in a hospice for people dying of syphilis, which I suppose is much like a hospice for people dying of AIDS today. And he was a young teenager there. And we know from what people write that he was an extraordinary young man. He used to sing to the patients, bandage their wounds, feed them, speak to them, and they always look forward to when this young boy, in fact he's only a young teenager, would come back in to work there. It was decided that he was a very talented young man, so he was sent to the Jesuit school in Medina del Campo for poor boys. It would have to be one of the first Jesuit schools because the society at this stage was only founded probably about 15 years earlier, 15, 20 years at the most, so it's right at the beginning of the foundations of the Society of Jesus. John goes there, studies the 7 liberal arts, and is taught Spanish literature. It's a very significant thing because John was a very sensitive soul, a very literate man, young man. This goes on now, and it's decided that the owner of the hospice says, I'm going to pay for this young fellow to go to the seminary, because in those days, and still in some countries now, to go to the seminary you have to pay your own way. John being poor, he couldn't possibly have paid his own way, because the owner of the hospice wanted John to come back as a chaplain. John had decided to join the Carmelites. That's why it really just got so many people you could join for free and go through, whereas if you went to the seminary you had to pay your own way through. So John joins the Carmelite order, which at that stage is just one single order. He joins, and in 1567, he is ordained. Already he shows himself to be a brilliant student because he is, I think, appointed regent of studies while he's still not yet ordained, which means he was quite exceptional, philosophically, theologically. After he's ordained, he comes back to Medina del Campo to say his first Mass. But at this stage, this young man has decided, I'm going to leave the Carmelite order. The reason wasn't because he didn't like the Carmelite order. It's quite simply that even as a young man, he had a profound prayer life. And the life of prayer that he was living at the time of his ordination almost demanded of him that he live a different kind of life. You see, when you look at someone like Teresa and someone like John of the Cross, one of the remarkable things about these two great reformers wasn't that they wanted to reform so much as they wanted to live a life which was in accord with their life of prayer. Powerful thing. Always beware of people who want to run around and reform, especially if they're enthusiastic and angry. They're the people to run away from. In the church, the great movements of reform have so often been a desire to live a certain kind of life which reflects their relationship with Jesus Christ. That is, to my mind, a good reason to do something different. But to do something different because you're annoyed about something or angry about something very likely will not have the Holy Spirit as part of it. It's not the way the Spirit works. The Spirit works through gentleness and kindness and love. And this is what was happening in John. It was simply that I don't want to live this life anymore because my relationship with Jesus Christ is somehow something which demands my living a different kind of life. So his desire wasn't to change the order, but to go and live a life which somehow, at least as he thought, would be an expression of his life with Christ. So he decided to go and join the Carthusians. Incidentally, the depth of this man's spiritual life goes back to the time when he was working in the hospice. So well before he joined the Carmelites, there was already an extraordinary spiritual life in place. We might comment on that at different points as we proceed over these next 5 weeks. So he's decided this. He's spoken to someone, and you have to be very careful who you speak to, because confidences are confidences, and there are different. But news gets to St. Teresa of Avila that this young man is an extraordinary young man, and he's thinking of maybe heading off and doing something different. She's in Medina del Campo because Medina del Campo is either the second or the third of her foundations. So she happens to be there. Well, with Holy Mother Teresa, she never just happened to be. She was a very kind of, an astute woman. I tend to think she probably was there because she knew that John was going to be there. Anyway, it was arranged that they should meet, and John, this young man of 25, 26, walks into, yes, spider's web almost, just walks into this convent and speaks to Holy Mother. And she convinces him, don't go to the Carthusians, but be part of what I've already begun, which is a new form of life within the Carmelite order. And the new form of life simply was a life whose sole purpose is relationship with Jesus Christ, nothing else. Okay? There are many other, it's not that this isn't one of the aims of other religious orders. All religious orders and congregations must have as one of their aims relationship with Christ. But many of them have many other very great and wonderful aims. The aim of my order is a very simple one, just to know Jesus Christ, nothing else. That's why it's called, at its core, a contemplative order. And this is what Teresa had already begun in 1562, when she founded the convent of San Jose inside the walls of Avila. The 24th of August, 1562. So she convinces him, and he says, all right, I will come along with you, provided that it doesn't take too long, because, he was only 25. He didn't have much time, so he was in a bit of a hurry. So she says, okay. But it's not till the following year that she's able to find a place for him with 3 other friars to begin the reform. In the meantime, when she's in Valladolid, John goes and spends almost 2 months, I think it is, with St. Teresa. And it's at this time when John must have been all of, say, 26, that St. Teresa writes, I've met someone for the first time who really understands my soul. She's in her 50s, getting on towards 60, a great woman, a woman that Philip II of Spain writes to. And she says, this man knows my soul, 26-year-old. Kind of wet behind the ears in many ways, you could say. But in terms of the spiritual life, a man of such extraordinary knowledge and maturity. And it's there that they begin to share, and they begin to speak with each other. You see, at the beginning of the reform of Carmel, which is why it's such an extraordinary moment in the Church's history, is not a man or a woman, but a man and a woman. It's a movement in the Church founded by a woman, not by a man. A man comes and helps, and together they understand what God is giving. Alone they don't understand it. Extraordinary thing. The great need for the complementarity of the male and the female is there at the beginning. And John recognizes in Teresa, as he writes later on, she indeed is the foundress of the Discalced Carmelites. He claims nothing for himself. And she says of him, he is the one who understood and was able to show me what God was doing in my soul. Extraordinary moment which happens there in Valladolid. Okay, the reform begins in 1568 on the 28th of November in this place called Duarello, which apparently the Spanish means a little place of hardship. When St. Teresa goes there with, and I think it was probably Anne of Jesus, I'm not sure, but it was probably Blessed Anne of Jesus, they went to have a look at the place. And St. Teresa says, yes, we'll have it. That's where the friars can start their first reformed house. And her companion, Blessed Anne of Jesus, says, Mother, don't. Look at it. It's not even fit for animals. And Teresa's answer to Anne was, you don't know John. It will be the right place. And they go there, they clean it up, and that's where they begin the reform of the order. In the following year, John is appointed novice master because we're allowed to begin to take people into the reform. And we know John's methods of teaching prayer as a novice master. John used to take his novices out into the hot Spanish countryside and sit them under a tree and talk to them about God. And talk to them about how he prayed and how he spoke to God. Then he would send them out alone and say, as the sun goes down, we will meet back here. We'll have some bread and cheese that I've brought along with me, and then we'll go back to the monastery. And he would actually take them out and talk to them about prayer, talk to them about God. Because, as we will see, at the core of John is experience of God. And if we were talking about Teresa, it would be exactly the same thing. For both of them, everything which they write about is what they've experienced. and it's not based upon technique. There is no technique much to speak of except honesty. The only technique in John and Teresa's writing is severe honesty. But it's all founded on experience. And John went out and wanted his novices to begin to experience Jesus Christ, to begin to experience prayer by praying. Now, as I'll say to you somewhere along the line, for goodness sake, stop reading books about prayer and go and pray. The waste of time reading books about prayer unless you're praying. Complete waste of time. Experience. And that's how he taught prayer. As the Reform continued in about 1577 or thereabouts, it would have been, St. Teresa was called back to her original monastery, the Incarnation, because they were having great turmoil, and she was appointed prioress there. The story goes that when she arrives at the front door to go in and as prioress, there are about 100 nuns there. She founded Carmel's maximum, which would be about 22, 23. But they all came down to the door and shouted out from the inside and told her to get lost, but in stronger words than I used. And she sat there for hours until they stopped it and then let her in. But she wanted help. She wanted someone to come along as a spiritual director and confessor. Incidentally, this Carmel doesn't become part of the Reform until the 20th century. They take a long time to come across. But John goes along, and he spends a few years there, hearing their confessions once a week, but above all else, talking to Teresa each week. And for those of you who know Teresa and John, you'll notice that from this point in their writings, you can hear Teresa in John's writing, and you can hear John in Teresa's writing. You can hear John very strongly if you know Teresa's interior castle. And already in the spiritual canticle, the commentary, you can start to hear Teresa resonating through there. But while he's there, I won't go too much into the history, but there's a change of apostolic nuncio or whatever it is in Spain. And the previous man had favoured Teresa and her reform. The new man didn't favour Teresa. And so the main part of the Carmelite order then set about trying to suppress the reform. And in order to do that, one of the things that they did was to try to silence the main people involved in the reform. And so one evening John was kidnapped from his room next to the Carmel of the Incarnation, just outside the walls of Avila. He was taken by night to Toledo and locked in a room, a small room which measured 5 by 10 feet. Which is not as bad as it sounds, because he was just a few centimetres under 5 feet tall. So it doesn't matter which way he tried to lie down, he could have fit. So there he was there, but he was there for 9 months. And locked away there, he was told that he was disobedient, that the reform had ended, that he was excommunicated because he wouldn't renounce the reform. He was whipped twice a week for the singing of the Miserere, made to eat whatever they gave him to eat off the floor because he had been disobedient and not willing to give up the reform and return to the main body of the order. He had, I suppose, psychological, physical torture virtually. The scars of the whippings over those 9 months remained until he died. In many ways, if you're whipped twice a week, it doesn't really heal. So there he was, in there in a dark room with people accusing him of all sorts of things and not being able to approach the sacraments, amongst other things, because you're technically, they said, excommunicated because you won't be obedient. So that means until you're willing to change, you're denied the sacraments in terms of the understanding in those days. And terrible time. John did not renounce the reform. It's a peculiar thing, because for someone like John, whose main aim was indeed to be a son of the church, he wasn't able to renounce the reform. I want to pause here briefly because this is a significant moment in his life and something which will indicate and show to us something of the man that John is. While he was there, the jailer started to realize that Brother John was indeed not a disobedient man so much as a very holy man, because it was noted by everyone that in spite of what was being done to him, they never heard him say an angry or impatient word to anyone. The whole time he was there, absolute, complete kindness and courtesy. And the jailer was very moved by this and asked John, "Can I give you anything?" He said, "Can you give me some pen and paper?" Now, I mentioned earlier that when John was in Medina del Campo at the Jesuit school, he was taught Spanish literature. John, in many ways, was a kind of a literary genius in his own way, a poet. It's generally considered by Spaniards that in terms of the Spanish poetry of the 16th century, John's is probably the most significant and beautiful poetry in Spanish in the 16th century. John was a man, in fact, not like what people think. He's got the name John of the Cross because that was the name that he took when he renounced the mitigated rule and took the reform. But of the cross is not really indicative of the kind of man that he is. You'd be more likely to say John of the mountains, or John of the sunrise or the sunset, that kind of thing. Because John was a man who loved to walk through beautiful places. He loved to get his hands dirty. In one of our houses, I think it must be in Granada, I think it is, part of the aqueduct was built by John. He made mud bricks to help build it. So he was that kind of a man who simply loved life and loved being alive. Unlike there was a Bernard de Clairvaux who walked across the Alps and didn't notice kind of the mountains because his mind was too much given to God. John would have walked across and got lost in the beauty of the mountains because his mind would have been too much on God in the beauty of the mountains. Very different kind of saint, that he would have noticed all these things. John then, while he was there, was somehow moved to write poetry because I believe that the greatest truth of John that we can say while he was in prison was that his experience, while it was of physical and mental deprivation and hardship and torture virtually, this experience was insignificant compared to another experience which was happening while he was in jail. While he was in jail, he was also having a profound experience of Jesus Christ. So you have, while John is in jail, kind of a threefold experience. A physical experience, yes. A psychological, mental experience, yes. But also a spiritual reality was in place. And it was because of that spiritual reality which is happening while he's there in jail that John was able to persevere through the mental and physical hardships and not renounce the reform. He didn't renounce the reform because he couldn't, because there was something greater and more profound happening in his life. I want to read to you part of the poetry which he wrote while he was there. He wrote 30 of the 40 stanzas of the Spiritual Canticle. Wonderful poem, which has as its, I suppose, inspiration the Song of Songs. It's a love poem. Stanzas 14 and 15. My beloved is the mountains and lonely wooded valleys, strange islands and resounding rivers, the whistling of love-stirring breezes, the tranquil night at the time of the rising dawn, silent music sounding solitude, the supper that refreshes and deepens love. Without going into what he's written there, it doesn't sound like a person that's suffering, does it? You can read all 40 stanzas of the canticle, actually the 30 that he wrote while he's in prison, and you'll never guess that the man was suffering. You'll never guess that the man was suffering. John's writing of poetry is inspired in the way that all great art is inspired. As I've said to some of you before, one of the best examples that I can think of is the great Giacomo Rossini, who was ready for the premiere of one of his operas. I don't know where it was. It was either probably in Milan. If not Milan, is the in Venice or one of those places, or could have been probably not Rome, but probably. So they locked him in his room and wouldn't let him go out for lunch until he'd written the overture. So that he was a fat man and loved to eat. So that got him to write the overture. And apparently, the story goes, he sat there and wrote the overture, and as he wrote, he just threw it out the window, and they caught the pages down the bottom. So the story goes, but that's inspiration. Anyone that can write music like that, others did. Schubert wrote like that. Mozart wrote like that. The young Mendelssohn wrote like that. It's simply genius. Where does it come from? I don't know, but it comes from within. And it just emerges. It just comes to life. And when it comes to life, it's just put down. John wrote this when he was in prison. And it just emerged from within. Below his suffering was another reality. And it was Jesus Christ. He was, at the same time, experiencing a profound relationship with Jesus Christ. And that relationship enabled him to remain in the prison and not give up until eventually the jailer gave him some rope and he jumped out the window. So let's come back to the poem and see, because more than anything else, the poetry of John of the Cross will show you the man that he is. Because his poetry, in fact, is the man. Just as if you want to know who Schubert is, listen to his music. If you want to know who Beethoven is, that tortured man, listen to his music, it's there. If you want to know who Shakespeare is, read one of his sonnets. Okay? You've got it there in their inspired work, in fact, because it emerges from within and it is an expression of who they are. This weekend at Barrowville, I'm giving a weekend retreat on human expression as the spirituality of human expression, because whatever I express, if it does come from a profound place, is an expression of my relationship with God. Must be, always is. And this is what happens in John. The beauty of his poetry, and he's first of all a poet, expresses his relationship with God. And let's hear it again, these two stanzas, and listen to it carefully and try to work out what kind of man is this man. And when he uses the word beloved, he always means Jesus Christ. My beloved is the mountains and lonely wooded valleys, strange islands and resounding rivers, the whistling of love-stirring breezes, the tranquil night at the time of the rising dawn, silent music, sounding solitude, the supper that refreshes and deepens love. What kind of man is that? You might want to have a go. What kind of man is it? How would you describe such a man? It's a bit unfair to throw it on you, I know, but sensitive, yes. Appreciative. Deeply in love, yes.
Seeing God in everything, loving God and looking at nature or whatever, and feeling the God within.
Yes.
And
yes.
things like that.
Someone who's feeling God within, in terms everything causes them to respond. Wonder at the mystery of God. I also think when you listen to this, you know that he's a very gentle man. Gentle is the, when you see pictures of John and they're horrible because, it's a hagiography which tries to present John as the great ascetical man. We will eventually look at asceticism in his writings and see how they fit. They're not what you think, not the way people kind of understand John's asceticism. Quite different. In fact, when we get to that, you'll see that it is, in fact, probably the most sensible form of asceticism you ever find. Even though he could go a bit overboard, but the principles were very, very sensible. But a gentle man. A man who, like St. Francis of Assisi, if there was someone in need, he would drop everything and go to them, because there was nothing more important than someone in need. So as St. Francis was fasting once, and one of the brothers was weak, and he went and did... John, in fact, did exactly the same thing. He ate so that a brother who was sick would eat. That kind of thing. There was just that care that the man had. A very loving, caring man. Okay, it's important to keep that in mind so that when we come to look at his writings, you'll know where it's coming from. John, after this, escapes from the prison and is hidden by the discalced Carmelite nuns in Toledo. He's hidden away there. The other Carmelites come looking for him, and they ask the sister who looks after the door there, have you seen John of the Cross around here? Something like that was what the question was. No, I haven't seen him around here, because he was hidden somewhere else, not around here. It's the kind of thing that yes, since the Jesuits have been on the scene, people were allowed to be Jesuitical. Our old Father Hilary says, if anyone rings up, you can always say they're not here, because where here is where you are on the phone, and they can't be here because you're there. So they said he's not here. Eventually the reform continues, and towards the end of John's life, there's a story that our Lord appears to him, the crucified Christ, and asks John, what do you ask of me? You remember with St. Thomas Aquinas, you see them in Dominican churches, the windows, Bene Scriptis Time. You've written well about me, Thomas. What do you ask of me? And Thomas says, I want to look at the Trinity, which is kind of more like the kind of thing I'd ask for if Jesus ever asked that. But Jesus asked John, what do you ask of me? And his answer is, and again, it points to the kind of man that he is, who simply wants to know and be at one with Jesus Christ. He says, one thing that I do not yet have is this. I have not been rejected and made to suffer as you were rejected and suffered. So I want to be rejected and to suffer as you were. And the story goes, and he said, yes, you'll have that. And within the year it happened. He was almost kicked out of the order. And if it weren't for the fact that he died, he could have been. When it came to the end of his life, at the last chapter, he went along, and some thought he may even be elected provincial, but he wasn't. A new group came in. He was sent to the most distant house, a place called Peñuela. And they were going to then send him over to Mexico, because we were in the first group of missionaries to Mexico. But he became ill, and he had to go to another house where he would receive some kind of medical treatment. And he was asked by the prior of Peñuela, who loved John very much, where do you want to go? We need to get some help. And he picked a house where the prior of the house was a friar that he had reprimanded when he had been in high position, because he knew that he would not be given any favoritism. That's why he picked that house, and he went there. And he certainly wasn't given any favoritism. In fact, he was given very little charity. And it came to the point when they knew he was dying, and at this point the prior realized and came in and asked for John's forgiveness, and he was duly given. And they in fact had to operate on his leg, which was to cut the calf open without any anesthetic in those days. And apparently the pain was excruciating. And that evening, when the provincial came to see him, because they said he was very ill, he said to the provincial, I will be in heaven to sing matins. I will sing matins with our Lord. And apparently just before the bell for matins when he died. He died then in 1591 on the either the 13th or the 14th of December, because the 14th is his feast day. He was then canonized, the dates of which I don't have, and he was made a doctor of the church at the beginning of the 20th century. He's one of the doctors of the church, I suppose, in terms of the spiritual life we can identify very easily five. Not that others haven't written in the spiritual life, but certainly John, Therese, Catherine of Siena, and Augustine, because you're going to have to put Augustine everywhere. You kind of poke his nose all over the place. There are other doctors of the church who you could kind of include in a way, like Bonaventure and others, but certainly in terms of spirituality, he together with John and Teresa, he together with Teresa and Therese would be, I'm not biased here, but I think it's true, the main writers in spirituality. A great contemporary writer on spirituality is a man called Dennis Turner, who is now professor of theology at Cambridge University, and I would guess he replaced Nicholas Lash. I would guess probably the first Catholic to be professor there since the Reformation, because Nicholas Lash was an Anglican, and I can't imagine before Nicholas Lasso would have appointed a Catholic layman. And he writes very well. And his one of the things he says that in terms of the writing on the spiritual life, and I would agree with him, one of the greatest works, of course, is the Confessions of John of the Cross. And the Confessions of John of the Cross, there's not a masterpiece to stand next to that in terms of the experience of the spiritual life until John of the Cross comes along. And Dennis Serner says, and he surpasses Augustine. And I'd be inclined to agree with that also. So this is the man John of the Cross, an extraordinary man, a man who loved much, who I suppose was born to a father who was willing to give up everything for love. He gave up his whole career, his whole family, everything for this woman. And I believe John inherited this from his father, because John, as we all see, gives up everything for love of Christ. There's nothing to compare with Christ for him. Okay, just a few little things before a break, because it's probably a good time, and then we'll come back and look at his writing. But there's a question at the back. I can't answer that because I don't know St. Francis well enough. I really...
What St. John of the Cross did and chosen the friar who didn't like it. And he would have regarded that as perfect joy.
Yes. Well, yes. I mean, I don't know whether John thought that was perfect joy, but yes, it challenges me in terms of my religious life. Perfect joy. Some of the brethren are perfect joy, others are perfect pains. But I suppose I'm a perfect pain for some brethren too. So, any other thoughts or questions? Okay, just one small thing before we go on, because we'll look at his writings next to give you a way through them. John's basic spirituality simply is about the experience of union with Christ and the experience of the path which leads to it. That's John's writing in a nutshell. And I emphasize the word experience of. In fact, when you look at his writing, which is why we have to be careful about his writing, because for those of you who have dipped into it and found him useful, it is like the Confessions of St. Augustine for those who can get into that. It is absolutely experiential. It's about the experience of Jesus Christ. It's about the experience of the difficulties of prayer. It's about the experience of your own inability, your own weakness. It's about the experience of your own failures. It's about experience of the joys of life. It's about experience of it. It's deeply rooted in experience. And what John does fundamentally then is take us through the spiritual life, tapping into experience and leading us through that true experience.
The friars followed, but we didn't follow into France because Barul wanted to take the sisters in hand himself. That was about 1610, and it took until about 1910 for that to be fixed up, and that was with the beatification of Therese of Lisieux. The Carmel in France was put back on the proper footing that St. Teresa of Avila intended. What happens when bishops interfere with religious orders because they don't understand them? They don't understand them at all. And that's what happened there. 300 years to fix up. That's Anne of Jesus. She's buried in Antwerp, but she took Carmel to Belgium. She said, no, if that's the way it's to be, I'm not staying here, because she was a great associate of Teresa. That's not what Teresa wants. I'm moving on. Now things are great in France, but it took 300 years to put in place, because someone comes along and tells a venerable order what they're meant to be. I've got no idea. So there we go. What did I talk about? Was that before? I don't know. Anyway, prologue. The prologue to the spiritual canticle again indicates something of what John is doing, what it's about, and something of the way to read John's writing. Very important thing. And for this, I'll read quite extensively from the prologue. It's only 2 pages long, less than 2 pages. And it's John commenting on his poem and also on the way to read the spiritual canticle. These stanzas, Reverend Mother, that's the spiritual canticle, were obviously composed with a certain burning love of God. And remember in the first lecture I told you where they were written, but I didn't want to tell you what he says until you'd heard it, so you make your own decision as to what you think the poetry sounds like. And now he says to her, they were written with a burning love of God. That's what one of you said when I said, what kind of a man wrote this poetry? And one of you said a person who was deeply in love with God. I think it was you that said that, wasn't it? Yes. And that's what he says. They were obviously composed with a certain burning love of God. The wisdom and charity of God is so vast that it reaches from end to end, and a person informed and moved by it bears in some way this very abundance and impulsiveness in his words. Okay, so yes, he did write it the way Schubert wrote music, with an impulsiveness in his words, just bubbled out. As a result, I do not plan to expound these stanzas in all the breadth and fullness that the fruitful spirit of love conveys. It would be foolish to think that expressions of love arising from mystical understanding like these stanzas are fully explainable. Powerful thing. John is saying, I'm writing a commentary on something which is so full of mystical love and understanding that it's foolish to think that I can explain it. He, the one who experienced this, he, the one who was given the words to write the poetry, says, okay, I'm going to write you a commentary on it, but don't think that what I'm writing is exhaustive. Don't think that it really explains what's there. So, how do we read it then? Who can describe the understanding he gives to loving souls in whom he dwells? And who can express the experience he imparts to them? Who finally can explain the desires he gives them? Certainly no one can, not even they who receive these communications. As a result, these persons let something of their experiences overflow in figures and similes, and from the abundance of their spirit pour out secrets and mysteries rather than rational explanations. Okay, so when we come to this kind of writing in John, which is the spiritual canticle, and indeed the living flame of love, John is not writing a textbook. John is not trying to explain something, but rather he's trying somehow to articulate something which can't be spoken. He's doing what Wittgenstein said he couldn't do, so Wittgenstein just kept quiet. John is saying, nevertheless, we can put something down in writing. For those of you who have any understanding of mystical writing, it means John has a particular stand to take in terms of Christian mysticism. John says we can say something about the experience of God. Good book if you want to read. It's a book by a Frenchman. It's now translated into English, called Michel de Certeau, called The Mystic Fable, where he spent time trying to work out what does the mystic do when he talks about God, because he's not doing what Thomas Aquinas does, giving dogma. He's not doing, it's closer, what the mystic does is closer to what Jesus does in writing parables. The closest thing you'll find in other writings to the writings of a mystic is the gospel parables, in fact, because they are similar kinds of writing. Something is experienced, and there's an attempt to put it in writing. But what's being put in, has been experienced, can't be put in writing. You can write what you did today, what you did yesterday. You can write down what you ate, but you try to describe the taste in writing. And all you do is talking about something that everyone does every day. You try to then talk about the experience of a sunset, and you'll struggle. It will only make sense for someone who's seen a sunset. You try to explain the experience of the loss of a loved one, and only someone who has lost a loved one will know what you're talking about. How on earth to describe an experience of the living God? Because the living God is not part of the created order. What John's writing as the prologue makes quite clear is John, as a mystic, takes up the position that says, yes, indeed, I have had a real experience of the living God, and I can kind of tell you about it. Powerful kind of thing. This kind of mysticism is very challenging to the 21st century, who would find it very difficult to understand or speak about an experience of something which is not part of the created order. John and Teresa will say, no, you can experience it. That's what he's saying here. I have experienced something, and what it does is it overflows in me. I have experienced something which is love, and the impact of it is that it overflows. And what it does when it overflows, because of his particular genius, is that certain figures and similes are given to him through which the abundance of these mystical experiences are transmitted, are passed on. And they are not rational explanations. That again emphasises that the way to read John is within the context of relationship with God. Because we're not going to be talking about rational things. If you want that, go and read St. Thomas Aquinas. Not likely to make you love God more, but you might have more rational thoughts. I don't know. Okay. If these similitudes are not read with the simplicity of the spirit of knowledge and love they contain, they will seem to be absurdities rather than reasonable utterances. What's he saying there? That said, then the only way that you can read John the only way to read him has to be within the context of relationship with God and prayer. To read him any other way, you won't understand what he's saying. It will have little impact. In fact, you'll look at it and say, well, not really. Many people, including psychologists, read The Ascent and Dark Night and find it very helpful. In terms of the spiritual canticle and the living flame of love, especially the living flame of love, it will make little sense. Because they're not rational utterances. Well, they are, because John's a very rational, systematic person. But they in fact won't stand on their own. You can't pick it up and just engage it. You have to enter, as it were, into the world of the text that John's writing, which is from the perspective of relationship with Christ. Otherwise, they will seem absurd. And therefore, the way into it is with the simplicity of spirit, the simplicity of love. The saintly doctors, no matter how much they have said, can never furnish an exhaustive explanation of these figures and comparisons, since the abundant meanings of the Holy Spirit cannot be caught in words. Thus, the explanation of these expressions usually contain less than what they themselves embody. Okay? The containing and the embodiment. You can read the text and analyse it and you'll get so much, but they embody something else, they embody experience. And there is another way into the text, which is the experiential way. Since these stanzas then were composed in a love flowing from abundant mystical understanding, I cannot explain them adequately, nor is it my intention to do so. I only wish to shed some general light on them, since your reverence has desired this of me. I believe such an explanation will be more suitable. It is better to explain the utterances of love in their broadest sense, so that each one may derive profit from them according to the mode and capacity of his spirit, rather than narrow them down to a meaning unadaptable to every part. John is saying something like what he said in the prologue to the Ascent. I'm going to speak about these things broadly, so that regardless of where you are in the spiritual path, even if you read text which is high in the spiritual life, you will still benefit from it. You'll still learn something from it, because I'm not confining it. So long as you are living the life of grace, so long as you have a relationship with Christ, you'll find something there. And finally, wonderful little thing it says, I hope that although some scholastic theology is used here in reference to the soul's interior converse with God, so those of you who are systematic and have some theology, you're lovely things, you'll love what he writes anyway, it will not prove in vain to speak in such a manner to the pure of spirit. Even though you lack training in theology by which divine truths are understood, you are not wanting in mystical theology, which is known through love, and by which one not only knows but at the same time experiences. A wonderful introduction to a text. On one level, if you have the right training, you can understand what I've written, he said. At another level, if you know and love God, you will not only understand, but through the love that you have, you will know through experience what I've written. So that's 50 minutes again. So we might pause there to see if you've got questions. about the text, and then next week we'll come back and we'll begin by looking at what the soul is, what the human person is in John of the Cross, and the place of desire, and move on from there.
Father, it could be a very interesting exercise to get everyone here to put on a blank sheet of paper and just a couple of words their experience of God up to the present time. See what we come up with. Anonymously, of course.
I'll leave that for Michael to do at some time.
Well, you said the human expressions of John. The human expressions of John was resulting from the deep relationship he had with Jesus. Is there a similarity between what you said there and St. Paul saying, for me, believe is Christ, and I believe not I, he lives in me? There's something there or there.
And the Spirit speaks what we can't speak. The Spirit groans within us. The whole sense of the Spirit praying in us. And you see, there is a deep inner experience, but to be aware of the experience already is a word. And the experience isn't simply an experience of something divine or right or something, but it's always a personal experience. Our spirituality is always incarnational. So our experience in prayer is always an experience of the person Jesus Christ. And that already admits of the possibility of saying something.
Thank you.
Does the St. John of the Cross talk much about the Spirit?
What do you mean by the Spirit?
The Holy Spirit.
Oh.
I didn't hear much of it. So I just wondered where now the Spirit is such.
Yes, we'll find the Spirit coming up in different places. He certainly does. But if he speaks about anyone, maybe he speaks about Jesus Christ. But certainly he does speak about the Spirit as well, yes. Nothing else? We can go home. We'll see you next week.
Excuse me, could I ask you to leave your name tags over there? And if anybody didn't have their name tags over there, could you let me know so that we can get to them next week? Thank you.
That you won't know how to read them. It's the same kind of thing with the New Testament. Unless you know the purpose of the particular text, it's very difficult to engage the text. And this is even more so when we're speaking about the spiritual life. The major texts, just to give them to you, in the order in which they kind of represent the spiritual life, are the Ascent of Mount Carmel, which is in 3 books, the Dark Night of the Soul, which is in 2 books, the Spiritual Canticle, which is I think 40 stanzas, and the Living Flame of Love, which I think is in 4 stanzas, together with minor works, which include precautions, sayings of light and love, degrees of perfection, and lots of other bits and pieces, all of which are very well worth reading. As well as that, you've got some letters. But as I said at the beginning, his primary work, of course, is his poetry, which we will come back to at some other time. The other works which he wrote were generally written in a different kind of circumstance. For example, the Ascent of Mount Carmel and the Dark Night were written because the order asked for something akin to a treatise on prayer. And it's not exactly a treatise on prayer, as you'll see shortly. In the Spiritual Canticle, he wrote the poem, the Spiritual Canticle, and circulated it to a number of people for whom he thought it might be helpful. And Blessed Anne of Jesus, who at that stage I think was the prioress of Granada, I think it was, said, "Can you explain it to us?" And we have a whole big tome about, I suppose, the journey of love more than anything else, which makes it quite different to other texts. Then you have the last work, which was written in a very short period of time, which is the Living Flame of Love, which was written for a friend of John's who also asked for some comment on the spiritual life in relation to another poem which he had written. So most of his works were written because someone asked for something. Okay, they weren't written as books are written today because someone thinks, I think I'll write a book. In those days, people didn't sit down and say, I think I'll write a book. It was generally someone asked them to write something and they did. It just wasn't the done thing in those days. Okay, so that said, what I want to begin to look at is the simple question, which is, for whom did John write his works? And for this, I'll be looking at two bits of his writing, the prologue to the Ascent of Mount Carmel and the prologue
Aquinas Academy 2004, St. John of the Cross, an introduction, given by Father Greg Homing, OCD. This is Session 2, Tape 1.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and Holy Spirit. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. St. John of the Cross. Holy Spirit. Okay, from this session onwards, we're going to start getting into more substantial matter. Last week was by way of an introduction to the life of John of the Cross, the man John of the Cross, and to the works of John of the Cross. I'm going to, in the two sessions today, try to cover as much as I can of John's understanding of the human person, of what it is to be a human being. Because unless we have this in place, you'll never understand what John is talking about. See, John has a particular way of understanding what it is to be human, and a particular, I suppose, goal for the human person. And once we know what that goal is and what the human person is, then the rest of what he writes about is in fact very, very logical. It just makes sense. So I'm a person who generally likes things to make sense. So as you've come to my lectures, we'll have to walk the sensible way, which mightn't be the most intuitive way, but it's a way that makes sense to me. John, as I told you last week, when he was imprisoned in Toledo for those 9 months, wrote 30 of the 40 stanzas of the poem, The Spiritual Canticle, which I think is the most beautiful of his poems. And the first stanza is this: "Where have you hidden, beloved, and left me longing? You fled like the stag after wounding me. I went out calling you when you were gone." It's a wonderful stanza because in many ways it's John at the beginning of his poem stating who he is and who the human person is as they begin their quest of God. Because the Spiritual Canticle is a poem which I suppose sets out for us the life of a person who becomes entranced by God and then does all that is necessary to come into union with the living God. And that for John is what the spiritual life is about. So he begins with these words, and I'll say them again. "Where have you hidden, beloved, and left me longing? You fled like the stag after wounding me. I went out calling you when you were gone." Those of you who know the Song of Songs will know that this resonates of the Song of Songs. But let's start at the beginning. This that John is speaking about is a soul that is searching. Where have you hidden? Looking for something which is hidden. And what the soul is searching for, which is hidden, John speaks of as the beloved. And what has this beloved done? The beloved has wounded the soul of the one who is looking for the beloved. And the soul now looks for the beloved but finds that the beloved has vanished. Okay, so the first stanza of this wonderful poem is kind of, if you want to situate it as a poem, whatever this animal, the stag is, has wounded the soul. The soul now goes looking for the stag that has wounded her and can't find the beloved. Okay. You're probably wondering, what has this got to do with what it is to be a human being? And yet John, in this stanza, most beautifully gives to us our experience of what it is to be human. Because there's hardly a person who has not, in part of their life, searched for meaning, for love, for fulfillment, for peace, for justice, for truth. Whatever it is that you might think about in terms of your own experience which draws you on is what John is writing about. It is part of the human condition to be dissatisfied, to be incomplete, to somehow to have a sense that there is something more than this. It's a peculiar thing that, and I think it's a truism, the more someone has, the chances are the more they will want. The less someone has, the chances are they'll be content with little. It's something peculiar about what it is to be human. But John begins simply by addressing us at this point. We search for something. But what is it that we search for? John calls the point of our quest the beloved. And he uses that very strongly, not simply because it's his experience, but it's part of the poetry of the time. That, what is it, Don Quixote? Looking for the beloved, for example. And we have it in so many places, specified in literature, in art, and so many places. And John, of course, here is a poet. And in speaking about the human person and the spiritual life, he begins simply by using the forms which were available to him. The soul is looking for the beloved. And for John, the beloved is that alone which will satisfy the soul. Okay, very powerful thing. That alone which will satisfy the soul. Because caught up in his use of the word beloved is the experience that we have humanly, which is that ongoing sense of wanting, of craving. And yet, even as we obtain what we crave, we are not satisfied. And to move this to, I suppose, a more profound level, even as we seek to be loved and to love, we know that there is more to it. We have many poems and things in literature which try to idealize the perfection of love. But quite apart from what you might find in literature or opera and things like this, I've never yet met a real person who has found the perfection of love, that ideal aim and goal of the human heart, which is to, I suppose, love in such a way that that love is acknowledged, received, and affirmed, and to be able to be loved in such a way that all of my capacity to be loved is completed. It just doesn't seem to happen in this life. And yet, I suppose at the core of these human desires, whether they begin with simply physical hunger and move through all the different levels of desire and possibility, we know that we have not yet attained the beloved who will satisfy the desire of my heart. I suppose part of John's experience is that while mathematicians speak about infinity as a mathematical kind of idea, I suppose, because you can never grasp infinity, you can never attain to it. The person who lives by experience is what the mathematician points to in his theory. The person who really lives experiences the fact that I am incomplete, and that what I long for is something which in some way I know anyway, that I I think I know that I can't have in this life. Okay? John's first two lines of the spiritual canticle straight away put him somewhere on the line of that question. And he's saying, aha, I'm telling you that this that you desire is possible. The beloved that every human heart longs for is not a futile quest. Who was Don Quixote's? It was, what was her name? Begins with M, wasn't it? That he was chasing after the fictitious woman. John is saying this fictitious person does exist. Okay? Or in other words, is saying that, trying to say to us that in your experience of the desire of your heart, your experience of your incompleteness, your experience of sadness, rejection, depression, joy, all these things which are profound human experiences, these are real. And they point to something real. Well, let's stop and think what the case would be if it wasn't so. If it wasn't so, then everything that we hope for, every child's dream, is in fact a falsehood. Every child's dream is a falsehood. It would be a very peculiar thing, wouldn't it be? That all children have these profound desires, and to say that's childish, it's empty, it's futile. Not only children, but adults have them as well. I would suggest that people who dare to be artists also have this. An artist dares to, if they simply want to propose the cars outside, you don't need to be an artist, but an artist proposes something beyond the perceived reality which is there. In fact, when you look at all great human endeavour, behind it is somehow an implicit longing for that which is not yet. And that's what John refers to as the beloved. And he says, where have you hidden, beloved, and left me longing? So John's beginning, I suppose, in his analysis of what it is to be a human being starts here, which I suppose is a very real place. It's like he starts with his experience of himself. And I believe it's a very powerful place to start because it's generally the experience of the 20th and 21st century. People do experience this. Michael was saying to me as we're coming up in the lift this afternoon that young people are so lost. They don't know what they're looking for. The thing is, they are looking for something. But if you are looking and you don't know what you're looking for, you'll almost certainly be lost because there's not a meeting there. John of the Cross then begins by asking a question, I suppose, which is implicit, and you'll find this discussed in the first commentary on the first stanza of the spiritual canticle. Where does this experience, which is a universal human experience, come from? That's generally the way that you'll find the Discalced Carmelite saints reflecting upon their own spiritual experience. An experience which I have and you have, be it ever so wonderful or ever so horrible, is something which we can't simply pass over, because common human experiences for the Carmelite saints have some meaning to be found in God. That includes suffering, for example, as a Christian. Things which all human beings have. You can't simply say, but God doesn't know about this. This has nothing about God. Experiences which are common must in some way be godly, in some manner or form. It's a very powerful challenge, but it's certainly the way that the Discalced Carmelite saints think. Simply that, well, if we didn't think that, what kind of a God have we got anyway? A God who kind of turns the television on and off. When it's off, that experience you're having has got nothing to do with God, but God is always. So you've got this constant kind of perspective that they propose. So John's first kind of question that he poses to this human experience is, what is that experience? What is it about? And John's answer is an extraordinarily profound answer. I'll give you the answer first so that you're with me, and then go and discuss how he could have come to the answer. John will say, within the correct context, and that is directed towards Christ in prayer, these experiences are profound experiences that the soul has of itself. Wonderful kind of thing. When you are experiencing even sadness, incompleteness, whatever these things are, at a deeper level, this is an experience which you are having of your own self, of your own soul. In other words, they're not just things that are happening to you. I suppose that's what makes profound spiritual writers, the way that they're able to look at an experience which others will pass over and see this experience in the light of grace and the light of God. And John's answer then is simply in terms of what is this experience of. He would say it is an experience of being loved by Christ. An experience of being loved by Christ. Now straight away that's problematic for many people, because if I'm grieving, how can that be an experience of being loved by Christ? If I have failed in something, how can that be an experience of being loved by Christ? If I feel empty, how can that be an experience of being loved by Christ? So I'll give you the answer first, and we will move now towards having some kind of understanding of how John comes to say this. John, in his time, was not only an exceptional philosopher, but quite an exceptional theologian. In terms of philosophy, nothing particularly original, but he certainly would have had no trouble teaching at most institutions in Spain at the time. And what he realized when he looked at this aspect of the human, he noticed that behind it all, behind every one of these profound human experiences, was what later writers would say was they were pointed towards something. Okay, that's what specifies any kind of desire or experience. It is generally is what the philosopher Brentano, who was in fact an Italian priest, I suppose he was the last great Catholic priest philosopher, said the thing about human activity is that it is towards something, it intends something. Human activity either has meaning or seeks meaning. It moves towards something. So when you have a desire, you understand your desire by what you desire. Okay? When you have loss, you understand what the loss is about by according to what has been lost. Okay? When you experience emptiness, sometimes you know what the emptiness is about, but at other times you don't. But you know it is towards something, because if you could have the something which would fill the emptiness, you would take it. And indeed, that's how most of our billionaires in today's world have become billionaires, because they've tapped into this emptiness. You don't know what the emptiness is about, but you know you want to fill it. So I'll propose something to you which, if you buy from me, will fill your emptiness. I'm smarter than you. You'll give me your money. I'll give you something which will fill your emptiness for 1 week, and then I know in a week's time you'll be empty again. And I'll propose something else to you. Because your emptiness is longing for something, if I can propose something to you which you think might meet your emptiness, you'll buy it from me. So all of these profound things which John is looking at, he says, they are all towards something. They're all towards something. Now, we will look at this next part that I'm talking about probably next week, because we need to look more deeply at the next part. But John then also noticed that not every desire is the same. We have different levels of desire. Okay? So, the desire to paint my house is quite different a desire to the desire to know the truth. Okay? And depending upon my reason for knowing the truth, it might be to know the truth so that I can make money. Such a desire is probably not as great a desire as the desire to love someone for their own good. So there are certainly different levels of desire that we have. And because John believes in God, at the bottom of it all, without going into any more detail, because if we do go, we won't have enough time over the weeks we have to get a good sense of John of the Cross. Behind it all is what he would speak of as the most fundamental desire of the human heart. And it is the desire for God. You might say, but what happens if you don't believe in God? Well, let's take away the word God and say the fundamental desire of the human heart is that which alone will satisfy the human heart. Okay? Rather than any of these particular things, there is at the core simply a desire to be completed, to be fulfilled. In John's language, this is the desire to be united. Okay? That is not too difficult, the desire to be united. In fact, I have no difficulty with that, because it's that sense in which the desire of the human heart can move from physical things to personal things to whatever you like, but at its greatest depth, the desire of the human heart is to be united with something which is proportionate, or at least at the same level as what I'm saying to what I am. So the desire to be united with a hamburger is not a very profound desire, but that's what people want when they want to eat a hamburger. The desire to be united with Beethoven's Sixth Symphony is a desire you have when you want to listen to it. What's happening when you're listening to it? You're not just hearing it, but if you're listening to it and you are responding to it, you are being united with it. Isn't that so? And so on with so many profound human things. The desire is towards being united with what you desire. Then, in terms of personhood and what it is to be a human being, John says, I will call the beloved the deepest thing which the soul or the heart longs to be united with. The presumption is that there is something to which I can be united, which will in itself satisfy me in the fullness of who I am. Okay? So that's John's way of thinking towards that. He will then say that the human being is something simply which longs for and desires God. The human being is something which remains incomplete, not satisfied, until it is united with God. Now, we can go back and say, how is it then that he says that every experience which I have is itself an experience of the love of God? John, together with the great Saint Teresa of Avila, who, this is one of her feast days today, which is only celebrated by Carmelites. It's a peculiar Carmelite feast. It's the transverberation of the heart of Saint Teresa. We won't go into that. I talked about that with our nuns this morning. But Saint Teresa best states this, but you have it also stated in John, but it's very clearly put in Saint Teresa in the book of her life, where she says, we are always in the presence of God, but the manner is different for the one who prays, because he or she is aware that God is looking at him. Wonderful, wonderful. It's the most beautiful definition of prayer that you can have. You're always in the presence of God. It's what all the Carmelite saints say, which means you are always being loved by God. And this is a side issue at the moment, but just to complete what Teresa says, you're always in the presence of God because Jesus Christ is always looking at you. Not always seeing you, but always looking at you. If I'm looking at you, you must be looking at me. Otherwise you wouldn't know that I was looking at you. Okay, but I can be seeing you without you knowing it. That's the use of the word in English. The Spanish word that Teresa uses, the word which is mira, which is to gaze upon, to delight in, is the word that Teresa uses, from which has the same root as our word admire, which is to mira towards, okay, to delight in, to look towards. And for St. Teresa, she says, Jesus is always delighting in you, but for her the delight is the delight of a look, gazing upon you with delight. And when you look back, you pray, because your eyes meet Jesus' eyes. If you ever have the chance, you should look at the way St. Teresa speaks about eyes, the power of the eye in her writing, and the glance of Jesus meeting her glance. beautiful things. You'll find that in about the 5th and 6th mansions of the interior castles. That's another story. But that's what's behind it. So if this is so for John, then he would say somehow, whatever experience I'm having is not apart from, is not divorced from this loving gaze of Christ. Okay, that of course for every Christian is a challenge. How is it that I can say that what I'm suffering now is Jesus looking at me with a loving gaze? But John of the Cross says this is so. And he suffered a lot, as you found out last week. And his experience was that regardless of what it was, and I suppose the secret to it is because he looked back into the eyes of Christ, he understood that his experience, and he experienced his experience differently as being loved by Christ. I suppose, just as a partial answer to that question, the reason that when I look at myself, it doesn't seem that this can be God's love is because I'm looking at myself. But as all the Carmelite saints say, according to what you experience, look into the eyes of Christ, and you would experience this differently. But so long as you simply look at yourself and ask a question, you will never get the answer because you're not looking in the right direction. The only answer you will get is your own suffering, if that's what you look at. And if you're looking for a logical reason, the only answer you'll get is there's no logical reason. But if you look, as St. Teresa and John of the Cross would say, into the eyes of Christ, then you will see something different. So that's what's coming behind there. So John will say, okay, looking at these different experiences which I have, I look to Christ. What do I see? What is it that's happening there? John, as we've just mentioned, because it's quite involved, and if you caught me on a different day, I'd probably go about it from a different direction. As we've just said, in his analysis of the human being, the human person is at their core a capacity to be filled by God. Human being is a capacity, or we are something that can be united with God. And by the end of this evening, I'll explain to you what being united with God means. We'll look at it probably in more detail on the 5th night, which is union. We are that capacity. The thing, of course, which John realizes very well is that this capacity is realized within the context of my own freedom. These things only make sense in us because we are free. There's choice in my life. And I know that I'm free because I can do something right, and I can do something wrong. I can do something and be pleased. I can do something and regret it. I can decide not to make a decision also. Okay, so it's quite clear to John of the Cross. Can't say many philosophers who would deny the reality of freedom, but for St. John of the Cross, it was quite clear to him that I am free. I can choose. And that meant for him that whatever union is, which is what the purpose of the human life and the spiritual life is about, it is about being united with the beloved through my own choices. Okay? That's why I have a desire for the beloved. Because for John, desire is important, because without desire, I would never choose. Okay? So it's actually very sensible. That's the problem with John. He's so sensible. It's very hard for me as one of his sons not to go along with him, because if you didn't desire something except by instinct, how would you choose it? You'd either choose it by instinct or by chance. Okay? But we have freedom, so we can choose freely. And I choose freely something because I experience a desire for it, or I experience something which makes me run from it. Okay? That's the way we are humanly. And John says then, within the context of these experiences of our desires, we are being led to choose. Okay? We are being moved to make a choice. And we are being moved through these experiences, John will say, to love God. What is the purpose? What were you taught in the Catechism? Why did God make you? You might remember? to love and serve him here on earth. But you can't love a God who forces you to love. Love has to be a free act. If love is forced, it's not love, it's instinct. When you love, you choose to love. How is God going to bring you to love God freely? Except by enticing you. Except by moving you to so act that you will love God and love your fellow human being, and so on and so forth. And it is within this context now that we can begin to see that these things are in fact about love. Well, when a boy meets a girl, that's quite obvious, that's love. But when someone grieves someone, that is about the reality of love. Because what is longed for is in fact about love. When a person is empty for something, what is it that they long for? Indeed, in fact, what's behind it is something which will move them through many choices, if correctly made, John will say, to Christ. If incorrectly made, they will go the wrong way. Okay. What's John saying then in the first two lines of the spiritual canticle? Well, in fact, as I'll read it to you again, or give it to you. Where have you hidden, beloved, and left me longing? You are now moved to live a life which will eventually lead you to love him through your own choice, through your own freedom. It's a very sneaky kind of God, isn't it? A God who says, I want you to be free so that you will choose me. But I know that unless I help you, you won't choose me. And what God does is to love. And God loves me in such a way that he moves my heart to begin to respond. So, it means that for any person, even for the person who doesn't believe in God, if they are moved to horror at injustice, and they desire justice in the world and peace, they are being moved by an experience of the love of God to move towards what God is, which is justice, peace, and truth. As the Second Vatican Council tells us, everyone who, even though they don't believe in God, so long as they seek after the truth, are seeking after Christ. So what St. Irenaeus said, not St. Irenaeus, St. Justin Martyr said, almost 900 years ago now, he said the same kind of thing. All those who seek the truth must be following Christ, whether they know it or not. So that the very desire for truth, the very desire for justice, is something, yes, profoundly human, but where does it come from? It is Christ loving this person so much that they now are moved to respond. To put it another way, it's almost as if, as the example that I like to give, you have a glass of water on a table, and you pour water in, and it fills the glass and it overflows, and suddenly it's running across the table and falling onto the floor. When the human person starts to not only feel emptiness or anguish, but the emptiness and anguish starts now to move them towards something, the water is so overflowed that they are now awake to something. And that's the love of Christ, having to keep on pouring things into my emptiness until it so overflows that I feel within myself a response. The response now leads me on, it now moves me. And that's, for John, is simply a universal human experience, isn't it? Now, of course, you've got more difficult ones like suffering and so on, which we might look at next week. But whatever they are experiences which seek some kind of fulfillment or completion. Okay? And that end which they seek is what John would speak of as the beloved. And he would say within the context of freedom then, because I'm moved by freedom, that is a profound experience of myself, which so moves me in my freedom towards that which I'm made for. It moves me towards my own fulfillment and completion, because a human being is simply an emptiness longing to be filled by God. Now, I'll pause to see if you've got any questions, because I've been babbling on for about 35 minutes. That's my reading of John defining what a human being is. John doesn't say, he's not a philosopher, I define a human being as. But when you look at what he says about soul, as he says in stanza 1 of the spiritual canticle, some beautiful descriptions of the soul in stanza 1 of the canticle. Actually, I'll give it to you after the next bit, because they'll make more sense when I get to the next bit, which is the indwelling. So I'll come to that next. Any other thoughts or questions that make sense? Yeah.
Would humanity be feeling any degree of emptiness, as you described, pre-Garden of Eden?
That's what St. Augustine speaks as the prelapsarian problem, for which he said, I don't think I'm qualified to answer. And if St. Augustine wasn't qualified to answer, I dare not. But I will hazard something if you've asked me. What was the experience before that? They still did not yet have what the saints would speak of as vision of God. So there was still something incomplete.
I haven't read the Beatitudes lately, but I came across an expression in a book, and it said that love does not force. I wonder, is that something that's
exactly
missing?
What's happening here. If we were forced, we wouldn't have freedom. And because divine love doesn't force, you can in fact reject it. So, and it happens in human life too. I can love you and you can reject the love. But how much more challenging is it if God loves me and I reject it, but I can reject it. I know I can because I have. So, yes, indeed, true love doesn't force, because this is the nature of God. It's part of the mystery. But people will say, well, why did God make this in such a way that we had to choose? Because it means that if there is such a place as heaven and I get there, it'll be mine. Whereas if I didn't have this freedom, it wouldn't be mine. I would be God's. I would belong to God. But with freedom, yes, I do belong to God, but God, as St. John of the Cross says, is mine also. You might think, oh, that's a bit challenging, isn't it? So I'll read you what it says, if I can find it quickly. Mine are the heavens and mine is the earth. Mine are the nations, the just are mine and mine the sinners. The angels are mine and the mother of God, and all things are mine. And God himself is mine and for me, because Christ is mine and all for me. What John of the Cross is saying is, and Christ belongs to me. Only a mystic can write that. And that's at the core of that is love doesn't force. And because love doesn't force, in the next life, it's not simply that I will be there as a possession of God, but God will be mine. Because if God weren't mine in the next life, I'm really not there. I'm just like a plate in a cupboard that people look at. But yes, but we will see what union means later on. Any other thoughts or questions? Okay, we'll move on for about another 10, 15 minutes and have a break. So, a human being is characterized this way. What am I? I am, it's a bit like the yin and yang. You know that tiny symbol? It's also in the Korean flag, a circle with a squiggle in the middle. One side is God, one side is me. And we have that given to us most profoundly in the person of Jesus Christ, who is one person, two natures, divine and human. And because this is Christ, it only makes sense that for each of us as human beings, we are incomplete until what we are is completed by being filled by Christ, by God. And every human longing is now understood as this. And that experience of the longing is in fact have an experience of the love of Christ. John is very strong in specifying that, so that we know, in fact, that this which we experience is not apart from the love of Christ, but what moves us on. And for someone who, like John or Teresa, really loved Christ, move them on to do profound and often silly things, as people do for those that they love. Okay, John now goes on to take another wonderful step, and that is to say, I want to tell you more, he says. Not only is this experience which you have an experience of being loved by Christ, but I will tell you where the experience comes from, so as to further understand what it is to be a human being. The experience, as we all know about these kind of experiences, are not experiences which seem to come from the outside. The text that we have in Scripture is the love of Christ urges us, impels us. It's a powerful word. It's not that the love of Christ draws us. They could have used that word, and it would have had a profound meaning too. Or the love of Christ attracts us. But it's the love of Christ impels us. Impulse. The love of Christ is something which moves us from within. And when we hear that, many people suddenly say, yeah, that makes sense. Because my emptiness is not something which is brought on from outside, it seems something which emerges from deep within. Even people's anger seems to come from caverns deep within. Okay? All of these things which we're talking about are certainly experiences which seem to emerge from within. Again, everything I'm saying to you is not particularly profound, because if you stop to think about it, you say, yeah, that seems to be so. And John says it comes from within because we are called to union, to be united with the beloved. But I would tell you where this beloved is. This beloved is already dwelling in your soul. John's understanding of what it means to be loved by God, to be loved by Christ now, is an extraordinary understanding. Generally, when you think of someone loving, it's someone outside loving me. And somehow we meet in a moment or in an event. Okay? But the quality of love is that when you love someone, you in fact want to be at one with that person. If you are worrying about someone, you want to be one with them. You want to be not simply be there with them, but when you are concerned with someone, you are somehow drawn into their concern, their experience. And that's what we mean when we speak of empathy as opposed to compassion. We speak about people who really do care. It's not a patronizing sense of there's a need, I will provide, but I care for you in such a way that I feel with you, I'm at one with you, my need to help you is caught up somehow in my experience of you. Okay? That's part of what it is to be human. That's why there are differing degrees of concern that we have for people. Everyone has concern for what's happening to the people in the Sudan. But it's different to if your mother, your brother, your sister, or your son or daughter, something happened to them if they were dying. A different kind of concern. A different kind of concern is because there is a profounder union. Okay? And the experience is not an experience of the poor people there, but your experience of that person's need is also an experience of your own need. Have you noticed that? When there is in fact love there, what you experience is now no longer, I love you, I want to help you. But it's also an experience with yourself. It's not only that that person has a need, but in your empathy, you know you have a need. You want to look at that more carefully, look at another one of the Carmelite saints, Teresa Benedicta of the Cross, or Edith Stein. Okay, so that's that extraordinary sense of what happens when there's love, that sense of already the beginnings of the experience of union. John says, when I experience, in fact, these profound desires, I realize that they are coming from within, they affect me from within, I'm impelled from within. And he says, why? Because just as when I love, I long to be at one with the other. When God loves, he can only love by being at one with me. Because he doesn't have to long to be at one with me. He, when he loves, is at one with me. God's love and who I am are the same. They're not identical. I have to be careful, otherwise I'll have the Maras down the back accusing me of heresy. But it's certainly true that when God loves me, his love is at one with me. Okay? God's love isn't, oh, let sun shine on him today and all this, that and the other. But for God to love me means that God somehow unites himself with me. God's love is part of me, fills me. God can't love you externally. It's impossible. God's love fills the world. God's love fills who you are. And John says that experience of his love now begins as an experience from inside out. We talked about that last week, about John's fundamental experience of God is an inside-to-out experience rather than an outside-to-in experience. We'll look more about that probably next week when we look at another act, if not next week, the following week. Depends, I have to start counting the number of days we've got. Okay, let's now come back to the poem and we'll wind up at this point. Where have you hidden, beloved, and left me longing? You fled like the stag after wounding me. That we've covered. The human person is a person who has been wounded by the love of God, and they understand themselves through this desire that they are looking, they are seeking. What they are seeking they've not yet found, and most don't even know what they're seeking, but it is the beloved. It is that alone which will satisfy them. John's next line is, you fled like the stag after wounding me. He's saying, this desire, this wound which impels me, is your work. You've done this to me. You've defined me as someone who will only be content when I have you. You've defined me in such a way that everything about me, if I am to be truly human, must be a path which leads to you, because nothing else will satisfy me. The last line, I went out calling you when you were gone, and that's the problem. I have this experience, I'm looking for you, but I can't find you, you're not there. John, now in this stanza, says this. O then, soul most beautiful among all the creatures. Wonderful thing he says about the soul. There's nothing more beautiful in the whole of God's creation than you, what John is saying. That's his understanding of what it is to be me and what it is for you to be you. You are the most beautiful of everything that God made. John will say elsewhere, and he would come and die just for you. Now, what extraordinary beauty you must have in the eyes of God. So anxious to know the dwelling place of your beloved, that you may go in quest of him and be united with him. Okay? You're the most beautiful of all the creatures, and you are anxious to find your beloved so as to be united with him. Now we are telling you that you yourself are his dwelling and secret chamber and hiding place. This is something of immense gladness for you, to see that all your good and hope is so close to you as to be within you, or better, that you cannot be without him. Powerful, isn't it? What John is saying. And because this is so, what I want to tell you now is everything which you desire and want is already within you. That's why you desire and want it, because it's in you and you don't yet have it. It's almost like these computers, they've got all these programs in them, and unless you turn them on, it never happens. It's like that. All this is already in you. And unless you can find a way of turning on the switch, it'll never happen. You'll never be who you're meant to be, John is saying. And the way that the switch we turn on, God starts from within to move you, so that through your own freedom, you will turn yourself on, so that God will be manifest in who you are. Because in the end, what we are being called to be united with God, we are people who will show forth not our talents or our vices or all sorts of things, but you are called to show me who God is. That's your calling. What you are is, and what I am is, nothing less than God. John. This is his understanding of a human being. I don't know of any higher understanding of a human being. You are a capacity for God, but this God already dwells within you. And every one of your experiences in some way moves you in freedom, with grace, with prayer, with the life of virtue, moves you to the possibility of this God who is within you coming alive, so that you won't simply be who yourself, but you and God will be one. Wonderful. What are you? Small g God, not big G God. You're not a God. You're not the God. But you're called to make present, to manifest the glory of God. St. Irenaeus, the glory of God is a human being fully realized. John of the Cross couldn't have agreed more. And the glory of a human being is to see God. And this is what it is to be human. And every human capacity now for John is directed towards this end, because any other possibility is short-selling yourself. Why? We'll come back to that after we've had our tea break. Sorry, there's a question. One question only, because we have our tea break. I need to drink something.
Sorry, Father, I was just going to say that Carolyn Jones had a program, The Search for Meaning, and I think that when you find God, you end up with the meaning.
The problem is, if you've found God, it's not God.
Well,
that's what St. John of the Cross would say.
But I mean, through St. John of the Cross and some of the other saints, you can find the proper definition of God.
On the other hand, I think I can say you can find Jesus Christ, who is God. Because we can keep on plumbing the depths of who Christ is. You are now moved to live a life which will eventually lead you to love him through your own choice, through your own freedom. Very sneaky kind of God, isn't it? A God who says, I want you to be free so that you will choose me. But I know that unless I help you, you won't choose me. And what God does is to love. And God loves me in such a way that he moves my heart to begin to respond. So, it means that for any person, even for the person who doesn't believe in God, if they are moved to horror at injustice, and they desire justice in the world and peace, they are being moved by an experience of the love of God to move towards what God is, which is justice, peace and truth. As the Second Vatican Council tells us, everyone who, even though they don't believe in God, so long as they seek after the truth, are seeking after Christ. So what St. Irenaeus said, not St. Irenaeus, St. Justin Martyr said, almost 900 years ago now, he said the same kind of thing. All those who seek the truth must be following Christ, whether they know it or not. So that the very desire for truth, the very desire for justice, is something, yes, profoundly human, but where does it come from? It is Christ loving this person so much that they now are moved to respond. To put it another way, it's almost as if, as the example that I like to give, you have a glass of water on a table, and you pour water in, and it fills the glass, and it overflows, and suddenly it's running across the table and falling onto the floor. When the human person starts to not only feel emptiness or anguish, but the emptiness and anguish starts now to move them towards something, the water is so overflowed that they are now awake to something. And that's the love of Christ, having to keep on pouring things into my emptiness until it so overflows that I feel within myself a response. The response now leads me on, it now moves me. And that's, for John, is simply a universal human experience, isn't it? Now, of course, you've got more difficult ones like suffering and so on, which we might look at next week. But whatever they are experiences which seek some kind of fulfillment or completion. Okay? And that end which they seek is what John would speak of as the beloved. And he would say within the context of freedom then, because I'm moved by freedom, that is a profound experience of myself, which so moves me in my freedom towards that which I'm made for. It moves me towards my own fulfillment and completion, because a human being is simply an emptiness longing to be filled by God. Now, I'll pause to see if you've got any questions, because I've been babbling on for about 35 minutes. That's my reading of John defining what a human being is. John doesn't say, he's not a philosopher, I define a human being as. But when you look at what he says about soul, as he says in stanza 1 of the spiritual canticle, some beautiful descriptions of the soul in stanza 1 of the canticle. Actually, I'll give it to you after the next bit, because they'll make more sense when I get to the next bit, which is the indwelling. So I'll come to that next. Any other thoughts or questions that make sense? Yes.
Would humanity be feeling any degree of emptiness, as you described, pre-Garden of Eden?
That's what St. Augustine speaks as the prelapsarian problem, for which he said, I don't think I'm qualified to answer. And if St. Augustine wasn't qualified to answer, I dare not. But I will hazard something if you've asked him. What was the experience before that? They still did not yet have what the saints would speak of as vision of God. So there was still something incomplete.
I haven't read the Beatitudes lately, but I came across an expression in a book, and it said that love does not force. I wonder, is that something that's
exactly
missing?
What's happening here. If we were forced, we wouldn't have freedom. And because divine love doesn't force, you can in fact reject it. So, and it happens in human life too. I can love you and you can reject the love. But how much more challenging is it if God loves me and I reject it, but I can reject it. I know I can because I have. So, yes, indeed, true love doesn't force, because this is the nature of God. It's part of the mystery. But people will say, well, why did God make this in such a way that we had to choose? Because it means that if there is such a place as heaven and I get there, it'll be mine. Whereas if I didn't have this freedom, it wouldn't be mine. I would be God's. I would belong to God. But with freedom, yes, I do belong to God, but God, as St. John of the Cross says, is mine also. You might think, oh, that's a bit challenging, isn't it? So I'll read you what it says, if I can find it quickly. Mine are the heavens and mine is the earth. Mine are the nations, the just are mine and mine the sinners. The angels are mine and the mother of God, and all things are mine. And God himself is mine and for me, because Christ is mine and all for me. What John of the Cross is saying is, and Christ belongs to me. Only a mystic can write that. And that at the core of that is, love doesn't force. And because love doesn't force, in the next life, it's not simply that I will be there as a possession of God, but God will be mine. Because if God weren't mine in the next life, I'm really not there. I'm just like a plate in a cupboard that people look at. But yes, but we will see what union means later on. Any other thoughts or questions? Okay, we'll move on for about another 10, 15 minutes and have a break. So, a human being is characterized this way. What am I? I am, it's a bit like the yin and yang. You know that Chinese symbol? It's also in the Korean flag, a circle with a squiggle in the middle. One side is God, one side is me. And we have that given to us most profoundly in the person of Jesus Christ, who is one person, two natures, divine and human. And because this is Christ, it only makes sense that for each of us as human beings, we are incomplete until what we are is completed by being filled by Christ, by God. And every human longing, as no one has with us, this. And that experience of the longing is in fact have an experience of the love of Christ. John is very strong in specifying that, so that we know, in fact, that this which we experience is not apart from the love of Christ, but what moves us on. And for someone who, like John or Teresa, really love Christ, move them on to do profound and often silly things, as people do for those that they love. Okay, John now goes on to take another wonderful step, and that is to say, I want to tell you more, he says. Not only is this experience which you have an experience of being loved by Christ, but I will tell you where the experience comes from, so as to further understand what it is to be a human being. The experience, as we all know about these kind of experiences, are not experiences which seem to come from the outside. The text that we have in Scripture is the love of Christ urges us, impels us. It's a powerful word. It's not that the love of Christ draws us. We could have used that word, and it would have had a profound meaning too. Or the love of Christ attracts us. But it's the love of Christ impels us. Impulse. The love of Christ is something which moves us from within. And when we hear that, many people suddenly say, yeah, that makes sense. Because my emptiness is not something which is brought on from outside. It seems something which emerges from deep within. Even people's anger seems to come from caverns deep within. Okay? All of these things which we're talking about are certainly experiences which seem to emerge from within. Again, everything I'm saying to you is not particularly profound, because if you stop to think about it, you say, yeah, that seems to be so. And John says it comes from within because we are called to union, to be united with the beloved. But I would tell you where this beloved is. This beloved is already dwelling in your soul. John's understanding of what it means to be loved by God, to be loved by Christ now, is an extraordinary understanding. Generally, when you think of someone loving, it's someone outside loving me. And somehow we meet in a moment or in an event. Okay? But the quality of love is that when you love someone, you in fact want to be at one with that person. You know, if you are worrying about someone, you want to be one with them. You want to be not simply be there with them, but when you are concerned with someone, you are somehow drawn into their concern, their experience. And that's what we mean when we speak of empathy as opposed to compassion. We speak about people who really do care. It's not a patronizing sense of there's a need I will provide, but I care for you in such a way that I feel with you, I'm at one with you, my need to help you is caught up somehow in my experience of you. Okay? That's part of what it is to be human. That's why there are differing degrees of concern that we have for people. Everyone has concern for what's happening to the people in the Sudan. But it's different to if your mother, your brother, your sister, or your son or daughter, something happened to them, if they were dying. A different kind of concern. A different kind of concern is because there is a profounder union. Okay? And the experience is not an experience of the poor people there, but your experience of that person's need is also an experience of your own need. Have you noticed that? When there is in fact love there, what you experience is now no longer, I love you, I want to help you. But it's also an experience of yourself. It's not only that that person has a need, but in your empathy, you know you have a need. You want to look at that more carefully, look at another one of the Carmelite saints, Teresa Benedict of the Cross, or Edith Stein. Okay, so that's that extraordinary sense of what happens when there's love, that sense of already the beginnings of the experience of union. John says, when I experience, in fact, these profound desires, I realize that they are coming from within, they affect me from within, I'm impelled from within. And he says, why? Because just as when I love, I long to be at one with the other. When God loves, he can only love by being at one with me. Because he doesn't have to long to be at one with me. He, when he loves, is at one with me. God's love and who I am are the same. They're not identical. Have to be careful, otherwise I'll have the Maras down the back accusing me of heresy. But it's certainly true that when God loves me, his love is at one with me. Okay? God's love isn't, I'll let sun shine on him today and all this, that and the other. But for God to love me means that God somehow unites himself with me. God's love is part of me, fills me. God can't love you externally. It's impossible. God's love fills the world. God's love fills who you are. And John says that experience of his love now begins as an experience from inside out. We talked about that last week, about John's fundamental experience of God as an inside to out experience rather than an outside to in experience. We'll look more about that probably next week when we look at another aspect, if not next week, the following week. Depends, I have to start counting the number of days we've got. Okay, let's now come back to the poem and we'll wind up at this point. Where have you hidden, beloved, and left me longing? You fled like the stag after wounding me. That we've covered. The human person is a person who has been wounded by the love of God. And they understand themselves through this desire that they are looking, they are seeking. What they are seeking they've not yet found, and most don't even know what they're seeking, but it is the beloved. It is that alone which will satisfy them. John's next line is, you fled like the stag after wounding me. He's saying, this desire, this wound which impels me, is your work. You've done this to me. You've defined me as someone who will only be content when I have you. You've defined me in such a way that everything about me, if I am to be truly human, must be a path which leads to you, because nothing else will satisfy me. The last line, I went out calling you when you were gone, and that's the problem. I have this experience, I'm looking for you, but I can't find you, you're not there. John, now in this stanza, says this. O then, soul most beautiful among all the creatures. Wonderful thing he says about the soul. There's nothing more beautiful in the whole of God's creation than you, what John is saying. That's his understanding of what it is to be me and what it is for you to be you. You are the most beautiful of everything that God made. John will say elsewhere, and he would come and die just for you. Now, what extraordinary beauty you must have in the eyes of God. So anxious to know the dwelling place of your beloved, that you may go in quest of him and be united with him. Okay? You're the most beautiful of all the creatures, and you are anxious to find your beloved so as to be united with him. Now we are telling you that you yourself are his dwelling and secret chamber and hiding place. This is something of immense gladness for you, to see that all your good and hope is so close to you as to be within you, or better, that you cannot be without him. Powerful, isn't it? What John is saying. And because this is so, what I want to tell you now is everything which you desire and want is already within you. That's why you desire and want it, because it's in you and you don't yet have it. It's almost like these computers. They've got all these programs in them, and unless you turn them on, it never happens. It's like that. All this is already in you. And unless you can find a way of turning on the switch, it'll never happen. You'll never be who you're meant to be, John is saying. And the way that the switch we turn on, God starts from within to move you so that through your own freedom you will turn yourself on, so that God will be manifest in who you are. Because in the end, what we are being called to be united with God, we are people who will show forth not our talents or our vices or all sorts of things, but you are called to show me who God is. That's your calling. What you are is, and what I am is, nothing less than God. This is his understanding of a human being. I don't know of any higher understanding of a human being. You are a capacity for God, but this God already dwells within you. And every one of your experiences in some way moves you in freedom, with grace, with prayer, with the life of virtue, moves you to the possibility of this God who is within you coming alive, so that you won't simply be who yourself, but you and God will be one. Wonderful. What are you? Small g God, not big G God. You're not a God. You're not the God. But you're called to make present, to manifest the glory of God. At Irenaeus, the glory of God is a human being fully realized. John of the Cross couldn't have agreed more. And the glory of a human being is to see God. And this is what it is to be human. And every human capacity now for John is directed towards this end, because any other possibility is short-selling yourself. Why? We'll come back to that after we've had our tea break. Sorry, there's a question. One question only, because we have our tea break. I need to bring something.
Sorry, Father, I was just going to say that Carolyn Jones had a program, The Search for Meaning, and I think that when you find God, you end up with the meaning.
The problem is, if you've found God, it's not God.
Well,
that's what St. John of the Cross would say.
But I mean, through St. John of the Cross and some of the other saints, you can find the proper definition of God.
On the other hand, I think I can say you can find Jesus Christ, who is God. Because we can keep on plumbing the depths of who Christ is. Okay, let's have our tea break.
Aquinas Academy, 2004. An Introduction to St. John of the Cross by Father Greg Homing of the Discalced Carmelite Community in Barraville. This is Session 3, Tape 1.
And the Father, the Son, and Holy Spirit. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. St. John of the Cross. And Holy Spirit. Okay, I've been treating you very kindly up until this evening, and tonight we're going to launch into some more difficult parts of John of the Cross. And next week will be a lighter week, please God, and the following week will be a hard week. So today I intend going through, for those of you who know John's writings, basically the whole of the first book of the Ascent of Mount Carmel, which is 14 chapters. But we're not going to go through it like that in 14 chapters, but to give you basically what John is talking about in the first book of the Ascent of Mount Carmel, which is an extraordinarily important work for the spiritual life. Next week, I hope to look at the place of beauty, the experience of God, and the response to grace. Write that down in case I forget, so when I come in next week you can remind me what I'm meant to talk about. And in the last week, I'll probably look at the dark night. I'm leaving that to last for purposefully, really, because it's a very difficult part of John's writing, and unless you've got so many other things under your belt, you'll misunderstand his teaching on the dark night. Okay, last week I ended by, I suppose, talking about the soul, the human person, and I spoke about the way that the soul can be moved in different directions. What I want to begin with is to touch base again with that experience which we can have of our own selves, which is the way that we experience ourselves through our own desires. Okay? It's one of the profound ways that I know something about myself, by knowing the things that I want. Okay? There are so many people who spend their whole life daydreaming, which means they spend their whole life in their own desires, often without any fulfillment of those desires. But what I want, what I desire, what I hope for, is a very important aspect of my life. And indeed, John of the Cross would say, the ultimate thing that I hope for, in fact, is the ultimate determinant of my life. What my fundamental hope is that I might see and know God. And that, in fact, defines who I am as a human being. I'm called, I'm made by God to know the living God. And that's my basic desire and hope. That said, that is a peculiar desire which we seldom experience, and many people aren't even aware of. But we are aware of all the other desires. So if you were to speak to a person about their day, and that you could work out that person's day or the kind of person that person is by asking them what they want, what their desires are. Because so much we are defined by our different desires. Now, people, as I said last week, can spend so much time simply trying to live and to satisfy those desires. And one of the great truths which, from the Buddha onwards, all humanity has known, is that those desires can't be satisfied, which is why last week we looked more deeply to the basic desire for God. But I want to begin tonight by taking you back to the experience of all these many desires which you have. You know, how many of you sometime in the last week have thought about buying something? I did today. I went out and I bought something. It cost me, and I walked and walked and walked and walked to save, 20 cents, 50 cents. It cost me $1.75. And Michael said to me, you probably wore $2 off your shoes to save that 20 cents. But we spend so much time working out things because of our desires. You know how we waste time? How much time do you waste buying something? How much time do you waste working out what to buy? How much time do people waste just dreaming about what they might buy but never can afford to buy? How much time do people waste just, I suppose, amusing themselves on television or computers? How much time is wasted just organizing things? We spend so much time because we're dragged in so many directions. And John of the Cross says this about this soul. What more do you want, O soul, and what else do you search for outside, when within yourself you possess your riches, delight, satisfaction, fullness, and kingdom, your beloved whom you desire and seek? Be joyful and gladden in your interior recollection with him, for you have him so close to you. Desire him there, adore him there. Do not go in pursuit of him outside yourself. You will only become distracted and wearied thereby, and you shall not find him or enjoy him more securely or sooner or more intimately than by seeking him within you. John, in fact, knows this human experience of distractedness, of being preoccupied, of being drawn in many directions by different tugs on the heart. You know, you can go through them. We could put a whole list of the things which exist in all of our lives, even in holy Discalced Carmelites. We've got the same problems. And even if we do satisfy some of these desires, they never satisfy the human heart. And as John of the Cross says quite clearly, not only do they not satisfy you, if they do satisfy you, it's always for such a brief period of time that thereafter you in fact hunger more than you did before you tried to satisfy that previous desire. The Greeks have that in their story of King Midas. It's something which comes down to us in so many mythologies, from so many cultures, that the human appetite is never satisfied. John's answer is a simple answer, which other cultures have given us also. And the answer is that in order to satisfy the human appetite, we have to try not to satisfy it. There's a kind of it's a paradox, isn't it? Because the more that you try to meet your desires, the more you're going to desire. And the more that you try to meet your desires, the harder it is the next time to satisfy the same desire. Look at what happens with children. They want something to distract them. You give them what they want, and the next time around, that's not going to satisfy them. The next thing's going to cost the parents more money. And on it goes. It just builds up. Because this is the nature of the human heart. It's just grasping. It won't be satisfied, and the more it's given, the more that it wants. It's the same thing with every other kind of desire which is let loose. The desire for power, lust, greed, all of them. It's just, John of the Cross knows quite well that they're bottomless pits. And if you want to tap into someone who probably experienced those desires that way, you read St. Teresa of Avila, who experienced as an adolescent, certainly, that sense in which she could be just absorbed by something and so preoccupied that there was no way for her to break out of it. Or as other saints, but like St. Teresa of Lisieux, at the age of 14, the only way she was able to break out of a narcissistic disposition, which was simply a preoccupation with herself, was that Christ broke in and broke the chain. And she knew so well that if he hadn't have broken through, she would have gone on and got worse and worse and worse and worse. This is what we speak of as addiction, isn't it? This addictive behavior. Now, most people don't become addicts in that sense of the word, but this experience of desire is where I simply want to begin with St. John of the Cross. Now, let's look at these desires, because on the basis of what we spoke of last week, the answer is quite simple. We have to take the desire for Christ, which is the underlying desire, and have this desire preoccupy us. We have to integrate all the other desires around the desire for Christ. It's very easily put in principle, but it's very hard to do it. And as John of the Cross says, that the only way that you can do that somehow is by doing something about those other desires on the one hand, and on the other hand, trying to foster the desire for Christ so that will grow. And as we said last week, part of the answer to this is realizing that the Christ that we desire already dwells within our soul. That's what we spoke about last week when we mentioned the indwelling of the Holy Trinity. Okay, so we did that last week, and I know that you've gone away and studied all your notes, and you know that perfectly well. So I won't even embarrass you by asking you questions because you're sure to have the answers. Okay. What is the desire that John is talking about? Because I want to begin this evening by starting to analyze the desire. Well, first of all, to say that I desire something generally means that underlying the desire is a certain capacity. Okay? You can only want to see delightful things because you have the capacity to see. Okay? If you couldn't see, if you were born blind, the desire to see beautiful things wouldn't really be a desire. Desires are all based upon some kind of underlying capacity. If the capacity wasn't there, there wouldn't be a desire. And in fact, we can say, and it's good thinking about your desires this way, to see your desire as pointing to a capacity, pointing to a human possibility, because it's the beginnings of starting to work with your desires. The person who is simply living at the brutish level experiences a desire and simply seeks to satisfy that desire without even reflecting upon it. But upon reflection, for every desire you will find that there is some kind of capacity or possibility there. Okay? So, what's one? The desire to have things your own way. Underlying that is the capacity to organize and to control things. So when you try to have things your own way, in fact what you're doing is meeting something which attaches to a capacity. Now that desire, we can, when we think about it in terms of capacities, speak of more technically, in John's language, not as a desire anymore, but as an appetite. An appetite. Now, John uses the word appetite. In today's language, the only appetite you have is for something to eat. Okay? But John comes from a different age, and he uses a word which is appetite. So when you read his writings and you see the word appetite, put down equals desire. Okay? Now, one thing that we can say about every capacity that we have as a human being, every human capacity that I have has been given to me by God. And it is a simple truth to say that every capacity is good. Because God didn't make me with any bad capacities. Okay? And other forms of Christianity which would say that these capacities are bad. The true Orthodox Catholic position is every capacity is for good. Ad majorem Dei gloriam. Everything that God has made is to bring me to a more complete, a more total appreciation of the living God. For no other reason. Every capacity that God has built into me, He's put there, so that through that I might be able to love, know, and adore Him more profoundly. And there isn't one capacity put there which isn't for that purpose. Well, if it was, it's a very bizarre kind of a God, isn't it? That He would make us and put something in there which was bad. It's profoundly stupid the way some people think. To think that there could be some part of you and me which was fundamentally bad, and therefore in principle should simply be shunned. And even though the church might speak haltingly about sexuality, these capacities are for the good, for no other reason than that they bring us to God. And to say that they have any other reason is well, I would simply say heresy. Because to say that is simply to say that the God's made us with the capacity which won't bring me to love God more. And in fact, that's precisely what Humanae Vitae in its core was trying to say. That all capacities given to us by God are at the service of love. It's simply that. That's all it was trying to say. That's the core teaching of Humanae Vitae, but most people miss the core teaching. Everything that I am, which I'm made for, is to bring me to love God, to love you, to love myself. No other reason. And there's nothing, I emphasize, for John of the Cross, there is There is nothing about me or you that won't bring me to love God more. But of course, everyone's going to put up their hand and say, but in me, there is this part of me which quite obviously in my experience of myself is not bringing me to love God more. What's wrong? And John of the Cross would say, there's nothing wrong with the capacity, but it's the way that you experience the capacity. It's the way that you experience your desire. It's the desire which is problematic for you, not the capacity. Okay? So you've got people who, young people, kids in their teens who I have a lot of kids coming to me to confession who are looking at pornography on the internet. And once they get onto it, they can't get off it. It must be one of the worst things around these days. And I point out to them, God's given you eyes, you have a capacity to see. The problem is, the way that your desire to see is impacting upon you is there's something wrong there. So I'm not going to tell you to pluck out your eyes. The eyes aren't the problem. It's what you want to do with your eyes which is the problem. It's the desire which is at issue. Or as John would say, it's the appetite which has somehow gone wrong. And he will speak about that, and the next word is very understandable, as a disordered appetite. So now to look at all the desires correctly, what stops me from coming to perfect relationship with God, because as we begin to look at the first book of the Ascent, John writes this for those of us who seek perfection. Okay, that's a powerful thing to look for, but it's what every Christian should be aiming at somewhere. Even though you mightn't say, right now, I want perfection now. Behind it all, I wouldn't mind to arrive at perfection somewhere. So behind it all is that. Now, what have we got then? We have a desire for Christ, which is at this stage fundamentally hidden, and it needs to grow. But one of the reasons that it's hidden is because the only desires that I'm aware of tend to be so often disordered desires, disordered appetites. So what's the obvious thing to do? To try to now walk that path by which I can now start to bring order into my life. Because the answer, John would say, if there was proper order in your life, you would be like Mary or Jesus. Yes, you would experience all these appetites, and you would experience temptation, yes, but you would not be moved to respond to them. Okay? We all think, gosh, or sometimes I think, gosh, I wish I could be like that, but sometimes I think, I wouldn't mind following one of my disordered appetites. That's the very nature of them. But if we were in a perfect state, then there would be a fundamental order around those appetites. And every appetite would be used correctly. Every appetite would be used in a humanizing fashion. Every use of every appetite would simply make me more human. Okay? But it's quite clear that that's not the case now. So the answer for John lies in saying we need to do something about the disordered appetite. Is that kind of clear what John's saying? Does that make any sense? Or is it only clear about me? Am I the only one am I and Father Michael the only two that experience disordered appetites? Okay, no questions about that? Because I want to move on and put that on hold to put something else in place first, because what I ultimately want to do after the tea break is turn to the powerful chapter 13 of the first book of the Ascent of Mount Carmel. So let's take note of what we've got for the moment, and I'll use the board at this stage, because there are some very important technical things that we need to get in place for John of the Cross. The first is the sense of an appetite. And here we're talking about ordered appetite and disordered appetite. And we're only looking at disordered ones, and they're the ones which we are quite aware of. And they're the ones which, well, let me give you another example of a disordered appetite. It's not simply the way you think that you can have appetites where if you follow them, you fall into what the world generally speaks of as sin. You can have a disordered appetite to do good, which means that you can be so intent upon loving and doing good for your neighbour that you just drop dead. You're not looking after yourself. There's a great disorder there. In other words, I won't find time to eat or sleep because there are so many poor people out there. I'll just keep working for them, and in 2 weeks' time I'm dead. That's a disordered appetite. You can also have a disordered appetite in a thirst for knowledge, where that can be your sole concern that nothing else matters to you. So it's not that the object of the appetite in itself is wrong, but the disordered appetite is the appetite is just out of place. It's out of kilter. It's not operating as it should. So it's not simply about wanting things that you shouldn't have. So I need to put that correction in, because otherwise you're only thinking of the sexies and the eaties and those kind of things. But, I could have a disordered appetite for God, which means all I want to do as a discount comer is spend my whole day in the chapel gazing at the tabernacle. In the meantime, someone outside's having a stroke. Don't bother me. I'm talking to God. It's a good thing to want to pray. It's a good thing to be in there praying. But that's a disordered appetite. Okay? And so when we speak about disordered appetite, it's not simply about wanting bad things. It's that same kind of thing where a person is a workaholic. They've got no time for their family. Well, work's a good thing. You have to earn money for your family. But if all you're doing is working, you've got no time for your family, there's a disorder there. Okay? So it covers all things. And what we're basically looking at is that, and you can detect disordered appetites because your life is in disequilibrium. Okay? We won't come to look at that today, or probably disequilibrium is a topic of another area. Disequilibrium is a very important pointer in the spiritual life. And you want to have a look at your spiritual life, you must look at the whole of your life and see what kind of balance it's in. St. Teresa of Avila would have been very, very, she would have emphasized that. If you want to talk to me about your spiritual life, tell me about your life in general, she would say. Because otherwise you're probably going to spiritualize your life for me. And of course it's going to sound very good. Okay, so let's get back to this. What I want to turn to now is what's behind these things. Behind an appetite is what I spoke of as a capacity. Okay? You have the appetite is the way that the capacity goes into operation. Because the capacity for John of the Cross, within the context of freedom, doesn't go into automatic pilot, but rather it knocks on the door of your mind and says, hey, what are you going to do about it? And then you choose to do something. Okay, so that's basically what happens. So you have a capacity to learn Spanish. Okay, you desire to learn Spanish, so then you do go and study Spanish. I've got a capacity to learn many languages, but I don't have the desire to learn them all. So it's the appetite or the desire which, within the context of freedom, moves me to bring that capacity into, I don't want to use technical words, which moves me to use that capacity, I suppose, isn't it? So we've got that with all kinds of things. You can go home tonight and you've got the capacity to bake a cake. I don't, but you might have. You might think, yeah, I'd like to have a cake tomorrow morning for breakfast. You desire, so then you go and make the cake. So that's this is what John speaks of in his language as a power. That's simply what the capacity is. You exercise it, the appetite or the desire kind of moves you to use the power, and when you use the power, John says, you are acting. Okay? So that's when you're doing something in John's language. When you do it enough, it becomes a habit for you. And habits, and actually what I want to look at this point, habits are very important. What do I mean by a habit? Many of you have heard this example, and I've given it in many places. I have the habit of the English language, which means that when I was born, I had the capacity to speak English. As a child, I had the desire to express myself, to be understood, and the language which was spoken around me was English, and therefore the way that I expressed myself and learnt what was happening was through the English language. That was the activity of that capacity to speak, and then eventually it became my language, and then I had the habit of it. Some years ago, I had to go to a meeting of the order, and I was in Rome, and a good friend of mine bought me, because he knew I was going to be in Rome, one of these tickets which you can use on the Italian rail system, which surprisingly works brilliantly. And on this ticket I could travel 1,500 kilometres, which, as Italy's so small, I only travelled about 600 kilometres, but anyway. So you just take it to the station, they stamp it, and you get on the train. So I was speaking to them in the general house, and they said, go to Verona, it's very nice. Okay, so I went and took it down there, and they said there'll be someone there to meet you at the station. So I arrived at Verona station, and there was a man dressed just like me. I wasn't dressed like this, because when we travelled in mufti. And he was there in his habit waiting for me, so I knew he was waiting for me. At least I thought to myself, if he isn't, it'd be a bit embarrassing. So I went up to him, and it was, and he said hello, and he said, Sono Padre Antonio Crespatino. I said, sì. And we talked a bit, and that was nice. And so we got into the car, and he drove back, and I thought, this man doesn't speak a word of English. What he did, he said to me, hello, I am Father Antonio. How are you? I said, very well. Anyway, so we go back, and at that stage I had very little Italian. And I'm thinking, well, not to. I remember when we get home, I've been told there are 6 in the community. There's sure to be someone there who can speak English. And I get back to the monastery. It's a lovely old church just outside the old walls of Verona, which means it's about 5 minutes walk from the arena in Verona. Beautiful, beautiful place. And they all come out to meet me as I arrive, and I realise why Antonio came to the station to meet me, because he's the only one that's got half a dozen words of English in the whole community. So that meant that I had this book, and I did Latin at school for 5 years, but I'd spent about a month before coming to Italy just trying to go through this book. So I would use my train pass, so I'd go out and come back, and every day I'd come back, and there was this old brother in the kitchen who would sit there, and he would spend an hour talking to me in Italian with great patience, drawing the Italian out of me. It was like squeezing blood out of a stone, but he was patient. And as the days went on, I was able to carry on basic Italian conversation. He said to me, as I left, he said, you should have stayed for a month. In a month's time, you would speak Italian reasonably well, but I could only stay for a week. But by the end I was talking about we don't have kangaroos jumping down George Street, and talking about the tax system and all sorts of bits and pieces that you can slowly build up. But it was so difficult because when I got back to the general house, Father John Sullivan was there, and he spoke in English. Now, by the end of my time in Verona, I was able to communicate in Italian, but I didn't have the habit of the Italian language. When I got back to Rome, I spoke in English to someone because I had the habit of English. When you have the habit of the language, you don't even have to think about it. It's simply part of you. To have the habit is simply to have it. You've got the habit of driving. I drove into the city today and I can't remember what I did, which is probably good, because if I could, it would probably meant that I was thinking at every step what to do next with my hands and my feet. When you have the habit of something, it's just part of you. Now, habits are very important then in the spiritual life, because if a disordered appetite, if my experience of this particular capacity or power is through a disordered appetite, and I respond in a disordered way, that will eventually become a habit in my life. And it will be there in my way of being and doing things without my even having to think about it or advert to it. And that's a big problem. We have disordered habits. And the terrible thing about disordered habits is we fundamentally don't even know about them. If you know that something is wrong, that's in fact a great leap forward. You're pointed in the right direction. But things can become habitual in your life in such a way that you're not even aware of it. What's an example? The kind of example that St. Teresa would give would go something like this. Someone says something to you, and your immediate way of being is to make yourself look good. Okay, I'm not saying that you're going to tell a lie. I'm not talking about people who tell white lies to protect themselves, because that's worse. And everyone says it's not bad. John of the Cross says there's no distinction between bad and not bad. It's all bad if you're trying to seek perfection. So you've got a person who simply within themselves wants to look better than they are, or wants to look good. And in all circumstances, what happens? They try to show themselves to look good. In fact, what's happened, John of the Cross would say here, this is a disordered appetite. Because in fact, you're being moved to be and to look this way or that way on the basis of wanting to look good, which is in principle a disordered appetite. But it's so part of you now that you don't even think about it. It's a habit in your life. What can such a person do in order to seek perfection? Part of what they will have to do in the movement towards growth in the spiritual life will be to attend to such a habit. Do you see what I'm talking about? I'm sure you never expected me to talk about things like this, because only a discount Carmelite will speak about such things, because most people would say, oh, don't worry about them. I'm talking about these because unless you can understand this, you'll never know what it means to put in place good habits in the spiritual life. And in fact, so often, what impedes my movement in the spiritual life, and simply in becoming a better human being, is not the areas of my life that I'm aware of, that can often be habits which are simply in place. For those of you who live in community, you will know exactly what I mean. People who live in community, they're good people, but there are things about them which make them impossible people to live in community with. And it's not that they're doing anything sinful or wrong, but it's an habitual way which is such that something about them is simply focused upon themselves, and they've lost sight of it. They're not even aware of it. This can happen in families as well. You see it in workplaces as well. You see it all over the place. And I suppose many of you are saying, I can't put my finger on, there's something wrong with this person. John of the Cross would immediately walk into the situation and he would say exactly what the problem was. Very difficult to deal with it, but we have to begin by starting to talk about these things. Okay, can you see what I'm talking about? Okay, I want to move on from here because these are kind of preliminary things so that I can get to chapter 13, which is the powerful chapter of the first book of the Ascent sometime in the next session. Any questions about either of the things we've spoken about at this point? Desires, appetites, and these kind of habits. Make sense? I told you tonight would be a hard night. Next week will be easier. I'm trying to kind of distribute difficulty with fun. Okay, let's move on. What I want to do now is to do what John of the Cross does, and John, in fact, is a very astute psychologist. That's part of the power of the man. I know a Jungian psychologist. He used to be president of the Jungian Society. He did his degree at the Jungian Institute in Zurich. He's a Catholic, a member of our secular order. And what he said to me was, he said, I'm amazed at how much of what Jung, what I thought was original to Jung, in fact, is to be found in John of the Cross. Which is not surprising, really, because, I mean, all we're doing is reflecting upon the experience of what it is to be a human being. That's all John is doing, is reflecting upon the experience of what it is to be a human being. Now, what John tries to do in going below this, he wants to look at the dynamics of how appetites become habits, and how appetites, the use and misuse of appetites, impact upon my freedom as a human being. Because evidently, if I allow disordered appetites to run, eventually I will have a disordered habit, and that will mean that I am lessened in some way as a human being. It doesn't mean that I'm less of a human being, but it means that the flourishing of my humanity has been diminished. Okay, so I'm not talking about you being less of a human being, but you're not flourishing as a human being. And that's particularly the case when a disordered appetite becomes a disordered habit. So let's see how that happens. And this part, I think, you will find very revealing. Because if we reflect upon it, you will see, yes, that's in fact what happens in me when I make the wrong choices or do the wrong things. Because when I use a disordered appetite, it is, in ordinary parlance, when you today or tomorrow use your capacity incorrectly or give in to a disordered desire, you will find that it will have this kind of impact on you. John of the Cross understands the soul, the internal workings of the human being, through three things: intellect, memory, and will. Okay, they're very simple things. What's the will? The will is your power to choose something. Okay? You know, there are all these things that you've been going to do for years, but you've never got around to doing them. You've had them in your intellect all this time. You've been thinking about them, but because you've never got around to doing them, you never chose to do it. It never moved from the intellect to your will. On the other hand, you thought to yourself today, I think I'll go to the Aquinas Academy tonight, and you did. You chose, you willed to do it. Okay, so there are two very simple parts of the human psyche. What you in fact are thinking, and then what you do. And there certainly is a relationship between thinking and doing. Not always. There are some things which you do that you don't have to think about. Like itchy, and you stretch yourself. Or someone says good morning and you say good morning. You don't stop and say, what will I say back? It's kind of automatic. But there are many things which pass through your mind and then you choose. In other words, it means in the human person there is a line between thinking and doing. Thank God, you say, hey? Otherwise, how many people would you have murdered by now? How many people would you have strangled by now? How many people would you have given a piece of your mind to by now? So you thank God that there's a line between your intellect and your will. There's another part of us which in John's work, in fact, is absolutely important. And it's the memory. And the memory is not kind of like what you've got on the hard disk of your computer. It's not kind of a storage tank where things are. But for John, the memory is everything which is not being thought of right now, and everything which will move me to choose or do something. So the memory contains everything else about me. So it's, well, if you can think back to a very enjoyable Christmas, the memory is not simply the facts of that Christmas, but it's the feelings which you're having at the moment about that Christmas. And it's kind of the desires that are brought into place because of that, are brought into place because of the impact of the memory. In other words, the memory for John is the place where we can put the emotions, what is remembered, because when we speak about something being remembered, it's not just facts that are remembered, but it's a whole context which is contained with that. Or if you want to speak in terms of the way neurologists will speak, there are certain synaptic kind of paths which plot themselves out within the brain, which kind of electric currents go along. And each one, they're different kinds of memories which are joined together in what you might speak of as a living memory, if you want to use something like that. So they're not just facts, they're emotions, they're preferences, other thoughts, which is why when a thought comes to mind, you can often get different sensations, because they're all connected with memory. That's why memory is such a powerful thing. Incidentally, if you know John and Teresa's writings, that's also why they say that in the purification of the soul, the memory is the last part to experience the purification, because it's the part which carries everything. Okay? It's also that part which forges links between different memories. It's not that you've got disparate memories in your memory. Your memories are all linked up, and the linkage between the memory is part of your memory. Okay? And so on and so forth. So the memory is an extraordinarily complex part. And in terms of the spiritual life, is probably the most important part. Okay? So people generally, when they think of the spiritual life, think about faith and intellect and love and the will, and they pass over this. In John's writings, so much is spent looking at the memory. Okay, let's now begin by seeing how, through what happens in the memory, a misuse of the appetite impacts upon the person. Let's take a simple example that John will give. John will say, if you misuse one of your desires, if you make a wrong choice, one simple observation which you're sure to have found, the next time that situation arises, it will be easier for you to make the wrong choice. Because the impact of that misuse of that power is that when you experience the desire again, the desire so taps into the memory that it is now easier for you to choose that way. In fact, the good part about that is it's true for both. If I use an appetite, if I desire and respond to the desire a certain way, that leaves something, John says, in the memory in such a way that it will impact upon how you will exercise your will the next time round. So if you want to do something good, do it once, the next time it will be easier. If you want to do something wrong, do it once, the next time it will be easier soon. Next thing that John says is it also impacts upon the intellect, because you will find that you will suddenly start to rationalize. Have you noticed that? First time round, I shouldn't do that, whatever it is. And then get a bit of water. The next time comes around, you think, oh, well, really, was it that bad? And then, cold. And then after that, you tend to think, well, did it hurt anybody? Did anybody notice? until you find that the networks are in place in your memory in such a way that when the desire manifests itself, thank you, and the possibility is there, you will then choose to do it in such a way that eventually you'll have a disordered appetite. And what's happening there is we have something happening in the memory. Now, I'll go and read parts of John to you on this point because one thing that I'd like to do is to try to show you eventually how to read St. John of the Cross. Let's run through the ones he gives. But you know basically kind of what we're talking about. And it's a way that any choice that I make now becomes part of my history. It becomes part of who I am through my memory. And that therefore is of significance to any further future choice. And as I said, very powerfully, it can then put in place over time a disordered habit. The first thing that John says, and there are a number of things which he says that the misuse of appetites engender in the soul. The first is, well, one of the ones that we'll look at, these are a number, but we won't look at them all, is that they weary and tire the person. What happens? You get used to using appetites incorrectly. And what will happen at the next point thereafter is the next time that possibility comes out and that appetite expresses itself, you will spend so much time wondering what to do, working over that appetite. And John says that's because already something's being embedded in the memory. And what's happening is the appetite will now start to tire you. It will wear you down on one level. Until in the end someone will say, well, look, I'll just respond to the appetite this once. Because I simply now haven't got the strength to do anything about it. And John will say, well, obviously the problem with that is if you misuse that particular power to a disordered appetite, not only will it begin to wear you down, but as time goes on, it will no longer be an issue. The next thing which he says is that they darken the mind. The mind, the intellect, basically has a sense of what's right and wrong. But when you live by a disordered appetite, the only way that the intellect can some way compensate for what's happening in the memory is to align itself with the memory. And in that alignment, it will now try to tell itself that this is not wrong. Because it can't live simply with the memory going one way and the intellect saying strongly that this is wrong. What's going to happen is something's going to break. So what naturally happens is the intellect starts to bend, starts to become flexible. Or as John says, it becomes darkened or blinded in such a way that it's no longer able to guide the person. And John says that this becomes a very serious thing, because he says in the normal makeup of a human being, the intellect is there to guide us in our choices. The intellect is there to determine what happens here. We don't do things by instinct much. We do things because it's been put through the intellect. The intellect helps us. But when we live by disordered appetites, the memory comes in such a way and it brings about a change in the intellect. Or in John's language, which is a powerful language, it blinds the intellect. And the intellect which is now blind just acts in another way. The other thing which John says it does in this kind of area is he says that it defiles the person. What does he mean by that? I mean, it's a strong word to say defile. It seems to sound like it makes dirty. But it kind of does this. It defiles because what it does, because of what one particular choice can do by way of what it embeds in the memory. It embeds that in the memory in such a way that the memory holds it forth to the person as something which is good. Holds it forth as something which is good. What's a good example of this? It's the one that I give to young people, because I suppose we've all been there as young people ourselves, and that's pornography. When the adolescent gazes upon pornography for the first time, at one glance they're hooked, because it goes into the memory in such a way that it is proposed, even though the intellect is telling them that it's not right. It's proposed to the emotional part of them, to the appetitive part, as something which is good. And they lose their freedom until they eventually break away from it, and some never do. The power of that, and that in terms of the memory, in terms of John's writing, is the power of image. Incidentally, when we speak about Discalced Carmelite prayer moves to a prayer which is without images. That's, for example, why I didn't go to see the Passion of Christ. I don't need to put images into my mind about Christ, because it would only upset my prayer life. My prayer is not an image prayer. It's not Jesuit. I don't sit there trying to imagine what things look like. Okay? That's not the Discalced Carmelite way. John's whole way is to bring about the purification, the flourishing of the person in terms of what we're talking about, means a certain emptying of the memory. Because you can see in terms of the way that we are habitually living, there are memories, there are things in my memory which I must change, which I must empty out, which must be purified. I think that's probably enough at the moment, because we haven't got time to look at this in depth. It's only 5 days we've got together, so we'll stop here and come back after tea break. Does that make any sense? Okay, we'll come back after tea break.
Aquinas Academy, 2004. An Introduction to St. John of the Cross by Father Greg Homeming from the Barraville Carmelite Community. This is Session 3, Tape 2.
Okay, that was all preliminary stuff. It's all preliminary because you need everything that I've given you up to this point to come to the kernel of the first book of the Ascent of Mount Carmel. And the kernel is chapter 13, in which John of the Cross gives what he calls 2 words of advice for entering into the dark night. Don't worry too much about what dark night is at this stage. We'll look at that in 2 Thursdays hence. Except to say that anyone who wants to grow in the spiritual life and move closer to God, it would go without saying that if that's what you want, it means that you're not yet where you want to be. Okay? If you were advanced enough in the spiritual life and had God as fully as you could, you wouldn't be here saying, what can I do to be better? So the desire to go forward in the spiritual life presumes that there are things to be done. Okay, if you want to grow in the spiritual life and are not willing to do anything, then try to get rid of that desire. Kind of like saying, I want to be a millionaire, but I've only got $2 at the moment. Well, you've got a lot to do, and you're not willing to work. You're not going to get from $2 to $1 million. Okay, you really have to. And what do you have to do to get to where you're going in terms of what we're talking about? Change. If all of your appetites were ordered, you'd almost be there. And I'm sure there's no one here who if I said, hands up, anyone who doesn't have at least hands up anyone who has no disordered appetite. No one could put up their hand. And if you did, you would be putting up your hand in absolute ignorance. As I told you, someone telephoned once saying, I want to be a discount Carmelite. Why? I've read all of John's works, and I found I don't have any more disordered appetites. I have no desires. And I said, you're meant to go to one of these other higher religious orders like the Maris Fathers or someone. I said, we discount Carmelites, we're down the bottom, we've all got disordered appetites, and we only take people with disordered appetites. I said, he said, okay, Father, I'll try someone else. I said, you try someone else. So when a person is seeking perfection, you seek perfection from the standpoint of knowing imperfection. In order to work in the area of imperfection, you have to deny yourself. And that's what John means initially by darkness. If you're living a life where you can have whatever you want, and you want to bring your life into some kind of order around Christ, you have to pick a way of life where it's not what you want, but what God wants. And the only way to begin to live a life in which what God wants is central is by denying what you want. Otherwise, you'll never know the difference between what you want and what God wants. So the only way to start to grow for such a person whose life has been only doing what they want to do is to choose not to do what they want to do. That's darkness for them. Because no one will willingly choose not to do what they want to do. But as John and Teresa say, unless you choose not to do some of the things that you want to do, how will you ever come to learn the difference between what God wants and what you want? Because your whole life is simply about what you want. All you know is what you want, and you convince yourself that's what God wants when you start thinking about God's will. You're in a bit of a quandary, aren't you? If your life is about doing what you want to do, how are you going to begin to do God's will? Because you don't even know how to determine what God's will is, because the only thing you know is your own will. St. Teresa says very strongly in the third mansion, never do your will if you want to eventually do God's will. It's a very powerful statement. She would say she was speaking to her own sisters, never simply do your will. Always put it through another. Now that's not wanting to be silly in terms of obedience, but that sense in which, don't just do something on the side. Because once you start doing that, how will you know what God's will is? Because we fall back into what we spoke about just before tea time. Our brain. It will fall back into that. So the only way that you can begin to know what God's will is has to be somehow through denying your own will. And that means a very real darkness. But we could talk about many other things. A person who is, let's say that they're not a compulsive gambler, but they know that they gamble more than they should. How are you going to stop that? By choosing not to gamble. And for the gambler, that's a darkness. If it wasn't a darkness for them, they wouldn't be a gambler. I haven't even paid the slightest interest in a Melbourne Cup for at least 12 years. I'm not a gambler. Okay? So it's not a virtue on my part at all. It just happens to be the man that I am. But a person who is inclined to it, if they want to start to reduce the gambling, it's going to be at cost to themselves. That's what John means by darkness. And we'll look more about that in 2 weeks' time. He says it's darkness because it feels dark. It means going into a realm which is unfamiliar. Like going into a dark room. You don't know where things are. When you choose to live a different way, it's like going into a dark room. Okay. So, John says, anyone who wants to start to bring order into their life by bringing order into their appetites will have to start to choose against habits which have been put in place through disordered appetite, as we said. And he says, I will give you 2 maxims which will help you walk this path. Okay, before I give you the maxims, can you see the point of walking this path? Simply because what we're talking about is the reality of me and you. Either disordered habits, of which I'm not greatly aware anymore. Well, if I am aware, they're just automatic, okay? Or of areas where I choose incorrectly because of now extreme weakness of will there. But with great effort, I can choose not to go that way. And in other areas where there is the power of a desire, which sometimes I choose incorrectly, but sometimes, maybe most of the times I don't, but nevertheless, the power of that desire is so powerful that it just saps my energy. Okay, you know those kind of experiences? Now, if we are to grow towards perfection, this is what we need to address, as well as doing more virtuous acts, spending more time praying and whatever. As St. Teresa says, if you're not attending to this other part first, you can spend 10 hours in the chapel, 10 holy hours, one after another, and it'll get you nowhere, St. Teresa says. It'll get you absolutely nowhere. The worst thing is, you think you're going everywhere, but you'll be going nowhere. Because in fact, you're just a sinner. Terrible sinner. And you're trying to veil your sin, cover it up from yourself by doing holy things. Well, it'll get you nowhere, she says. So this first part, even for St. Teresa, is the important part. Okay, I'll read from John now. Nevertheless, if we do not offer some immediate remedy or counsel, what I've written will be difficult. Therefore, I want to set down the following abridged method. Though these counsels for conquering the appetite are brief and few in number, I believe they are as profitable and efficacious as they are concise. He who sincerely wants to practice them will need no others, since all others are included in these. That's a powerful thing to say. If you want to conquer your appetites, I'm going to give you 2 words of advice, and you won't need anything else. Everything is contained in these. So here we go, I'll read them to you. First, have an habitual desire to imitate Christ in all your deeds by bringing your life into conformity with His. Second, in order to be successful in this imitation, renounce and remain empty of any sensory satisfaction that is not purely for the honour and glory of God. Do this out of love for Jesus Christ. For example, if you are offered the satisfaction of hearing things that have no relation to the service and glory of God, do not desire this pleasure. When you have the opportunity for the gratification of looking upon things, do not desire this gratification. Endeavour always to be inclined not to the easiest but to the most difficult, not to the most delightful but to the harshest, not to the most gratifying but to the less pleasant. It's difficult stuff. Not to the consoling but to the unconsoling. To come to the knowledge of all, desire the knowledge of nothing. Okay, let's leave the second one for second and read what he says carefully. Because most people, including discharged Carmelites, misread what John has written. The first thing to point out is the difficult part, which is what people generally think of when they think of John of the Cross. Always choose the difficult. Always pick penance, that kind of thing, which is not John. But this powerful part of his writing, for those who misunderstand him, characterizes him as such a person. All of this difficult part, choose the hard over the easy, is given to us in order to be successful in this imitation. It's given to us as something which will help us to achieve what the first counsel is about. So in fact, even though John gives us 2 counsels, he's only giving us 1. It's almost like, I give you 1 maxim for the conquering of your appetites, and the second maxim will help you implement the first. Okay? So we need to understand the first maxim before we can even look at the second. Remember that, because many people who don't understand John will be hooked on the second, and in fact misunderstand it completely. The first, which is in fact the only maxim, is to have a habitual desire to imitate Christ in all your deeds by bringing your life into conformity with Him. Let's understand what this means. What is it asking of us? First of all, it is not asking you to imitate Christ. It's not a rehash of the imitation of Christ. It's not saying first imitate Christ, but have an habitual desire to imitate Christ. So what the first counsel is about having a certain desire. That should ring a bell, because we've been talking about desires all evening. It's about bringing a certain desire to the forefront of your life. Because for the most part, the problem is I have other habitual desires. I live by different desires or appetites. So what John is really saying, to conquer your appetites, all you have to do is to make the appetite or the desire of your life the desire for Christ. That's what he's saying very simply. But we need to unpack it further, because it's very easily said. I mean, when you think about it that way, this is the only way to live an ascetical life. Any asceticism which is based upon anything else, I think, is inhumane, is unreal, is not based upon the glorious message of the risen Christ. St. John of the Cross says asceticism is an asceticism which is lived because my desire for Christ is not yet the most important desire in my life. And the aim of a San Juanist asceticism is something which will bring about this gift of God, which we spoke about last week, which is the desire for Christ, which will enable that to flourish and take hold of my life, and so bring order to all the other appetites of my life. See what John's saying? It's very beautiful. In fact, when you think about it, it is the good news. It's something which is, at its core, it's an asceticism which we will see, which is fundamentally positive and hopeful, because that gift is already given to you. What can we do to ensure, and the problem is what we have to do is difficult, but what can I do to ensure that this desire takes over my life? Because once that desire takes over my life, like any other desire, it will be who I am. Okay? So look at the way a disordered appetite takes over a person's life. That becomes who they are. So all I need to do is to find the way to make the desire for Christ take over my life, and I become Christ. Okay. So it's that desire to imitate Christ. The next thing John is saying is that desire has to be the habit of my life, not simply something which happens here and there. Okay, that now is becoming more practical. Because there are times when the desire for Christ is simply part of my life, like when you go into the church to pray, or when you're about the things of God. But the problem is, the desire for Christ is not there all through your day. Okay? Different things impede on different parts of the day. So there, straight away, we have the beginnings of seeing where we need to work to bring about the habitualizing of the desire to be Christ-like. That's what it means to imitate Christ. It means that what John is saying, we need to habitualize the desire to become Christ. In everything that I do, in everything that I do. Okay. So the second counsel is given to us in order to make it possible that the first will become operative. Now, 2 weeks ago, on our first talk, if you remember, I mentioned when we were looking at the writings, I read from two prologues, the prologue to the Ascent of Mount Carmel and the prologue to the Spiritual Canticle. And in speaking about the prologue to the Ascent of Mount Carmel, I mentioned that what John is writing in the Ascent of Mount Carmel, because I was trying to situate for you what has to be in place for you if you're to read John's writing. One of the things I said was, you must be praying. You must have in place a life of prayer. John is presuming prayer. If prayer isn't in place, it's all going to be reading for you. It's all going to be new ideas, and it's going to do nothing for you at all. The other thing which it presumes, which I read to you, I think, but if I didn't, I'll give it to you now, it's presuming that you are working with grace. We'll look at working with grace in more detail next week. It's presuming that whatever you're doing, you're responding to grace. Let's put it this way. There's a very beautiful saying of John of the Cross. What does it matter? How will you feel? I'm kind of quoting. I'm turning him into my own words. How will you feel if on the last day you meet Jesus Christ with all the good works that you've done? He says to you, but the one thing I wanted you to do was the one thing that you didn't do. It'd be terrible, wouldn't it? Oh yes, I went to Iraq and I brought peace to Iraq. I went here and I built a school and I went there and 100,000 people came into the faith and did all those things, and Jesus says, look, there were lovely things you did. There was only one thing I put you in the world to do, and it was this, was the one thing you chose not to do. And I spent the whole of your life on earth tapping on your soul, asking you to do it, and you didn't do it. How will you feel? It's a scary question, isn't it? It means we can't sit back and look at what we've done, because what we've done is totally irrelevant to our spiritual life. You know, going to heaven is not about building towers in the sky. How would it be? We have to be working with grace. We can do many things, but if God is not wanting us to do this and God is not working here, what I do is not going to be sanctifying for myself. Sanctification for me happens when I respond to grace. And by responding in grace, grace works through me. And as grace is working in me, in what I do, I am becoming holy. Becoming holy is not doing holy things. Becoming holy is not doing great things and great works. Becoming holy is responding to Christ, accepting His love, and allowing His love to work in me. And as His love works in me, it sanctifies me. Okay? Sanctification is not something that happens by, it's not like building up a bank account. It's not doing things that'll make me holy. It's receiving from Christ and doing what I receive moves me to do, that grace works in me and I'm made holy. So we need to find the way in order to start to make habitual within us the desire to become Christ-like. We can't move this way until we become sensitive to what God is saying. We have to be able to hear what God is doing. Okay? Now, there are many things that I can say about here, but in terms of the first book of the Ascent, we might do more things next week in terms of the first book of the Ascent. We're looking at the conquering of the appetites. So we're looking at, in terms of what we said in the first session today, the way that we misuse our appetites, misuse our capacities. the way that disordered appetites operate within our life. So we're not looking at how to respond to a grace which is asking me to go and talk to someone and to love someone. We're looking at how to respond to graces which are being given to me so as to begin to reform my life. Okay? So as to begin to bring order into my life. So as to change those bad habits back. It's very difficult because in many instances disordered habits are obsessions, are addictions, okay? And very often not addictions in the way that we speak about addictions, because we speak about addictions as things which are physically harmful, okay? But there are other addictive behaviors which are not physically harmful but are humanly harmful. Like the person who always has to be correct. That's an addiction. But they're not even aware of it. Oh, I always have to be right. I'll never say, I need to think about that, I could be wrong. Yeah, but we know those people. That's an addiction. It's not physically harmful. It's certainly harmful to their person. So you've got all these other things. Okay. Now the second maxim, which is to choose the hardest over the most, over the easy, to choose the unconsoling over the consoling, is given to us to help us when we start to experience grace operative in these habitual areas. And the best example that I like to give is, and many of you have heard this before, the example of the fault lines where earthquakes happen. You have the great San Andreas fault which runs down the west coast of the United States. You've got a fault line which runs from up in Siberia down through Japan, through the Philippines, and then down through Indonesia. And so they've got earthquakes and volcanoes. And there's a fault line which is there. And what's happening is that there are two plates which meet, two tectonic plates or whatever they're called. And you've got all this pressure building up underneath the earth. When the pressure builds up significantly, the plates slide against each other. That's a very simple thing. The problem is, if you're above the fault line, when they slide, everything goes into turmoil. That's what an earthquake is. That's what an explosion like a volcano is. And we have the same things within ourselves. We have disordered appetites. And when grace touches the disordered appetite, which our Lord means now to provide grace for and to work on, so that this appetite will eventually be conquered, the appetite is touched from within. And eventually there will be a movement in the fault line. When there's a movement in the fault line, the things upstairs, like my emotions, me, my life, everything about me, it's almost like there's an earthquake. And everything just is blown away, is thrown about. We've all experienced those kind of things when you kind of lose it. You become angry or that kind of thing. Or you don't have the same kind of control as you otherwise would have had. Or for some reason something happens and you go into a state of anguish or sadness, which is unusual and not normally the case. Thank you. Or it could be either, it just something happens and you're severely out of sorts. You see, what generally happens for most of us when these spiritual faults move, what does happen there is we experience it profoundly in our emotive life. Again, it comes back to that part of the memory. And we're not too sure what it's about. We're not sure what it's about. And we'll generally, that's fine, and it will go away. But then something else will happen sometime, and there'll be another movement. For goodness sake, have the intelligence to start to analyze what's happening in your life. Do what seismologists do. Try to predict and understand your own earthquakes. See what they're about. See what things are happening in your life and the kind of things which underlie these movements. And if you do that as time goes on, because God is very patient, you will see that more than likely there's a pattern to this, and it will tap into something. And this is what psychologists do indeed. And when you look into that, you will see that very often there are certain choices which are now available to you. And it will mean in some way choosing against yourself. And that choice will be a hard choice. It will be a harsh, uncontrolling choice. Because it's a choice which will emerge to you. I'm presuming that you're praying, okay? I said John is presuming that you're praying. As you take, and I haven't got time in these sessions to talk to you about prayer. Michael didn't ask me to come along and talk to you about prayer. But what happens when we are praying is, when we pray, we bring everything about ourselves into the presence of God, including these movements, these emotions, these earthquakes. And as time goes on, we start to see a pattern. We start to begin to see what's behind them. It's not so much that we are seeing, but in prayer it is being shown to us. Because as we look at what's happening in ourselves, we start to find that Christ is revealed to us. Again, this imitation of Christ. And as Christ is revealed to us in these movements, we start to have a deeper appreciation of ourselves. We start to see, I can do something about what's happening here. But it means difficult choices. It means difficult choices about myself, about how I live, what I do. And often the choice has got nothing to do with the area of the fault line. Don't think that there is a part of you where you lose your temper. The answer is you just have to not stop losing your temper. That's not what I'm talking about. Because as St. John of the Cross says, very often he says, and this is his language, the devil sends in all of these forces to fight you in a certain area. John's a wily fellow. He says, don't send all your forces to fight you. And often the area where the choice has to be will be somewhere else. But it begins by way of choices which become shown to you. And they're choices about your life and how you live and what you do and about your understanding of yourself and so many things. And these will often be, well, they will be difficult choices against yourself. For example, if a person is having great disorder in one part of their life, let's say, for example, that it's in the area of controlling things, wanting power. Very likely the area where they will have to exercise self-control is in the area of luxuriousness, because the different vices are related to each other in different ways. And so often we see that we can see where the problem is, but it's only with prayer and looking within in the area where grace is active to see that, in fact, I'm called to deny certain appetites in other places. And these appetites will tap into these other things. So what John is not saying to us, you find yourself, constantly getting angry. Well, the answer isn't to bite your tongue off. Do you think I want to get angry? The more I try not to be angry, the more I get angry. It's that sense of tapping into what's behind these movements in grace, slowly, and this takes time. It can take months and years, but it's a slow movement of grace to being able to respond to grace and see, yes, now it's becoming clear that there is another part of my life also where there is something which is out of joint. But it's often not this part of your life which brings you into this reflective movement. Often it's something else. Okay? It's kind of like all of the build-up of energy is happening somewhere over there near Hawaii. And unfortunately, the earthquake happens in Japan. That's life for Japanese. That's where the fault line is. So you've got your fault lines where everything is expressed, but then you need to tap below that to start to see where grace is operative, and it will in fact impact upon where the fault line is as well. So a choice then is offered. And when the choice is offered, you choose. And it will always be something which is contrary to yourself. Contrary to yourself. And that's the way those two things fit together, and that's the movement into the dark night. The movement into the dark night happens when simply as part of grace, I know that I must make these choices. And it becomes very clear to the person too. I know that this is a part of my life that I must work on. And I know that I don't want to work on it either. I'd much rather do something else, somewhere else. And you will generally find that the area that you are called to work on is something which is so part of who you are. It's often part of the way that you understand yourself. This is why when we think about these things and go further into it, you will see that there's great subtlety happening here. There's great subtlety in the way that the spiritual life works. And in the core of it, it all comes down to self-knowledge. Very great self-knowledge. That then leads into the dark night. I'm very well aware that there are many other things that I could have said, but that's probably sufficient because this is a general overview thing on John of the Cross, so I can't expect to do. It's probably more depth than you would get if you were doing one of many other courses on John of the Cross, I suppose, because I've seen some of the things, but there's much, much more we could. It's so rich. Anyway, do you have any thoughts or questions?
Just to comment on what you're just saying, will you in fact be doing some more lectures either this year or next year? Follow-up lectures on similar?
Only if people ask me to do things. I mean,
Well, I'd love them.
Otherwise,
sure.
you have to become a discalced Carmelite novice. And then you get, well, for 52 weeks, so we're getting 2 hours of John of the Cross a week. So they got more than 100 hours of John of the Cross, and we didn't finish what we wanted to do. And we didn't do it in the depth that I wanted to do it in because they couldn't understand it anyway. So.
I just wanted to ask about, like when we make a decision, you said we need to make a decision that is what we don't want. Like how are we going to be able to, like if we're really trying to see what God wants us to do, how are we going to find that out? Because normally we just do what we weigh up and do what we think is right or wrong, and it's just what we think is right or wrong.
First of all, to bring some clarity to your question, why is it a problem doing things your own way? Because the insidiousness of all of that is that you start to identify with the way you do things. You start to understand yourself by the way you do things. You start to be that. That's why it's so terribly dangerous. Now, once you can see that you start to identify with your own will and the way that you do things, you can start to begin to see a way of breaking it. Okay, why? Because when the reason that you won't get things your own way is because our Lord won't let you. We had in the second reading of the Office of Readings for Monday this week, I love the Office of Readings because it forces me, because we do it as a community. So whether you like it or not, you're having these readings read to you every year, year in, year out. And for the first time I got something to the imitation of Christ. I thought, my goodness. And the passage read like this. God gives to his elect two things. In other words, God gives, because he loves them, to his chosen ones two things. Consolations and, what do you think the second one is? Temptation. Extraordinary thing. Not desolation, but temptation. I was talking about this with Father Hilary at lunch today. We talked about interesting things at lunch this Carmelite, and he said yes. He said, but it's obvious. Why isn't it? I never give an answer to Hilary because I prefer to get his answer. I said, tell me why, Father? He said, because without temptations, you'd never be formed. Temptations form you, he said. I thought, my God, the man's right. If I'd given him my puny answer, he wouldn't have told me what he was thinking. Temptations form you. And I thought, gee, you're right. So when you look at yourself in terms of your own, of getting your own way, something will happen whereby you won't get your own way. And you will be tempted to respond. You must go against that temptation and allow that to begin to form you. It'll be very hard, because not having things your own way will in fact almost, in terms of your experience, seem to destroy you. But what it's destroying is your false self. And the harder you take it is an indication of how powerful the false self is. Okay? And that's that sense of that is coming along to form you, in that sense. The temptation is immediately to fight. Okay? And in terms of what John is saying, you have to fight back. You have to fight the temptation to fight for yourself. Yet the world doesn't understand this kind of talking. The world says, stand up and fight for yourself. John of the Cross says, fight the temptation to fight for yourself. Because the temptation to fight for yourself is a temptation to further entrench the false self, by which you identify with your own will and what you do, by which you identify with what is not Christ. Okay? And you will generally find in these movements, what's behind it also is the false self. And that's where it becomes very hard. Make sense? Anyone else? I'm not an expert at this.
I was
Ask my
intrigued by your comment that if someone has a problem with control, that they should look at the area of luxury.
Yes, often power and control can be linked with two other things in my experience in dealing with other people. One is to do with luxury, which is possessiveness, and peculiarly the other one is lust. In fact, more generally, lust and power go together. So that if a person is struggling with lust, very often the area that you need to work on is letting go of control, and vice versa. It's funny because the networking of the vices is a very peculiar thing. It's something which I'm only learning by meeting people and giving direction to people and so on. You start to see, because you're standing back and looking. I haven't got this from a book. You suddenly realise that they got this problem, but something else is emerging, and you say, why don't you work on this? And suddenly you find that where they could do nothing, a certain kind of peace is forming. And suddenly you realise that, in fact, the way we are made is so beautiful that you do something here that impacts over there. It's that the human person is something which you never cease to wonder at, the way that it all fits together and works. And it's certainly not. If you have trouble with this, you need to work on it. It just won't work. It just won't work. And also, we have to experience inability to know our need of God. Because the answer in the end is not that I'll be able to work on something so that I'll bring about order in my life. The answer is that I so go into darkness and experience my disorder in my darkness so that God can come into it. And God, but that's for 2 weeks hence. It is God ultimately that brings order into my darkness. But in the midst of that, my desire to be conformed to Christ becomes so powerful that it's growing. Notice that I haven't said to you that this will order your appetites. It will be the beginnings of the ordering of it, because your desire will grow.
Greg, does John of the Cross have anything to say about what we would call anxiety and its role in shaping our behaviour?
Yeah, well, of course, in all these things, John will speak about that there are two sides to things. There are authentic forms and inauthentic forms. So people can be anxious of nature, and that's their disposition, in which case that's a kind of neurosis. But there is with all the kinds of emotions, there's a good anxiety. To be anxious for something can motivate a person and move a person well. So, John would have no trouble to talk about authentic guilt, authentic shame. We live in a time where guilt and shame, by definition, is inauthentic because we've so experienced the inauthentic form of it. So in its own way, when we use the word guilt and shame, perhaps now we have to find a new form of word rather than use guilt or shame. We can speak of that sense of having, as it were, disappointed God. That's shame and guilt also, isn't it? But it's an authentic form of it. So there's a certain kind of anxiety too, which would carry with it, amongst other things, I suppose it's a blending together of guilt, fear of the Lord in the good sense of the word, and anxiety in the positive sense points us to hope, doesn't it? So, there's a good aspect to it, but in its poor form, it's a neurosis. And John will acknowledge that. As when we look at darkness, John will say when we look at the dark night of the soul, in terms of the experience we've got, we can't distinguish this from extreme forms of depression as an experience. But in fact, he gives us tools to begin to look at it in terms of where it's going and where it's come from, to distinguish the experience from depression. So you've got on one level the human experience, which is anxiety, but in terms of where it's come from and where it's going, you've got something different. Does that make sense? Yeah, the last question.
Father Greg, the compulsive gambler, who I see as it's a disease, I see, is different to the problem gambler.
Yes.
So they can't be helped. Right, thank you.
Yes, it's a different thing altogether, because once you move on to that, you've actually moved on to something which is also kind of almost physiological in its own way. And it's a form of habit as well. I mean, I think that with these kind of things, there's also a spiritual component. If a person is walking a spiritual path, I'm sure it will help in these compulsive habits that they have. But it's more complicated than I can. I don't have the expertise for that. Okay, so we'll see you next week. God bless.
Aquinas Academy 2004, An Introduction to the Spirituality of St. John of the Cross by Father Greg Homeming, Discalced Carmelite from Barraville. This is session number 4, tape number 1.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and Holy Spirit. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus.
St. John of the Cross, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. First thing is, Michael's got some copies of this book available. It's called The Impact of God, and you could buy them and take them down to other Catholic bookshops and sell it to them at a profit because the price is excellent. Snap it up if you can. And in terms of John of the Cross, you learn more reading him than listening to me. Ian Matthews' book is profoundly good. Very easy and simple to read. And he knows John very well. He did his thesis at Oxford University on John. He's younger than me. At the moment, he's working in Venezuela. A delightful person. He's the kind of person that you spend a bit of time with him and he'll have you doing stupid things. He's that kind of a friar, but a very of the friars I know, he's in fact very much like John of the Cross, a lovely man. Some of you may have met him. He was in Australia in 1991 for about 6 months. But Ian Matthews' book is available down the back. Not many copies either, so if you want to buy one, I'd buy one. Okay, this evening, we've now only got 2 more days, today and next Thursday. So I'm going to let you know what I intend trying to do over these next 2 days. And basically, the direction that I'm moving in is to consider over the next 2 days John's experience of God, and to somehow talk about this and expand it for you. Today we were looking at what the technical people call the cataphatic experience of God. In other words, the light-filled, joyful, substantial experience of God, which in St. John of the Cross is a lot different to what you would expect anyway. And next week we will look at the apophatic experience of God, which is in the dark night. So if you're hanging out to hear about the dark night of the soul, that's for next week. And it will be for one of the sessions, because in order to talk about that, we'll have to look at pointers to movement from ordinary prayer to passive contemplative prayer. So that's what we'll be doing next week. So it'll be the first time that I'll be giving you some pointers on prayer. For those of you who know, they're the 3 signs which are first given in the second book of the Ascent, about chapter 12 or 13 it is, and also in the first book of the Dark Night. Those signs are given there. So we'll be looking at them, and in fact we're going to look at the converse part of that today, in part in the spiritual canticle. And from there we'll move on to look at the Dark Night. So that's the plot of where we're going over the next 2 days. Okay, we left you last week. Probably after you left, you probably thought that was wonderful, and then left rather perplexed, because what I tried to do last week was to take you through 13 chapters of John's great book, the first book of the Ascent of Mount Carmel. So if you went home and thought, gosh, that was really nice, but I'm not too sure what he was talking about, don't be too worried about it, because it was heavy, intense stuff that I gave you last week. But to summarize it, all we were trying to do was to see what must be done in order to have the reality of the indwelling of the Holy Trinity be my life. 2 weeks ago we spoke about the human being as the one in whom God dwells. The living God, the Holy Trinity, dwells within my soul. And the problem is, even though that is a truth, first of all, I don't experience it, nor is my life a manifestation of that truth. Why? 2 reasons. Because we've not yet established what we would speak of as a mature relationship with prayer, nor is there in place an adequate living out from my desires in such a way that my desire for Christ manifests itself and puts all the other desires in place. So the 2 hands that have to be looked at are prayer and the way that I live. And I haven't looked at the prayer component, and I probably won't, because in doing 5 days on John of the Cross, you haven't got time to look at that, because the most important part to look at in terms of prayer would have to be left to a course on St. Teresa of Avila. And for those of you who want to, you'll need to read the first 4 mansions of the interior castles, chapters 7 to 13 of the life, and chapters 24 through to about 34 of the way of perfection. And that will be the great teaching on prayer, which to talk about prayer you'd need to go to St. Teresa rather than St. John of the Cross in this instance. It would be too difficult for us to turn to John. So if you want that, you have to ask Michael to call me back to talk about St. Teresa on prayer sometime. So leaving aside that prayer part, last week we looked at what we have to do in terms of how we live and in terms of our living. And we observe that we live in a multiplicity of desires. Those desires are in fact a manifestation of an appetite, which are founded in a capacity within ourselves. Every desire, every appetite I have is rooted in a capacity. Okay, so if you have a desire to learn, it means you have a capacity to understand. Otherwise, they won't go together. And somehow then your desire to learn has to be ordered in such a way that you grow in knowledge correctly. So we looked at habits and things like that, and the reality of bad habits. And what we then had to do in terms of our desires, how to live in the midst of our desires in such a way that by ordering these, the desire for Christ becomes the strong first desire. Because in fact, in our ordinary way of living, we don't walk around experiencing a desire for Christ. We walk around experiencing a desire for a cup of coffee, a desire for somewhere to sit, a desire for something which you see in a shop window, for young men and women, the first two legs that walk down the street, and so on. We live in that kind of environment. We live in a world where we're being bombarded with things which attract us according to our desires. And the truth is that the profound desire, which is the desire for Christ, has no way of emerging. And we looked last week at what John teaches in terms of how to allow this desire to grow. And it grows in some way through the denial of other desires. His wonderful maxim, unless you deny yourself, you will never know what your heart truly desires. And so the whole ascetical life is not about penance and self-discipline, but it is about the ordering of desires. And it's about the ordering of those desires that God wants me to order, not the desires that I want to order. It's a terrible mistake of beginners to set about ordering desires that they want to order, which are not the ones that God wants them to do, and they start to get very pleased with themselves because they're making great progress. But in fact, if you can simply order that desire, it must be a cinch. And there's nothing to be proud of. It's the desires that you can't do anything about, which is where the work happens. And that's where grace operates. That's what we looked at last week. Okay. What I want to do now is to move on and to show you the way John speaks about the consequence of trying to live this way. And what is the reality of trying to live this way? I can think of a person who was with us in formation and has since left, but a fine young man, and he was very pleased for having been with us. But he said to me once, he said, that the problem with the Disc-House Carmelite life and what the spirituality asks of me is that you never have a day off. It's full time. And that's the truth. What's asked is, at first, seems to be very little. But the problem is, you don't have a weekend. In terms of living with God, you're always in the presence of God. And you always have to be working at it. So you do a little bit at a time and grow slowly. So in terms of what we looked at last week, be patient and take your time. Don't try to become a saint tomorrow. Because if you think you do, you're fooling yourself. So where does this lead? First of all, one thing which it does mean is this. The difference between the person before they commence the active struggle, which is one of the active nights, in fact, before they begin the active night of sense, which is the first book of the Ascent of Mount Carmel, and we will situate the active night of sense next week in the midst of the 4 dark nights. What it does do is it starts to wean the person away from living from all those other desires. You kind of, before I joined the order, I thought to myself, I don't know how I'm going to cope with not having these things and not being able to do these things. And in fact, as it turned out, what I thought was going to be difficult was a cinch. What I never thought of was most difficult. But when we take the step of denying our desires, what we find, in fact, is we don't, in fact, depend upon them as we thought. One of the great fallacies of the present world is that I have to constantly be satisfying my desires. I have to be treating myself all the time. And one of the sad things is most people have never stopped to experience the experience of not treating themselves, of not satisfying their desires, for fear of what it would be like if they don't. And the first thing which a person finds as they do deny certain parts of themselves, and this often is simply where they choose to deny themselves, and God's fine because he helps them along here, is that, in fact, you don't depend upon these things as you thought you did. It's not a big thing, but it's an amazing first step. It's the first step of a realization of a profound freedom which you can have. In other words, that you are not a slave to what you presume to be just simply part of life. And until a person can take this first step, in fact, St. Paul would speak of such people simply as living in slavery. You mightn't want to call it the slavery of sin, because the person doesn't have a sense that they're sinning and mightn't be doing anything particularly wrong. But it certainly is a slavery to the whim of my desires. And that's certainly, you walk out on the streets of Sydney and that's what you see. Slavery to the whim of desire. Especially since in the kind of world that we live in, so many people in fact do have access to whatever their desires present to them. All these new kind of gadgets that are out there, and people just keep on falling into it. But it's not simply a movement away from slavery to desires, because what it does at the first level, which then will lead us into what I want to speak of this evening, it does start to do something very wonderful for the person. The order that I belong to was founded because in about 1180 there was a group of Christian hermits living by the spring of Elijah, midway across that range which is called Mount Carmel, by what is called the spring of Elijah. The spring of Elijah is in between the place of the sacrifice where the prophets of Baal were killed by Elijah, which overlooks the plains of Megiddo, otherwise in the book of Revelation called the place of Armageddon. And at the other end we have that part of Mount Carmel which overlooks the Mediterranean, which is the cave of Elijah, from which Elijah sent the servant to look over the ocean to see when the rain was going to come. For the seventh time there was a cloud the size of a fist, which grew and the heavens opened and rain poured down. In between those 2 points, the plains of Megiddo and the cave of Elijah, is the spring of Elijah. And that's where the first Carmelites gathered around 1180 in the time of the Crusades. They gathered there because part of a whole tradition, which is not simply Christian but is traceable to the Jewish tradition, is that there were people gathered around the person of Elijah. They went there to be alone with God. A whole contemplative, eremitical tradition emerged there, and the order that I belong to is, in fact, the heir or the successor to that particular tradition. And they looked at the prophet Elijah very powerfully because of what's given to us from chapter 19 onwards of the first book of Kings. And you remember when Elijah first appears, we don't know where he comes from. The extraordinary people in the Bible, we don't know where they come from. In fact, Mary was one of them. Mary's birthday was yesterday, and I was on Mass yesterday and I was reflecting upon it. We don't know where she comes from. We've got this is off the point, but we've got the whole genealogy of Jesus Christ. I don't know the relevance of that because he's not a descendant of St. Joseph, whose son was Joseph, whose wife was Mary, whose son is Jesus. So I've never been able to work out the importance of that, except I think it has to do with ceremony and formality. But there's Mary. The Church tries to give Mary antecedents by saying her parents are Joachim and Anne, but that's not scriptural. In fact, as she appears in Matthew's Gospel and Luke's Gospel, she comes from nowhere. The amazing thing, these great people, the greatest people in the Scriptures, they come from nowhere. Where did Abraham come from? Where did Moses come from? And Elijah's the same. Elijah the Tishbite from Tishbe. God knows where Tishbe is, because I don't, but there's Elijah. No one knows where he comes from. These amazing figures. And we meet him sent by God to the brook of Cherith. He goes to the brook of Cherith and he drinks by the brook of Cherith, which in our tradition, Cherith sounds like caritas. So in the great Institute of the First Monks, which is one of our very early works, I think it's probably 13th, 14th century work, in the Institute of the First Monks, they say he goes there to drink the love of God. And in drinking the love of God, he is changed. And then he is sent forward when he dries up the brook of love. And then he goes and he kills the prophets of Baal and does what God asks him to do. But then we suddenly find him again, because he goes out and sits under a furze bush and he wishes he was dead. Why? Because of Jezebel. For goodness sake, don't let any of your children or grandchildren call their daughter Jezebel. There are all these strange names going around. I met someone who baptized someone Attila recently, which just seems awful that you should name a son after Attila the Hun. But anyway, people don't know what these names mean. But Jezebel has been one of the most horrible women in the Bible. Because Jezebel, because of the slaughter of the prophets of Baal, sends a message to Elijah. If by tomorrow I do not make your life worse than all those that you've killed. And Elijah is fearful, because there's nothing to be afraid of more than an angry woman. And Elijah flees, and he goes and sits under this furze bush. I don't know these things, of course, because I'm a celibate Carmelite, but Elijah is petrified, and he runs, and God says, rest here, and feeds him with a baked scone that a raven brings, and then he walks for 40 days until he comes to the Mount of Horeb. Notice in this time so much has happened to Elijah. He's been fed with the charity, with the love of God. He's suffered at the hands of Jezebel and others, and now he is fleeing for his life. He is in an absolute state of depression. My life is not worth living. But he's fed again by God and goes to the Mount of Horeb. And God passes by and says to Elijah, what are you doing, Elijah? And Elijah says, I am zealously zealous. That in fact is our coat of arms. The Carmelite coat of arms is, I am zealously zealous for the Lord, the God of hosts. So are Elijah's own words, whom I serve. And God says to Elijah, wait here and I will pass by. And you know the rest of the story. There's a great wind and God is not in the wind. There's a great fire and God is not in the fire. There's an earthquake and God is not in that. There are all the things which tap into the senses and the desires which come Elijah's way. And Elijah, having fed on the love of God, having walked 40 days in the desert and faced his own fears. That's what he did when he walked. It's what our Lord did in his 40 days in the desert. It's what the Jews did for their 40 years. They went into the desert and fed by God. They faced themselves. That's what the ascents and the dark nights are about in John of the Cross. To face ourselves fed by the love of God, which is what Elijah did. And in that, in all the things which would have made everybody else come running out of the cave to meet God, Elijah ignored all of those things until the only thing to be heard was silence. He covered his head and walked out to the entrance of the cave and talked to the living God. The two that spoke to the living God in the Old Testament were Elijah and Moses, and both appear at the transfiguration of Jesus Christ. Great man Elijah in the Jewish tradition. What is it that happened there? In this tradition which is represented in Elijah and comes down to us through John of the Cross, the denial of our desires enables us to hear the silent voice of God. It is only by denying my hearing that I can hear his voice. It is only by denying my taste that I can taste the taste of God. It is only by denying my seeing that I can see God. There's a paradox in this, but it's not a difficult paradox. The example that I often give, and being Chinese, most of our examples are culinary examples because of the Chinese culture. And many of you have heard me give this example. When you have a very fresh piece of fish, a Cantonese will simply steam it and put only those things on it which will complement and enhance the natural flavour of the fish. If the fish is not fresh, you put chilies and high flavours on it, because then you will taste the flavouring and not the fish. But if you're only used to tasting strong flavours, the first time you're given a very fresh piece of fish to eat, you'll want to put something on it because you'll say there's no taste. But if you allow yourself to slowly get used to not having all these strong flavours, you will finally taste the fish And you will realize up until then, you were only ever tasting the sauce. In 1995 or 6, the man who gave the Boyer lectures, when I became provincial, one of the first things was I asked him to come and talk to the brethren. He goes by the name of, what's his pen name? I can't even think of his name now. He lives in Canberra. He's a sinologist. Does anyone remember his name? He's a Boyer lecturer. Pierre Rickman. Pierre Rickman. There's by the name of Simon Leeds, but Pierre Rickman is his name. He's a Belgian. And in his Boyer lecture, one of them, he says, I challenge you, he said, to drink your coffee black without sugar. He said, for the first 2 or 3 days, he said, you'll hate the taste. And after that, you'll never be able to drink coffee with sugar in it ever again, because all you'll taste is sugar. It's that same kind of thing. We live initially, before we go through the ascent, what we spoke about last week. Before we go through that, we live fundamentally at the tips of our desires. And until these are quietened and put into their proper place, we will never taste the taste of God. We won't know what God sounds like. We won't hear God. People say, where's God in my life? Well, what are you listening to? What are you listening to? That's why you can't hear the voice of God. Where's God in my life? What are you doing with your life? That's why you can't find God in your life. God is to be found, as Elijah knew, in the gentleness of silence. The silence of the appetites, which also includes the silence of the mind. The physical appetites as well as the intellectual appetites stop a person from meeting the living God. You can ask so many questions that if Jesus was to walk out of the elevator, you'd ask him so many questions you wouldn't notice that it was the Lord. That's what the Pharisees were doing. Show us, show us. Stop asking questions. Be present to the man. That's what Jesus was trying to do. He walked around. And those who were willing to be present to him, to be vulnerably present to him, met the living God. Those who met him in the midst of their righteousness did not meet him. Those who met him with questions did not meet him, because he only met their own self-righteousness or their own questions. So anything is the sinners who were able, in their vulnerability, to be present to the Lord, met him. This is what the first book of the Ascent leads us, begins to lead us to. That simple beginnings of denying myself, as our Lord is asking me to deny myself, we said last week, not as I want to deny myself, but as he wants to deny me. As that happens, the desires and the appetites are quietly put into their place. The truth of the matter is they never go away. So don't be aiming at a total insensitivity, because that's not human. Okay? The senses still operate. We still appreciate, we still enjoy. But they do not demand of me my attention. They impact upon my life, and I can choose. Whereas if they impact upon my life and I am taken by it, therein lies the problem. Okay, so it leads to this. Now, let's pause to see whether you're with me as what we're talking about, because this is a brief thing which I could spend more time on, but this is an introduction to where I want to go tonight. Does that make sense, all of that? You know what that's about? Okay. You're probably already there anyway. You're probably well beyond kind of the slavery of your senses and kind of well in control. But note, it's not about control. It's not about self-control. It's about, yes, learning that these things don't matter. That not much matters, as Jesus says. And Mary has chosen the better path. Focus on him, and that growth in simple focus of desire on Christ, which emerges. Now, what this does, and this is the powerful thing which John now will talk about, which I want to spend this evening looking at, it now changes. It changes life. It changes our vision. It not only changes what we desire, but because our desire our focus of desire changes, our whole life changes. And that initially happens through the way that we see things, through the way that we respond to things, by the way that we engage in the world. And here John is extraordinarily powerful. Let's begin by looking to see the way John starts to introduce this, as to see what's happening, so as to understand where all of this is coming from. In stanza 9 of the Spiritual Canticle, he says, "He who is in love is said to have his heart stolen and seized by the object of his love. For his heart will go out of self and become fixed on the loved object. Thus his heart or love is not for himself, but for what he loves." That's, I think, as you hear that makes a lot of sense. We find that in our own life and in the lives of others. When a person is about what they love, they're happy. When you meet a person who is content and happy, you can be sure that they're happy with the work that they do. Because if you are about what you love and what you enjoy, it shows, isn't it? Because if we can do what we love, there is a congruence between what I'm doing, the objects that I'm concerned with, and myself. Because where there is love, I give, as John says, my heart or my love to what I'm involved with. When there is not love, I don't give. And there's an incongruence, isn't there? There's almost as if there's a barrier. And life becomes a chore and quite horrid for so many people. And they wonder why. It's simply because there's not a meeting. We can't live in... I don't want to use the word incongruence, but we can't live in a situation where there's an inconsistency, that's the same as incongruence, I suppose, between me and what I'm involved with, between what I think and what I do even. There needs to be a consistency. And this is because there needs to be a consistency between me that loves and what is loved, always so. By that for which I am made, that which I am, by Christ. As I was trying to say probably 2 weeks ago, the following of Christ is never something external to me. The following of Christ is something which should emerge internally, or something which happens naturally and truthfully. Because otherwise, you will never know whether what you're following is a false image. And beware of that. There's so much in the name of Christ, and so much good indeed. But what is proposed is a false image, and it's not Christ. The Christ that I'm meant to follow is already dwelling within me, as I said 2 weeks ago. And as this starts to emerge, the person is now directed by that desire. It's directed by that desire. And I am now in a position to give of myself. I'm now in a position to begin to love authentically. And what we find then is Christ now is forming the person. The desire, which is given at the very depth of my soul, now becomes what forms me. That's what a formator needs to do, is what I've tried to do as novice master and student master at times and postulant master, is to try to find in the candidate their desire. To try to find Christ in them. Because if I can't find Christ in that candidate, I can't form them. Because otherwise, what am I doing? I'm trying to mould them into something which is not them. Anyone who's a formator, you must find Christ in the person. You must see the goodness in the person so that that goodness can grow. And if that goodness, and if Christ grows from that person, they'll be formed, because they'll be formed by God. A different model to the way that formation used to be, I suppose, but I think in terms of the way John and Teresa writes, it's the only adequate model of formation, is to be attentive to Christ in the other. Parents, the same thing. Be attentive to Christ in your children. And allow Christ to form them from within, on the basis of who they are, not what you want them to be. So that fundamental thing now provides the the light, as it were, which will direct. Okay. I want to try very quickly to move into one of the very beautiful parts of St. John. Now, let's pause for 2 minutes to see if you've got any questions so that you can take a breath. Because what we're coming to know is some very beautiful things in St. John, so I don't want you to be asleep for it.
Ordering of the appetites. My only puzzle as far as that is concerned is that I've tried to be a well-informed Catholic for 60 years and I really haven't heard that message before. I mean, if it's so fundamental and important to spiritual growth, which I'm convinced now it is, why isn't it taught more widely within the church?
Probably because there are not enough discalced Carmelites. You'd better start a prayer group for more discalced Carmelite vocations. I think that's a simple answer, and it's because in terms of there are many beautiful things, and Teresa's full of them, which I've given a good number of retreats to bishops with their priests in dioceses, and the number of priests that have come to me and said, if I only had known this 50 years ago. It's coming from priests. Because people have largely been formed within one of the other great strands of spirituality. And whereas the discalced Carmelite one, which in fact I think is one of the two great strands of spirituality in the church, because there's so few of us, it's largely unknown, and therefore is often interpreted from the perspective of another strand of spirituality. So in other words, it's interpreted from a group of people who are not living that spirituality but another one. So, to adequately interpret and to try to understand the discalced Carmelite spirituality, you have to try to live the spirituality. And there are not many of us. Mind you, we don't advertise ourselves very well either. So that's our fault, I suppose.
Can I ask a question on that? Am I right in saying that the works of John of the Cross were not translated into English until the end of the 19th century?
Yeah.
That speaks volumes to me. I don't know whether you're aware, but Everard Mercurian, the second Superior General of the Jesuits after St. Ignatius, still in the 16th century, 1572, I think, forbade Jesuits to pray according to the second and third weeks of the exercises.
Really?
Yes, which was moving into the mystical and the contemplative. And so the Jesuits themselves lost the mystical horizon of their own Ignatian tradition. And because they were so numerous, had such an immense influence, that's what was propagated.
And especially on 19th century congregations too.
Like the Maris Fathers. Exhibit A.
And also the other thing was there was a time when the Jesuits condemned John of the Cross. Father Hipper was telling me this the other day. I wasn't aware of this, because they thought that John was a quietist, and so many members of our order strove to argue against it, and it became so problematic that the general of our order forbade any of the friars to argue with the Jesuits. They said, forget about it, just live your life. Don't get dragged into the debate. And so there was a gross misunderstanding of John of the Cross, a great fear of him, largely from people who weren't living they were living a different spirituality, so they can't be blamed for it. But it also means that as a discalced Carmelite, I'm not in a position to properly speak to you about other spiritual traditions, and I wouldn't try to. Well, I know something about it, but if you want to know about them, ask one of them, don't ask me. And
I'm starting to get the impression that our heart and God are one and the same, because there's a expression which goes something like this: God seeks himself in us.
Yes, and I was saying to Brendan coming in the car, and in heaven we will see each other in God. But are the heart and God the same? Not identical, obviously, not so. But John would say at the deepest part, at the very substance of the soul, is the place where God and the soul are joined in some way. So to speak about the human soul without speaking about God is to miss the point of the soul. It's kind of like speaking about a champagne glass without talking about champagne. The wonderful thing is champagne glass, if you don't know what champagne is, you miss something, don't you? And the human soul was made to be indwelled by God. because we were made for the beatific vision. But they're not identical. But you really have to speak, to adequately speak about the soul, you have to speak about God. Because if you don't, like talking about a bowl of noodles without a pair of chopsticks, most ridiculous thing for people to eat noodles with a fork. Okay, let's turn now to this. And for those of you who know about Edith Stein, I believe this is what a contemplative insight into being is. John now will talk about the difference that knowing God and having relationship with God of the sort that he speaks about has. And you'll find this in stanzas 4 and 5 of the Spiritual Canticle. O woods and thickets planted by the hand of my beloved, tell me, has he passed by you? It's the most wondrous thing. Now, what I want to do is to give you an idea very, very quickly, because I can't do anything more than go through it quickly, but this hopefully will whet your appetite for more. The first 5 stanzas of the Spiritual Canticle lead to a climax in stanza 5. I've read to you the first stanza. Where have you hidden, beloved, and left me longing? You fled like the stag after wounding me. I went out calling you and you were gone. We looked at that 2 Thursdays ago. It's the story of a soul that has been wounded by Jesus Christ, has been touched by the Lord, and now seeks him. Whether you're conscious of a conversion experience that some people have, or simply that God has touched the soul. And the soul feels its incompleteness and seeks for something which will satisfy it. In the next stanza, the soul moves out from this cottage into the pastures, and it says, shepherds, you that go up through the sheepfolds to the hill, if by chance you see him I love most, tell him that I sicken, suffer and die. The soul that seeks God will move out from its place of rest, looking, and ask people, tell me, how will I find meaning in life? Teach me how to pray. Where's Jesus Christ? What does God want me to do? These are the kind of questions Discalced Carmelites are asked all the time. I have people coming to asking me these questions all the time. Most parish priests wish that they'd come and ask them that, but they come to Discalced Carmelite for those questions. And they come to people because they think, oh, look at him, he's wearing a habit. He obviously knows. So it's that kind of thing. The people in the poem, the soul runs out to the shepherds and thinks, you're out here, you must have seen the one that I'm looking for. Where is he? Tell him that I'm looking for him. But I can't give a person the answer either. Nobody can. Only Christ can answer the Christ question, which is in my soul. People can give me pointers, but can never give the answer, because the only answer to the Christ question is Christ himself. So the soul goes further. It goes out beyond the pastures. Seeking my love, I will head for the mountains and for watersides. I will not gather flowers, nor fear wild beasts. I will go beyond strong men and frontiers. The soul wanders up into the mountains now. And before I joined the order, this is BC. For me, BC means before Carmel. In my time BC, I went to Switzerland. I was working. I went for a 9-week holiday. I was owed about 14 weeks holiday. I hadn't taken holidays. They said, you better do something about all these holidays. So I remember going up to the Jungfraujoch, and we went through a place, the train went up through Lauterbrunnen. Beautiful spot, a lovely valley, green as can be, with beautiful Swiss cottages and the cows walking around with bells on them, and this wonderful single stream of water running down from a great height, because up above from this was the Eiger. Okay, so beautiful spot. And I always think of this when I read this part. The soul goes up into the mountains and watersides, into a beautiful place, but because its heart is intent upon God, it doesn't notice anything. It's a bit like St. Bernard of Clairvaux. So simply looking, where is my beloved? If you can imagine it, and it does happen. You meet people like that. They're intent upon finding what they're looking for, and they can't see what's in front of them. And suddenly, in stanzas 4 and 5, the soul sees and says, O woods and thickets planted by the hand of my beloved, O green meadow coated bright with flowers, tell me, has he passed by you? And the woods and thickets and the mountains and the watersides answer in stanza 5, Pouring out 1,000 graces, he passed these groves in haste, and having looked at them, with his image alone clothed them in beauty. These stanzas 4 and 5 are one of the first things I want to pause at as to what this changed perspective can do for a person. Suddenly, the soul sees. And what does it see? We have to first of all distinguish what's here from what we would speak of as a general, mundane creation theology. And that is that which says, look at the beauty of nature and say, wow, God must have made this because this couldn't have happened on its own. And our mind and hearts are then lifted to the Creator. This is precisely what John is not talking about. This is the kind of stuff which Coleridge writes about. He's one of the metaphysical poets. The great sense that the impact of Mother Nature can have on the person, that it makes the person who engages and can have what we might speak of as an experience of nature by being engulfed by nature, to have an experience of nature itself, and thereby in some way of the Maker. That's what many people write about. That's what John is not writing about. Nor is it what the Council of Trent would write about, or St. Thomas would write about for those with faith. This presents to us a trace of God through which faith can be fed and come to a more profound experience of God. And John's is a mystical moment. Notice the words he uses in stanza 4, if you can look at the poem one day. O woods and thickets planted by the hand of my beloved. John used the word beloved in the first stanza of the great poem. Where have you hidden beloved? He uses it elsewhere in terms of the way God imposes himself on us when he says to the beloved, withdraw then, beloved. And the other part I read some time ago, my beloved is the mountains and the lonely wooded valleys, and so on. When John uses the word beloved, the beloved is the heart's one and only desire, that alone which will satisfy need. And this soul, which has undergone part of the purification of the dark night, knows more clearly the reality of its desire. Yes, I want these other things, but I don't want them because this is not God. And until I have Jesus Christ, even though these things will be part of my life and they give some kind of enjoyment, I know they will not satisfy me and they are not what I want. And the soul now, in the midst of the glory of God's creation, the glory that someone like Gerard Manley Hopkins writes of, suddenly experiences the hand of the beloved. This is not a sense of being drawn out of myself to what's there and saying that must be God, but the experience of the mystic, the one who is being purified in their desire. They experience within themselves a deepening of their desire for Christ. The first experience. First experience is not one of wonder or intellectual or something which makes them feel one with everything. It's not that experience. The first experience is because the soul's desire is Christ. When they see what the hand of God has made, that wounds them more. Wounds them more. It makes them desire Christ more. It makes them more unsatisfied with their lot. And yet at the same time provides within themselves a satisfaction. Because the hand which wounded the soul and caused you and me to go out looking for Christ is the same hand that made this. And there is a recognition which is an inner experience. There is an experience from within myself in the very place where I desire Christ. That is where the recognition happens. From the place where I desire Christ, I recognize Christ. And what happens here as John goes on, and we'll stop with this because otherwise you'll be worn out in a moment. What is it that's happening? Pouring out 1,000 graces, he passed these groves in haste, and having looked at them, with his image alone clothed them in beauty. The image, the imago Dei, the wonderful thing which unfortunately, I can't give you theology because John is a great theologian, but it's the image of God which in many ways we are called into, to take on the form of Christ, to become Christ-like. The form of Christ is something which is given to us that we're called into to become. But that image is the beauty of God. The beauty of God is the hand of the beloved, is the telltale sign of the hand of the beloved in the totality of God's creation, in the experience of beauty. So when the soul experiences beauty, it's not an aesthetic experience so much as John speaks of it here for such a soul, but it becomes something more, even than this. What is happening when you listen to the piano quartet of Mozart? He wrote 4 piano quartets, beautiful pieces of music. They're not so well known, but if you can find a copy of the piano quartets of Mozart, there are only 4 of them. Ah, wonderful, wonderful. Kind of beautiful example of Mozart at his best. Or when you can gaze upon what? Something like the baptism of Christ by Piero della Francesca, or something that just is extraordinary in its beauty. What's happening at this profound mystical level? What is the cause? Because the difference which we will find, especially next week when we look at darkness, the difference between an experience which is simply human and one which moves into a spiritual dimension is to be found in the cause of the experience and where the experience leads. And yet humanly, on one level, the experience is very similar. In these mystical experiences of beauty, or these contemplative insights, what's the cause? The cause is very simple. When the Mozart piano quartet is being played, why is it that we can call this beautiful? It is only beautiful because God delights in it. The beautiful is what God delights in by definition. The good is what God wants by definition. The true is what God knows by definition. If God didn't know it, it wouldn't be true. Thomas Aquinas, it's one of the most wonderful things Thomas says in the De Veritate. It's in the first question, in the answer to one of the objections. And he says, really, why is something true? It's true because God knows it. The most profound thing I've ever heard on truth, other than Father Hilary saying the truth is only known by living it. For me, they're the 2 most wonderful things that people have said to me about truth. One is from Thomas, one is from Father Hilary, who today is 73 years professed. Dear Father Hilary. But why is something beautiful? Because God enjoys it. God delights in it. And as a human being, called to share in the nature of Christ, called to take on the form of Christ, made in the image and likeness of God. All of that means that in some way I can participate in the divine attributes, which means I can participate in the experience of God. That's what the mystics tell us more than anything else. The mystic tells me, and this is John and Teresa, they tell me that I can participate in the experience of God. Small e experience, not identical experience. And so, just as God delights in the beauty of his creation, I can delight in all that God has made. That includes nature, it includes the arts, it includes everything beautiful and wonderful which has been made by the mind of man, because that has been given to us through the mind of God. And every time I respond to something beautiful, what's happening is the thing of beauty, the thing is not important. What is important is at this moment, God delights in this. And I come from the other side, and because God is delighting in this, I can also delight. And there we meet. When I delight in the beauty of all that is, I delight in beauty itself, which is God. God delights in what he has made, and there I meet God in that shared experience of delight. And that's what we do when we gaze upon a crucifix. The meaning of the crucifix is what the Father sees. And when I gaze upon a crucifix, as I grow in my gazing upon the crucifix, my meaning becomes closer to the Father's meaning until we have a shared meaning. This is what it is to be human for John. This is in fact the first step into what we will speak of as mystical things. It's a profound sharing with God. This is what a human being is made for. This is what it means to be human. This, for John, is what humanity means. It's not something which has an end in itself, just to take things, to delight in things, but it is about something divine. Anything which is authentically human is also in some way divine. Otherwise, there's no progression from here to the beatific vision. I think we might pause there because it's about time for you to have a cup of tea.
Aquinas Academy, 2004. An Introduction to the Spirituality of St. John of the Cross by Father Greg Homing, Viscount Carmelite from Barrowville. This is session number 4. This is tape number 2.
So that's a kind of a brief introduction to the way John would simply look at the world. Well, not John, but the soul which is earnestly seeking God would in fact experience the world and what's around it differently, in such a way that you know the big challenge that this provides is that wherever you look, you can find God in this way of thinking. And one of our most recent saints found God in Auschwitz, Edith Stein. She died in Auschwitz. And she was, people recognized in her a person who had joy and gave joy to others, found Christ present in others. But then, you know, she was a contemplative, quite able to, you know, not that she wasn't suffering, not that she wasn't afraid, but in the midst of it, there was another dynamic moving her. And it's that kind of thing that John is talking about here. It also points, for those of you who are interested, at the proper place of beauty in the spiritual life. The beautiful can never be an end in itself in the spiritual life. But the beautiful, as with all things which are created by God, are created by God for us so as to provide an adequate place to meet God. Isn't it? Kind of, and that means that I meet God in myself, I meet the Lord in you. And it's not that you're not important and I'm not important, but it's when there is such a distortion that the place of meeting with Christ becomes what's significant rather than the meeting with Christ, that things go wrong. That happens when the thing of beauty becomes the focus, when this person becomes the focus, as it can happen, in which case we have controlling attitudes, we have jealous attitudes, and these kind of things. But what happens is, in terms of what we're talking about, that what should be simply the place of meeting becomes the object in itself. I'm giving a weekend retreat sometime later this year on parables and the mystical space of God and memory, which will, it's a big area, but this thing that I'm talking about is about memories, about the place of the meeting of God, about attachment, about beauty. Many things come together in that. But it's because there's been this purification that there can be this non-attached attitude or way of engagement, so that you can be in the place of the divine rather than try to take the place of the divine. Which is, you know, it's a peculiar thing. You see a beautiful flower, so what do? Many Orientals find this very peculiar. Beautiful flower, so I kill it so I can take it and put it in my house. So effectively, because you find something beautiful, to put it in your house, you have to kill it. In some cultures, this is a very strange thing to do, because if you keep doing that, there'll be nothing beautiful left. It'll all die. We don't even reflect on what we do, but that's what it amounts to. Okay. I want to move on now to what we just looked at with stanzas 4 and 5 of the Spiritual Canticle. And, the Spiritual Canticle is 40 stanzas, and there are beautiful sections of it. 4 and 5 is one. What I want to look at now is the section which runs from about 8 through to 11. A lovely kind of section which culminates in the little introduction to stanza 12. Those of you who know the writings of John of the Cross will realise that if you want to cheat, you read the introduction before the stanza, and that will tell you what the previous chapter was about. And it's often a very neat summary, whereas the previous chapter was pages of difficult stuff, and you've got it all summarised in about 3 or 4 lines. So when you're reading John of the Cross, that can often be not always the case, but very often you'll find it given beautifully there. But here now, there we were talking, just before our break, I was talking about the experience of things, created things, okay, which includes people, nature, music, art, all these kind of things, poetry, because all these things are created. St. Augustine would say it's either created or uncreated. They're obviously, not uncreated, they are created. And therefore they can be bearers of beauty on one level, and on a more profound level, they can be the place where I participate in God's delight in the beautiful. Now I want to turn to something to do with the experience of self, which can happen. And John speaks about this in a number of places, but I turn to this simply because he tries to describe what he's talking about by giving examples. This is a very powerful thing that many of the mystics do. An image speaks much more than a theological text. Okay? And these are the images that God gives of the soul's experience of itself as it's coming closer to God. And as the soul moves in terms of its desire closer to Christ, its experience of itself is a more real experience, more profoundly true. Okay? And this is simply from the introduction to stanza 12. Stanza 12 is a lovely one, but we won't look at stanza 12 in the introduction. If you want to look at that, it's about faith. A spring like crystal, if only on your silvered over face you would suddenly form the eyes I've desired, which I bear sketched deep within my heart. Beautiful stanza. I'll tell you what it's about in a moment, because it's so wonderful. I'll tell you what it's about first, because it has some implication on it. What John is saying in so many parts from stanza 12 onwards is, what does it mean to say that our Lord loves me? What is it? We mentioned that some weeks ago, but it's very powerfully there in St. Teresa. To say that our Lord loves me means he looks at me with a loving gaze. It's human. So when you say someone loves them, humanly we think two people gazing at each other, don't we? When you look at each other, you're not kind of listening for each other. Then you do that if you're blind. But if you can see, when you love each other, you want to look at each other, isn't it? There's something which, without that looking, there's something missing. There's so much, which can be summed up in that looking. And St. John says, our Lord's desire for you is so great that his desire, his look, almost like it's like what I in fact met when in our restaurant many years ago. A Jewish lady came in and she had numbers on her arm. She'd been in a concentration camp, and they used something to burn the numbers onto her arm. I'll never forget that lady. A lovely lady too. But it's like that, except that it's the eyes of love. Burn the desire of our Lord's eyes onto my soul. And as the desire for Christ emerges from within, what emerges is not, in fact, my desire for Christ, but my experience of his desire for me, which is burnt into my soul. His gaze, for John of the Cross, burns. The eyes that I have desired are sketched deep within my heart, he says. And elsewhere in other stanzas,
he uses such words very, very, very powerfully. And one of, no, that's the other way. One of my eyes wounded you. This is in the early 30s. It must be your late 20s. No, it's not the part that I'm looking at, but there's another part. Oh, it's so wonderful. Why can't I just see it? But this is here. When you looked at me, your eyes imprinted your grace in me. For this you loved me ardently, and thus my eyes deserve to adore what they beheld in you. That wonderful thing that John writes about in the experience. Our Lord wants me. He gazes at me with love. That gives me the ability to look back at him with love, only because he's looked at me with love. And the eyes with which he's looked at me, his desire is imprinted in my heart. And I bear sketched in me the one that loves me, that I look for, the beloved. And that in fact throws light on the first stanza. Where have you hidden, beloved, and left me longing? You fled like a stag after wounding me. You wounded me with your loving eyes, John would say, in that simple gaze. Now, in what we're talking about now, because what we're talking about is a person who is coming to live more and more from that place, from the truth of, I have been wounded by the love of Christ. That means not wounded by him loving me, but wounded by him desiring me in such a way that he knows that he can only have me by me turning to him and desiring him. That's the dynamic of the relationship. Freedom. It happens within freedom. So he desires me. He imprints his desire in my soul to then turn to him, so that I see him in my soul. I see him with his eyes, and I see myself in him, as John will say later on. But at the initial stage, at this point then, in stanza 12, how does the soul experience itself? Through this imprint. And this is what John writes, and it's the images he gives are quite wonderful. At this stage, the soul feels that she is rushing toward God as impetuously as a falling stone when nearing its center. First image. The second image. She also feels that she is like wax in which an impress is being made, but not yet completed. Second image. Third is wonderful too. She knows too that she is like a sketch or the first draft of a drawing, and calls out to the one who did this sketch to finish the painting an image. Three very beautiful images that I simply want to pause on, because what John is saying in this, as desires are purified and as life grows in Christ, this is how we experience ourselves. Firstly, and John uses this image earlier on in about stanza 8 or something, 9 or 8. Let's go back to where he uses it originally. Stanza 11 he uses it, but just the one before. At this time the soul faints with longing to be engulfed in that supreme good she feels present and hidden. For although it is hidden, she has a notable experience of the good and delight present there. Accordingly, she is drawn and carried toward this good more forcibly than any material object is pulled towards its center by gravity. What John is trying to do, and he also speaks about this, for those of you who know the first stanza of the Living Flame of Love, he uses a similar kind of thing to speak about depths of love, depths of relationship with God. There is a certain sense in which to love God and to be drawn by God is like being drawn down by gravity, like a stone. Imagine a hole which would drop all the way down to the center of the earth, to its deepest center. The soul, like a rock, is hurtling down. It can't help itself. It's got nowhere to go. Its natural thing is simply to go to God. And yet all it can do is go deeper and deeper and deeper towards the center.
the image that John is trying to get is that falling image. The soul is caught up in this desire for God and falling, but it's not yet there at the centre. That soul falling to God. And that's the way the soul experiences itself, as one which has been caught up in the life of God, desiring God, but knowing that it doesn't yet have God. And all it can do is keep falling towards God. Incidentally, that image is an image which, as I said, he picks up very strongly in the living flame of love, because he speaks of it now as each soul which is enamored of God is like a rock falling to its centre, but each soul is at a different place in relation to the centre. Some are at a more profound depth, some are at a more distant depth. But they are simply at that stage what John speaks of as union, simple sense of union of love, is that uncontrollable falling. But some are a lot deeper in their falling than others are. Wonderful image. So that's the first way that John speaks about that experience of ourselves, of the soul that is so enamored of God, that is growing simply in that desire. And as the desire for Christ becomes more manifest, the more profound is this sense of simply falling into God. And also one of the wonderful things about that sense is that as you fall into God, the other things which bothered you start to take on no place at all. The other appetites are simply ordered around this falling. It's the only thing which consumes the soul. For St. Teresa, let nothing disturb you. If you are disturbed and worried by things, it's because you are not given to Christ. The soul that's given to Christ will endure anything, because the rest doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. For anyone who's discerning what God wants of them, go to where Christ is for you and don't worry what's there. Because if you worry about things, you're not yet captivated by Christ, John said. But when you're captivated by Christ, you just fall to Christ. The next image which he gives is also wonderful. It's many of you may have done it. You get sealing wax, this blob, and then you get the seal, and you take away the seal, and you can see the imprint in the wax. John's talking about the moment of the seal imprinting in the wax. And he says that's the soul's experience of itself. Experience itself being made in the image of God. Experiencing God coming into the soul's life and imprinting all of what God is. But God is the seal, of course, not the wax. Got it? Wonderful, wonderful image. The wax is not God, and yet the wax's whole understanding of itself is what God is doing. Because what God is doing is imprinting God on the wax. And that's, again, in terms of the soul's experience of itself. Our experience of ourselves are as ones being formed and made into the image and likeness of God. It's a beautiful thing. People roll it off their lips. We are made in the image and likeness of God. John says the soul which loves God is experiencing itself being made in the image and likeness of God. It's a mystic talking now, not the theologian. Theologian made in the image and likeness of God. What does that mean? It means, we're rational. We've got an intellect. Right, indeed. It's not going to make you love God in the slightest. Make you think about God more, but you can't think about God. That's the problem. We might look at that next week. You know? What's it mean to think about God? When you're thinking about God, you're thinking about your own thoughts. What you're thinking about, the content of your thoughts is not God. There's thoughts rolling around your head, which might point to God. But if love is not in place, there's no point having thoughts about God rolling around your head, because they bear no likeness to God. But when the soul is moving towards God, slowly allowing God to tear away from it what is not of God, what needs to be purified, the other part of the experience of, which is what we'll look at next week, the experience of the passive purgative nights of having things taken away from us. The other side of it is also, but this is the seal of God imprinting itself
on the wax. And we are experiencing ourselves being formed in the image of God. And be careful, we are not experiencing ourselves as God or becoming God, but we are experiencing God active in us. It's one great thing that the likes of John and Teresa do. In the midst of often profound experiences, they were given that spiritual genius to be able to break it out into its parts, so as to give clarity to us in the way in which we experience so many things in a muddled way, although sometimes the experience in the spiritual life can be so clear, crystal clear, and that's the word crystal clear is the correct word, because it's like a ding. It's a different kind of thing altogether. That kind of ding experience is St. Teresa talks about that, not so much John, so we won't talk about that. But we must move on, because there are still more things that I want to do beyond this, and we'll stop at about 5 to 8 so you can go home. The next image is also profoundly beautiful. If any of you have been, I'll read it to you. She knows too that she is like a sketch or the first draft of a drawing, and calls out to the one who did this sketch to finish the painting an image. 2 things come to mind for me. One is the Accademia in Florence, and the other one is the National Gallery in London. In the National Gallery, when Neil McGregor was the, whatever they call him, the curator or whatever it is of the National Gallery, he'd arranged. I loved the way, because I used to have to go to meetings, and if I was in London for 5 days, I'd spend 5 days in the National Gallery, and I could in my mind, I can still in my mind walk through the rooms as they were, and see the paintings as they, because the way he curated, the way he put the paintings together was marvellous. Now there's another man, and I walked in, and I thought, oh, why is he moving? Because the fellow Neil McGregor, just you could see just the sensitivity of how he put them together. But he had on one wall Raphael's Julius II, Andre del Sarto's portrait of a man, and over here on the right, 3 wonderful Bronzinos, and the Piombio raising of Lazarus on this side, and just there, 2 extraordinary Michelangelos, and it's just because of the context in which they were placed. These 2 Michelangelos jumped out, and they were incomplete paintings. One is of a Madonna, and one is of the entombment of Christ. And the beauty of it is what's painted and the empty spaces. Extraordinary paintings, both of them. I've seen other Michelangelos, and these would have to be amongst my favourites. I don't know whether I'd prefer to look at these or the Sistine Chapel in many ways, because they're incomplete. And it's the incompleteness which makes them so wonderful. The incompleteness draws you into the painting. And it's also, it was Michelangelo that carved David, wasn't it? Well, just near to David, as you're walking down towards David at the Accademia, are all these incomplete statues. You've got statues emerging out of a stone. You may have seen them also. And that's what John is writing. But he's writing about it in terms of, imagine you're the painting. Imagine you're the piece of stone. But the sculptor or the painter hasn't finished yet. And what you've got there is the imprint of God. And the other part, which is not yet there, is God. So you're experiencing in yourself the imprint of God by what God has put into you, by his touch in you, and also what is not yet. You're defined by what is not yet. Your beauty is also what has not yet happened. Your beauty is twofold. The beauty is the imprint of the hand of the beloved, and the hand is taken away, and what is yet to be done. And that is powerful. That's the soul's experience of itself in the spiritual life. And that experience, even more than the other 2 examples, I believe, is an example of the soul which experience in itself God and not yet God, of Christ and the desire for Christ, of now and the yet to come. And that remains the soul's experience until the beatific vision. And yet that experience, in fact, is an experience which can happen reasonably early in the spiritual life, I believe. It can happen at prayer. but it's not yet characterized as strongly as the way John speaks of it here. I'm sure many of you would have intimations of what this is. And that's, again, that different vision that happens because of the nights which the soul goes through. The purification of the nights brings about in the soul, in terms of when these experiences, because there are dark experiences which we'll look at next week, very difficult experience, but in terms of these experiences, profound experiences of God, as myself being the work of God, but not yet God. So, of the present glory of God, which points towards the glory of God. Okay? Does that make any kind of sense? I hope it does. But that's wonderful things that he writes there. And the further discussion of that, in fact, would have to take us into a discussion, the beginnings of a discussion of the theological virtues. But we can't do that because we have to pick and choose. Okay. Do you have any questions? Or do you want me to move on? Questions or thoughts? Maybe questions at this point before we move on to... We've got time for one more topic quickly. Any questions or comments? Does it make any sense?
Yes, it just seems to me that as one moves forward in the spiritual life, I get the impression that the contemplatives kind of have this, this flash, this crystal clear flash. But it's
I'm waiting for more.
You're waiting for it. But is it something that's kind of an instant or like a 10-second grab, and then you kind of back off again, and then you may not be there again, or can you be in a sustained state of ecstasy?
Don't think in terms of ecstasy so much. I mean, it's a peculiar way of thinking of things. But let's put it this way: any spiritual experience is an experience of the reality of the truth of the presence of God, whatever it is. And there are different ways that these things happen in a person's life. Often it can be the surety that this is God here with me. It can be a sense of a clarity of seeing my sinfulness. That's a gift of God. It can be a sense of simply knowing, for an instant, the profundity of being loved by God. It can be knowing the forgiveness of God in a moment. And to say it is just trite. I know that God's forgiven me. But to know by way of an experience that you're forgiven by God is another thing altogether. And then there are other more profound things. Well, more profound, I mean, that's not a good way of putting it either, but St. Teresa always speaks of the sense in which an experience of God is something which is undeniably clear and certain. I know. And that is the quality of the things of God, because they are of something different to my own way. David?
I'm thinking of two examples in Scripture where this comes out in the reflection of the authors themselves. The first one is in 1 John, where John speaks something we have seen and touched, the word of his life. That is our subject. The whole sense of that years afterwards, and then 2 Peter, which is actually most commentators say is not written by Peter, but in fact probably by a disciple of Peter. But he refers to that experience on the mountaintop, which is of the Transfiguration, probably something years and years beforehand, but it must have been so profound that he spoke about that, and his disciples were touched probably something like 90 years later.
These passages are very important in the contemplative mystical tradition. They're also very important in the early monastic tradition. And that is to say that the only reason, well, I would try to say to anyone, the only reason that you would change your life to give your life to God in some other way so that you would experience God, what other reason would there be? I can't imagine any other reason. Maybe that's now from having lived religious life, but what this tradition stands for is that, yeah, we talk about all these things, have them preached to us all the time. We believe all these things, believe in Jesus Christ, but you can meet them. I know you have.
And the important thing in the spiritual life is to identify, to be able to identify the place where God enters my life, to know that experience, so as to be able to draw the fruits from it. It's the extraordinary thing which we'll come to in the next passage I'm going to look at, is that the great place of the mystics and the contemplatives in the church is that they appear at very interesting times when the church often makes a teaching which is as dry as bones. But someone turns up whose experience says, and I have experienced it. And that's the proof, ultimately, in the church of that teaching. Not that the teaching needs a proof, but God is so merciful that, especially in matters of grace and these kind of things, where there's a teaching, a saint has appeared, and the saint's experience, in fact, is a manifestation of what the church was trying to teach. And they speak it far more eloquently than any dogmatic statement, because they're talking about what God has shown them, rather than what people have, as guided by the Holy Spirit, have somehow intellectualized. And that part of the church is the sine qua non of the church. Because if the church is not about this, an experience of God, why do you want to belong to it? I don't have to experience it, but I need to know that it's there. And it is there. For me, that's the most important part of the church. And in fact, the present Pope has said that. It's what St. Therese of Lisieux means when she says, I will be love in the heart of the church. The most important part of the church is to live a life in which the movement and the struggle is to experience God. But it means, first of all, to clarify my vision, to see God. And that often means living by faith and so on. I want to finish by turning briefly now to another stanza of the spiritual canticle, and there are many other things we could have looked at tonight, but I decided we'll do this tonight. And what I can get to is good, because where I have to stop, I'll stop. It's bad luck. You can't have everything, because even I haven't got everything anyway. I'd run out eventually. Stanza 30 of the spiritual canticle. With flowers and emeralds chosen on cool mornings, we shall weave garlands flowering in your love and bound with one hair of mine. The commentary on this stanza is the most eloquent answer to Martin Luther that you'll find anywhere. And I'll give it to you shortly, the answer that John gives. But there are many things in this. You can give, a retreat master can make about 3 talks out of this short chapter of 3 pages. Powerful chapter. You remember that the big question which comes down to us through Paul, St. Augustine and Martin Luther, powerful question, it's there, and that is, let's put it, we've got Paul who says, the things that I want to do I can't do, the things that I don't want to do I do. We've got it coming down to us in St. Augustine. When I do something good, it is because you have given me the grace to do it. When I do something wrong, it's because I've refused the grace that you've given me. And difficult stuff. And the big issue at hand for these people was simply this. Where does free will and grace fit together? It's a big Reformation question that Martin Luther raised. Where does free will and grace fit together? Calvin came to the point of simple predestination. It's predestined. Because, you can't do anything good unless God gives you the grace. God doesn't give you the grace, you can't do anything good. So where does right choice come in? Where does God come in? Where do I fit in? And if it's all got to do with the power of God, do I in fact have any freedom or choice? I've only got 5 minutes, so I'll only look at one part. But the other part, which is the flowers and emeralds, is wonderful. But we can't look at that. John's answer is to be found in his experience. Again, this purified gaze, which gives for him the experience of his own living and of his own choice. And his answer very simply is this, that let's use the image he gives. The flowers and emeralds that he speaks about, the flowers are the virtues which are somehow achieved by my hard effort. The emeralds are the graces and gifts of God, all of which, John says, are given to me, and they adorn my soul. They are woven into my soul. And they're woven into my soul with one hair of my head. The significance of the one hair of my head for John is, and it's a wonderful thing, which there's another part where he says that Jesus is entranced by one hair on your neck. The language of love is there. We haven't got time to look into that, but the significance of one hair is so insignificant, and yet one hair is so necessary, because that one hair is my yes. Without my yes, God can do nothing. And the one hair which binds and makes my soul beautiful. God, our Lord, loves my soul, and his love beautifies my soul. But the way the beauty of the gaze of Christ is imprinted in my soul, another way, is by using a hair of my head, and that is my free choice. Without my choice, God can do nothing. The experience then that John has of grace and nature, the experience that John has of the love of Christ present in his life, is simply this. It's the experience of the vulnerability of God. And only a mystic can write this way. The Dominican theologians always write about the strength and the power of God, and the all-knowing, omniscience of God, and all these things. John speaks about the weakness of God, because our Lord wants me to love him. He gives me everything that I need to love him. But he doesn't know what I'm going to do. He places it in my hands and waits upon me. We've got that beautifully given to us by St. Bernard about the Annunciation. Speak, O Virgin. The whole of the heavenly community, or whatever it is, the whole of heaven is waiting for your answer. Will you say yes? Because if you say yes, we have salvation. That's St. Bernard trying to emphasize the reality of the freedom of Mary's choice. But that freedom, in John's experience, is you've placed yourself in my hands. If I say yes, we can do great things. If I say no, you, God, can do nothing. Extraordinary thing. And he says something even more powerful in stanza 29, I think it must be, where he speaks of in the reality of love, God is the slave of the soul. Love, where there is true love, the one who loves the other is bound to the other by love. And where there is this kind of love, I can turn you around my little finger, and the soul can do that to God. This for the mystic is their experience of who God is. God is as weak as water for the mystic. And so this is what John says. And she does not say that I alone shall weave the garlands, or you will, but we shall weave them together. The soul cannot practice or acquire virtues without the help of God, nor does God affect them alone in the soul without the soul's help. The movement toward good, therefore, comes only from God, as is declared. But she does not state that he alone or she alone run, but we shall both run, which means that God and the soul work together. And for John, as part of the experience of his living out of life, was an experience of God working with him and he working with God. Or we might speak of it as cooperating with grace. But that cooperation was only possible because of the way that the desires have been put in place. The desires and the appetites prevent this kind of cooperating with grace. My fears and my questions prevent that. Questions are the most terrible thing. doubts are good things on one level, but on another level, if I keep questioning, God will never be able to work, because I never hand myself over to God. It's a terrible affliction, that. For those of you who question, fear not, because if the questions will come to an end, the Lord will stop them for you. For those of you who are prone to questions or to fear, the only one who will take that from you is God alone. So you have to keep close to God and keep struggling towards God. And if you struggle long enough, I believe this will happen. If it is His will, He will take it from you. But only so that you know that it was He that did it. We better stop. That's 4 minutes to 8. Do you have any questions? There are many things we could have said further. But well, anyway, you're not going to become discalced Carmelite, so you don't know everything. Any questions? Okay, so we'll see you next week, and we're moving on to the dark night.
Aquinas Academy, 2004. Introduction to St. John of the Cross by Father Greg Homing, Discalced Carmelite from Barrowville in New South Wales. This is session 5 of 5 sessions. This is tape 1 of 2 tapes of that.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and Holy Spirit. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Holy Mother Saint Teresa, Holy Father St. John of the Cross, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Tomorrow is another Carmelite feast, and we've got so many of these funny saints, but tomorrow is an important saint. It's Albert of Jerusalem, the great man that gave us our rule in 1206. He was Patriarch of Jerusalem, but never lived in Jerusalem, because by the time he was appointed Patriarch, Jerusalem had fallen. So he lived in Arco, or Acre, which was the last crucitus before the total fall of the Holy Land to the Muslims, as in the ups and downs of the Crusades. Interesting man. He'd been a monk at Bobbio before he was made bishop and Patriarch of Jerusalem, and he was murdered on the feast of the Exaltation of the Cross, I think it was. He was going up in the cathedral to say Mass, and someone jumped out and stabbed him. And the person who stabbed him was one of the Knights Templar, who he had reprimanded for illicit. And you can guess what the illicit behaviour was. And he was this Knight Templar was so mortified and angry, having been reprimanded by this bishop, that he murdered him on his way to say mass. So he's called a martyr. I'm not too sure whether that qualifies as martyrdom, because it came as a surprise, but he certainly was a very holy and good man. I want tonight to turn to darkness, and I've left that last of all because it's the part of John's writing which is so easy to get wrong, that if understood is so powerful in understanding the spiritual life. Last week we looked at the experience of God which comes as a consequence of going through the nights, but it's also was part of a discussion of the experience of God in brightness, in light, or as the technicians will say, cataphatic experience, okay, which means experiences which are, once you know what they are, it's obvious that they're experiences of God. That's a good way of talking about a cataphatic experience. All the specialists use all these different things, but once you can identify these things, they are good experiences of God, and you know they are, and you're pleased to have them. Tonight we're going to look at another kind of experience of God, which is called apophatic, which is a dark experience of God, which is very often not a very nice experience, but nevertheless is an experience of God because it is an experience of God working in you, or God moving you, okay? And we're going to now move towards that. But before we do that, I want to turn, first of all, to the notion of dark night, and simply spend a bit of time talking about that. It might seem a bit of a waste of time because it's not directly on the point of what we're doing, but it will help you understand what we're doing. Because otherwise, you could enter my discussion with a few misconceptions, and hopefully this will kind of put them right. First of all, let's get clear where the word dark night comes from in terms of John's discussion. It's not a technical term in its origins. In its origins, it's a poetic term. One dark night, fired by love's urgent longings to sheer grace, I went out unseen, my house being now all still. First stanza of the poem, The Dark Night. And so therefore, John's first usage of the word dark night is not something which is, a horrible, afflictive place where there's difficulty and anguish and hardship. But for him, it's a metaphor which he uses like the metaphors we used last week of the incomplete painting, of the stone falling to the center of the earth, of, what was the other one, of the seal and the wax. John begins with an experience. I was speaking to Sister just a moment ago and saying what a good psychologist he is. Now, one of the big interesting things about John's work is about, if it is psychology, which indeed it is, it's his psychological reflection about his own spiritual life. Whereas many psychologists' work is their reflection not only on their own, but within the broader context of so many people's psychological life. John's is a profoundly nuanced and systematic introspection of himself. That's why it's so powerful. And as we saw earlier, he can't find ways of describing some of the experiences. The only way he can describe it is by using an image. So, because if you can get into the image, as with a parable, you'll begin to have some knowledge. Okay? So in fact what he's doing is in fact as old as the gospel. This is what Jesus did. To what can I compare the kingdom? Well, I really can't tell you what it is, but it's like this. A little bit of yeast which a woman puts in with her flour. It's like, well, what is it like? It's like a mustard seed. What else is it like? It's like a cupboard full of bits and pieces. And all these things that Jesus, because he's speaking about his experience of being called into the will of the Father. When Jesus is speaking about the kingdom, he's not coming to say, no, my Father's taught me this, I want to teach you. What Jesus is speaking at any moment is always about his relationship with his Father, isn't it? Because that's the reality of the Lord's life. So when Jesus is speaking parables, what he's trying to express is not some theological understanding or some dogma or something like that. It's more profound and more real than that. He's trying to express to us something about himself, his own experience. And he comes up with images. Same thing with John of the Cross. That's why there's a week and I'm giving on images this year, because it's a powerful thing. What happens when the person can't find words and has to use an image? We have to find a different way of going into those images, because we use the word symbol and signs and things like that, and all that does is obfuscate. All it does is make it more complicated. Smart people use smart words, but in the end, that image has to be you, because if it's not you, you can't do anything with it. So we come back. The dark night which John talks about as he first speaks in the poem is him. Something about him, and he's trying to express it. So the first place that occurs is something poetical. The second kind of way that it occurs is something which is rather different, and is something which he says the soul must traverse in order to obtain union with God. Okay, now people tend to think it's the second is what he means by the dark night, but that's not his first meaning. His first meaning is something broader than this. It's something quite poetic. So when you start to think about the dark night, don't be limited by the second meaning. So I just want to start by reading to you kind of the things that he does for the first meaning and the second meaning. So you've got them both there. And so that even though I'm going to be concentrating more on one of the meanings, you have to realize that I'm giving you a lopsided view. I haven't got enough time to fill out the view fully. The first way that John speaks about it is in his poem, and I'll read to you 4 stanzas of it. Lovely stanzas. I'll read 5 actually, because they're so nice. One dark night, fired with love's urgent longings to sheer grace, I went out unseen, my house being now all stilled. In darkness and secure by the secret ladder disguised to sheer grace. In darkness and concealment, my house being now all stilled. On that glad night, in secret, for no one saw me, nor did I look at anything, with no other light or guide than the one that burned in my heart. This guided me more surely than the light of noon to where he waited for me. Him I knew so well, in a place where no one appeared. O guiding night, O night more lovely than the dawn, O night that has united the lover with his beloved, transforming the beloved in her lover. And in the next 3 stanzas, coming to the end of that poem, he doesn't use the word night again. So let's pause, and from what you remember of what I said, start to, in your own mind, what does night and the darkness of night conjure up for you? Throw me some answers. I'll be like an English professor. Now, what does it conjure up for you? What does it mean for you? Because first of all, before we can begin to look at dark night, we have to get into the poetry of it. What does it conjure? Silence, okay. What else? Fear. Silence and fear, okay. Aloneness, the unknown, mystery. Just shout them out. Not knowing where you're going. Yep. Stillness. Sorry? Longing. Okay, yes. Longing for the sun to come up. Yeah. What else? Sorry? Hidden stars. Okay. Sorry? Self-doubt. Okay. Abandonment. Okay. Rest. Good one, because if not dark, some of us can't go to sleep. Evil. Okay. Ambivalence. Waiting. Okay, that'll probably do, because everything that you said is what John means. But you have to pause for a moment and ponder the poetic impact of a dark night, because otherwise it's going to pick up for you all the things that are popularly meant by dark night. Okay? Something mystical, something. In fact, you enter your first dark night at about the age of 5, what we looked at 2 weeks ago, which is the active night of sense. So starting to order your appetites. That's the dark night. That's the first of John's dark nights, the active night of sense. So it's not necessarily mystical. A good part of the first dark night is just about growing up. Okay? And everyone has to go through it, and those that don't go through it still throw tantrums at the age of 60 because they don't get their own way. Something's gone wrong. They didn't go through that dark night. And we say, what's wrong with them? So the sense of dark night is not that simply that specialized sense, but all of these things. And notice the way John uses night in all the ways. Darkness and secure, a glad night. The interesting thing is when John uses the dark night in the poetry, it is a good place to be. And it's only when we come to the commentaries, fundamentally, that it becomes a difficult place to be. So his first way of writing about it is, I think, obviously something which came from his experience, which I spoke about on our first night, in the tower in Toledo for those 9 months. What was his experience of the actual physical darkness of night? It was the one time when they weren't bothering him. It was the time when they weren't whipping him. It was the time when they weren't trying to tell him that he was wrong and disobedient. It was a time because they'd all gone to bed, he had some rest and peace. So when you start to think about it, his experience of the night time, the physical night time in the tower, was his time alone with God. It was probably his time of prayer. Because the other part of the day they were trying to convince him that the reform of the order was wrong and he should change his ways. So as you look at John's experience, I tried to start from there, poetically, the experience of dark night for him was a good experience. Okay? And we're not going to look very much at those things, but there is a sense in which very often not knowing darkness can be my security. Okay? It was certainly for the Israelites in Egypt, it was the darkness of night, which was where they probably rested and spoke to God, because during the day they were working as slaves. I'm sure that in the concentration camps they longed for the darkness of night, because day was murder. Okay, so you've got this other kind of sense coming through, and it comes through in John. So as he first uses dark night, it is a wonderful place. It's the place where I am hidden from myself and I'm hidden from others. Let's even start to wander through the poem briefly, because I've got a sense that this is the last night, so we'll do what we can do. One dark night, fired with love's urgent longings, the sheer grace I went out and seen my house being now all stilled. For me, as a discalced Carmelite, I read it this way. Not knowing what I was doing, but fired by a love within my soul that I didn't understand myself, I left one life to go to another. And behind it all, my house, my inner person was still. In darkness and secure by the secret light of the skies, the sheer grace, in darkness and concealment, my house being now all still. That darkness of not really knowing what I was doing was my security, because if I had known, I wouldn't have done it. I was disguised by a secret ladder in that darkness. No one understood what I was doing, nor did I. That was the grace of it. But my house was still. On that glad night, and in fact, the night now takes a different quality. It's not dark. The darkness is the joy of it, because it was done in secret. The only thing that I could follow, with no other light or guide than the one that burned within my heart. The darkness is what enables you to follow Christ in your soul, what John is saying, in the level of the poem. If we operate simply humanly, who would do anything which was really about love? If we operate simply humanly, you would only do something which was for your own good or for the good of someone else for whom you wanted good. But what is really for your good, you wouldn't do, because the gospel says you must die in order to have life. And you can only choose that in darkness, really, until you are brought sufficiently to that form of sanctity where, knowing what you're doing, you would do it. But until you get to that, you can't. And the only way that you can choose something which leads to death in the Christian sense is by really not knowing the impact of what you're doing. And therefore you are guided by another light. And that's the light which we spoke about on our second session, our second Thursday, which is the desire for Christ. And that desire is not yet specified, but John speaks of it as a light which guides. And it guides more surely than the light of noon, because it guides to the one that the desire is about. It guides to Christ. Nothing can lead me to God except the God-given desire for God. But as I said in our third session, all of my appetites need to be put into darkness in order for me to follow that light. Again, the importance of darkness within the spiritual life. There is a certain darkness which is the difficulty involved in putting my appetites in order. That's the other darkness. But then there is another darkness, which is the darkness of having them being put to rest. Without them operating, there is darkness. Close your eyes. When your eyes are not working, that's darkness. But because of that darkness, you can respond to the other guiding light, which is Christ within your soul. O guiding night, O night more lovely than the dawn, O night that has united the lover with his beloved, transforming the beloved into her lover. Okay, that's one aspect of dark night as we find in John of the Cross. The other aspect is given very simply and strongly in the first book of the Ascent of Mount Carmel, chapter 2. And now this is a different kind of language, and this is the way people think of dark night. We can offer three reasons. This is John at his dry best. We can offer three reasons for calling this journey toward union with God at night. Because now he's saying, I'm talking about your experience of the journey into union is like a dark night, okay? Rather than being engulfed by a night which becomes the place in which you find God. Notice the difference. There's one sense in which the dark night is the place where I dwell, because the beloved is to be found in that darkness. There's another sense in which my experience of the journey is a darkness and a dark night. Two different things which are used both by John, and you need to kind of have them both kind of there, because otherwise you become a bit jaundiced. You pick one or the other, and that's how people get John so wrong. Very easy to get him wrong. So these are the three reasons for calling him night. First has to do with the point of departure, because the individual must deprive himself of his appetite for worldly possessions. This denial and privation is like a night for all his senses. We looked at that 2 weeks ago, okay? That sense of putting my desires in place. I only put them in place by denying them. And that's to deprive them. And in depriving myself, it is hardship. And in the full denial of them, the initial denial is fine. It's kind of like fun. You know, what you do in Lent. Not too bad. But when it is a real denial of self, like not responding to the deep-seated movements of your desires and going against them, is like going against yourself. Not eating chocolate is not really not going against yourself, just not having something you want. But when the desire, as we spoke about 2 weeks ago, is grounded in who you are, that is dying to self. And that's a knife. The second reason refers to the means or the road which a person travels to this union. Now this road is faith, and for the intellect, faith is also like a dark night. This we haven't talked about, and if I've got time tonight, maybe I will talk about. And this is the second book of the Ascent of Mount Carmel, which is the active night of spirit. I think I'll try to mention this tonight. And that is the way in which darkness becomes part of the aspect of my relationship with Jesus Christ. Why? As with any relationship, you only grow if you stop trying to control the other person. If you stop trying to make them be the way you want them to be and to do what you want them to do. A relationship only happens when you are formed by the other person, when you allow the person to be who they are, and then arguments happen. They have to happen in a human relationship. You have to rub against each other, and at times, and grow through that before there is a genuine human relationship. It's much worse when the other side is Jesus Christ. So there's a whole darkness which goes through there, because what we're talking about is the aspect of the Spirit, which is about the aspect of loving relationship with Christ. And that is the active night of Spirit, the second book of the Ascent of Mount Carmel, which really would be the subject of about 2 evenings. That's why I won't go into it in great depth. It's a very big topic. The third reason pertains to the point of arrival, namely God. Because God is also dark to us in this life. What does that mean? You can't know God. Okay? And as God comes into your life, it's not like understanding more, but it's like having your understanding thrown into darkness. Because to know God is to stand before this darkness. These 3 nights pass through a soul, or better, the soul passes through them in order to reach divine union with God. So that part that I want to turn to now is about these. It's about the experience of the journey towards union with God, which is experienced as a night, rather than the place in which I experience God, which is the other night which we just referred to. Let's also kind of expand and nuance our sense of what a night is. Because John, the great poet, he's a bit more poetic in this part. He says, in actuality, these 3 nights comprise only one night, the 3 that we mentioned. A night divided into 3 parts, just as the natural night. The first part, the night of the senses, resembles early evening, that time of twilight when things begin to fade from sight. Wonderful picture of it. Because what John is saying, the night of the senses, which we'll come to soon, in fact, is a night which is experienced because of the contrast of the night with the light. That's where we have that sense of fear, of not knowing where you're going, where you might fall over, where you might get stabbed or robbed or something.
Aquinas Academy, 2004. Introduction to St. John of the Cross by Father Greg Homing, Discalced Carmelite from Barraville in New South Wales. This is session 5 of 5 sessions. This is tape 2.
Okay, so we come now to talk about the dark nights. First of all, a comment about them. It looks like there are 4 dark nights, which is very true. We can speak about them, but as John says, there's only one dark night which is divided up into parts. And he says at the beginning of chapter 2 of the first book of the Ascent, and he says, but there are 3 parts. And one of you should have said, but you've put up 4 parts there. Because in John's words, there are 3 parts. In fact, these 2 happen kind of as reverse sides of a coin. So there's this, the conjunction of these in a way, and that. Okay, to illustrate kind of the workings of the dark night and what it means and what all these points are about, I'm going to speak to you about the active and passive nights of sense, only because I've spent a whole 2 talks on the active night of sense, so it'd be a poor waste not to kind of persevere with that strand. And I might kind of say something about the active and passive nights of spirit, but you'll begin to have an understanding of what active and passive is in the spiritual life simply by turning to the active and passive night of sense. First of all, the words active and passive. Active means there's something to do. That's simple. Passive means there's nothing to do. Passive, in the sense, comes from it's a Latin-based word, which comes from the word to suffer. Passion, the passion of our Lord. And to suffer doesn't mean to have an agony or a pain either. To suffer means to allow. That you've got in the King James Version of the Bible, suffer the little children to come unto me. Not to say, I'm going to suffer if they come to me, but it means allow them. So the more early English meaning of the word suffer means to permit. I suffer it. I permit it to happen to me. You can suffer joy. You can suffer happiness. But that's not the common parlance today, is it? If you say, I'm suffering joy, people say, but that's not a suffering, is it? It is. Properly speaking, is you're allowing yourself to be joyful. It's permitting it to happen to you. So, something which is passive in the spiritual life is largely something which you allow to have happen to you, as opposed to something which is active, which means that there's something which you must do. Okay? Now, I think, did I last week briefly mention to you, with flowers and emeralds chosen on cool mornings we shall have garden? I'm glad I did that, because I often forget what I've said in different places. Because the important thing to remember, at all parts of the spiritual life, there are two people involved, Jesus Christ and me. It's something which you can't forget. Okay? I mean, you can forget it, but don't forget it. So it's something which you shouldn't forget. Always the Lord and me. So let's go back to the active night of sense, which we looked at 2 weeks ago when we were looking at the struggle with desires. What's really happening there? I said we presume that the life of prayer is in place, and what we're trying to do is to find a way to order the desires so as to allow, because I'm actively praying, the desire for Christ or the presence of Christ to start to become an active ingredient in my life, is another way of putting it. So in the active night, what I was doing was trying to order something so that something else would arise, which in fact is pointing to what's really happening. There is no growth in the spiritual life or in virtue which is not a cooperation with Christ. Our Lord is, theologically, we have to say our Lord is always part of it. He is there and I'm responding. That's what we spoke about last week. And there can be a sense, as I said last week, if that's what I spoke about, in which we can experience the grace of cooperating with Christ at times. But whether I experience it or not, that's what's happening. Jesus is, from what we spoke about in the second week, it must have been, through the indwelling of the Holy Trinity, through the indwelling presence, he is doing something. The rest of the spiritual life is my part in it. Okay? So all of these active, passive nights and all these complicated things rest on this. The Trinity, which means personal Jesus, is dwelling within you, a given component. The other part is, what part do you play in it? And that's determined by what stage you're at, which is part and parcel of what Jesus is doing at the time. In the active night of sense, which we looked at, Jesus, as it were, I spoke about those fault lines, is almost like, John speaks about it, like a living flame of love within your soul. But at the initial stages of the spiritual life, it's like the fire at the core of the earth. It manifests itself in the fault lines, first of all. The love of Christ burning in the core of my soul manifests itself in my weaknesses. Okay? And as it manifests itself in my weaknesses, my response has to be to act in relation to those weaknesses correctly, because then I'm working with where the fire of his love is being directed. Got it? So at the beginning of the spiritual life, it's about growing in virtue and all these things. So Jesus is working that, and I'm responding by making choices, by choosing to live a certain way. And then it goes to deeper things, those things that I can do nothing about, which are more profoundly part of me, my sensitivities, all these things. And it can be very turbulent and difficult. Let me give you an example, and it's an example that came from me in my own novitiate, because novices have a kind of an enthusiasm. You sit down and think, well, I better work hard at this because I've done all of this to come in, whereas further down your line you think, oh gosh, I really can't be bothered. Why are you asking for more? But there was one particular novice who, for some reason, I know I I annoyed him, and I know now why I annoy people. I'm surprised that I don't annoy more people than I actually annoy, but at that stage, you don't know why you're annoying this person. I absolutely annoyed him, I know. And I was getting all this anger directed at me. I didn't know what to do, so, you would take it to prayer and pray about it. And as you prayed, what starts to happen is you start to see more clearly something about yourself, because what the response coming from him is about something in me. That's why the novice master said, take it to prayer. 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 But you do take it to prayer, and you sit there, and suddenly you start to see. So straight away, the Lord is bringing us to a greater self-knowledge. We can now start to see. The Lord is cleansing and doing something there. But it's nice to see it, but you also find him difficult. And then God provides the possibility. He became quite ill. And I thought, I have to do this now. Every day I took him his food and spent time with him. And we became friends. He left the order though. But it's that wonderful thing. God moves in such a way, touches into certain parts of who you are, and in the midst of that you also have to choose to do something. It's almost as if for example, you're a person that is tight and doesn't give anything away, always wanting to collect things to themselves. And this is the part of you that our Lord is wanting to cleanse and touches it. And you're experiencing something there, you must give something away. Because if you don't exercise where the Lord is working, you're not going to go anywhere. That's why it's called the active night of sense. It is the loving presence of Christ in your life that we looked at some weeks ago, which also demands from within you active choice towards something. Those two must go together. That's the way God's grace works at that time. That's the sense of cooperation. God and the soul work together. The Lord wants to start to purify this part in you, but it can't happen unless you're doing these things as well. Okay? It's almost as if, the Lord wants you to become a mathematician. Well, it won't happen unless you work at your mathematics. He might be giving you the desire for maths, the talent for maths, but if you're too lazy to work at it, you're not going to get there. That kind of thing. Okay, but in the purification, because the spiritual life is grounded in one level in the ongoing purifying of the inner person. Remember, it's not simply the purifying, because that's part of all religious traditions, but the purifying is through the filling of the inner person with the love of Christ, so that when I am purified, I'm filled with Christ. So the purifying of the inner person is also, at the same time, the filling of the inner person with the life of God, with Jesus Christ. And for the active night of sense, which we talked about, this happens, the way that it happens is I am filled and cleansed and shown, but it can only happen by my doing something at the same time. I was saying to some university students, it's kind of like this. God is loving you, but for that love to be an active reality in your life, you have to love as well. To be loved and to love. That's what's happening in the active night of sense. You are being loved, and that love now directs and forms you towards loving. And if you don't do the appropriate loving, which is consequential on the way that you're being loved, you won't go anywhere. And the problem is the loving that you have to do is going to be difficult. I didn't want to go and sit with that fellow because I found him so difficult. But that was in fact quite simple. I wish the active night of sense in the end was as simple as all of that. But it means choosing to love in a way that you don't want to. And the further it goes, the way of loving is becoming harder and harder and harder and harder. Okay? That's the active night of sense, which we've looked at. But that's just to remind you of what it is. Now, what happens, of course, is we can largely get to a certain degree of virtue and a certain degree of prayer in our life. But one thing we know is, in spite of all of that, there's a part of me that I don't have any control over. No, it's not just you, it's me and everyone else in the room. Most people kind of think, I've got everything, there's these things in me. This happens and that's what's going to happen in me. And I've tried as I will. There are times when it seems to be somehow in control or order, and other times when it's just not. Don't think that that's just you. Ask any priest who hears confessions. It's everybody. Okay? So what we learn is that the active night of sense is not the full answer to the story of my appetites. Because there are some in which dispositionally I just can't do anything about it. Now, there are people who are always right. It doesn't matter what you say. And I'm sure they're mortified by it. You must go home and say, look, I'd resolved when someone would say something stupid not to say a word. And so what does God do? So they send someone stupid into their life to say something stupid. And they say something, and so on. Whatever it is in you, and it's for each of us, it's about one of the so-called deadly sins. As I said to you earlier, you need to know how the deadly sins network in your own life. Never just think about yourself as having sinful disposition. Have the subtlety to know how it works in you. Because if you don't know how it works, it's going to be so much harder to grow in the spiritual life. Because if you understand how you work interiorly in your weaknesses, you start to be able to work with it. And if you understand how someone else works in the interior weakness, you'll understand them. And you'll have some compassion. And your relationship will be different. So, humanly, you try to understand where you can. It's a funny thing from the Carmelite. You should think Carmelite's about not understanding. But these kind of things, use the nous you've got. Okay. What we find then, that there are some parts where, in fact, we really know that there's nothing we can do about it. And very often we're quite mortified in ourselves by this part of who we are. And try as we will, can't do anything about it. The best example of that is Saint Therese of Lisieux, who, if you know her autobiography, she writes about the midnight mass she went to when she was aged 14. Therese of Lisieux we meet at the age of 14, was a nutcase, neurotic. Why was understandable. For the first part of her life, her mother was ill, so she was handed over to a wet nurse, who she began as a baby to bond to, as children do. And her mother got better, so she was taken from that wet nurse and given to the mother that she never knew. Then her mother died, and her elder sister started to bring her up, and that sister became her mother. She called her my second mother. And that sister joined the Carmel. And then she started to bond with her second sister. And she joined the Carmel too. So kind of that's the psychological history of this greater saint of the modern times. As we meet at the age of 14, you would say, that's going to become a saint? Kind of look at her with harsh eyes and she'll burst into tears. Doesn't get her own way, she just bursts into tears. We find her at the age of 14. She's now coming into adolescence and she's severely self-conscious, as people of that age are. And she's absolutely embarrassed by this sensitivity that she can do nothing about. And for a number of years now, she's been praying that the Lord would take it away. And she's been trying, because, no one else that she knows cries when the biscuit's not right. Or something like that. It's just stupid things. It was a kind of girl but you can understand where it came from. Because she never knew. People think, her family was wonderful. She never knew security in her family. That was the history. And her father died in a mental asylum while she was in Carmel. So, don't have that sense, lovely, roses and that. It was dysfunctional. Why? She's a powerful saint for today, because of that dysfunctionality. And she knew her dysfunctionality, and she was embarrassed by it. as any kid at that age would be. And one day, well, not one day, it's midnight mass, they come home, and her father at this stage is just the beginnings of what I suppose will eventually take him. And he just can't cope. It's Christmas. And, you know, everyone had to go through a whole Christmas procedure for Therese to make her happy. And the father said, "Oh, I don't know that I can go through this again." And Therese heard it. She goes rushing upstairs, and her sister Celine thinks, "Oh, here we go. Therese has done it again, and it's Christmas. It'll be the worst Christmas we're going to have." So she goes rushing upstairs to try to bring her out of it. She gets up there, and Therese is fine. And Therese writes, "On that Christmas, your Christmas gift to me was to take away my affliction, and I never suffered it ever again." And she says, "I knew that it wasn't me, but it was you that did it. Because I had suffered this so much, and I knew my impossibility, and I knew I would always have it unless you took it away." And at that Christmas, that was our Lord's gift to her, she says, "And I never suffered it again." And from that point she became the strong saint that we think of her as. But that is not the person. That's not the natural person. The natural person was a neurotic, sensitive girl. It shows the power of God. Now, that's what the passive night is about. There is that part where in the spiritual life it is me having to do certain things to allow the purifying grace of Christ to work out what it's meant to be doing in my soul. That's why it's got an active night of sense. And it is a night because it's not something which you're naturally inclined to do. And it can be very difficult. You know, I also think of that Cuban man who in an assassination attempt became a paraplegic, and he was married to Dame Margot Fontaine. And in her hidden life, non-professional life, she nursed him. There must have been times when she thought, "Look, I've got the whole world there. Just put him in a home, leave him." But she knew that that was her promise, for better, for worse, till death do us part for life. And there must have been an extraordinary active night of sense there on her part. There were times when she didn't want to, but she did. And in that sense, there was spiritually would speak about the purifying love of Christ working in her soul. But the only way it could work was for her to allow it to work by choosing to love that husband, even though she didn't feel that she loved him at times. You know, we only really love when we love without the feeling of love. That's the beginning of the active night of sense. My memory of it is when all of us had the flu, but Mum was in the kitchen with the flu cooking because we had to eat. And she wasn't feeling love, but that was love because she was there doing it. Okay? Like Margot Fontaine, that kind of thing. That's the extreme of the suffering of the active night of sense. Forcing yourself to do the loving thing because it's the only way to allow the grace of Christ to do its work. You do your part, and while you're doing that, something else is happening inside you. Now, as I said, there's another part where doing something doesn't do anything because you've done that, and there's another part of you where there is still preoccupation, obsession, sinfulness, and at times even falling into sin. And you don't have any control over it. With Therese going into tantrums, no control over it. This is because there's another part of the purification of who I am in which only Christ's love can do it. Only He can do it. And what it demands on my part is that I allow Him to do it. That's why it's called a passive night. And in this sense, passive night of sense. Because in my sensitive life, there is a part which simply doing all the things of the active night of sense will not bring it about. It's a bit like, and I often use this example, cleaning an oven. There you go, you've got your detergent and your hot water and you're wiping away, and largely it's clean, but there are some things which you're not going to get rid of. Doesn't matter how hard you scrub, because you need to use something not acidic but basic, some of this caustic cleaning stuff. Because what's happened is it's burnt itself in. And to get it out, you have to burn it out. And that's not got to do with you rubbing and scrubbing. It's got to do with the reagent doing what it does. You can imagine Jesus as the different kind of detergent or reagent. That's the grace aspect. So for the first part, we're scrubbing away with detergent. The other part, you just spray this stuff on and go away. Because if you spray it on and scrub, it's not going to work either, because it needs to work its way into it in the oven. That oven is your soul. And what happens is there's another form, well, not another form, but a deeper grace, a deeper love, which just has to do its work in your soul. And what you can do is let it do it or try to wash it away, rub it away. And if you rub it away, it's not going to do what it's meant to do. Now this experience, in fact, is most afflictive because it's like burning. Now, we can carry on the image that I've been using, and that is to identify that part of the oven which has got this burnt-on stain as the particular appetite, which is radically disordered and about which you can do nothing. If we apply caustic soda to that part of the oven, then it is in that appetite or that area that you're going to feel affliction, because it's that part that's going to be burned. Got it? And when our Lord now wants to bring about a deeper, more perfect purification, what happens? You suffer that weakness, that sensitivity, that sinfulness. Not that you're sinning there, but you're suffering it. So what happens in the soul as it starts to go into the passive night is the soul experiences the reality of its sinfulness. In the active night, it's more that the soul experiences its sinfulness through sinning. Okay? But what it was experiencing is different. In the passive nights, it's experiencing the sinfulness, the roots of the sinfulness. Because our Lord is cleansing to the root of the sinfulness. And in terms of the self-knowledge which it's there, it is horrific to experience and to see. Because to see the sinfulness is more horrific than seeing the sin. Because you're seeing something quite different. Now, in this, the experience can somehow be twofold. It can happen in two places, because we also have what we speak of as a passive night of spirit. But even before that, this is also experienced in prayer. That you go to pray and you experience you begin to experience your nothingness. Not that you're nothing, but you begin to experience not that you're a weak person, you experience that each time you sin, but to experience the weakness at the core of its weakness. And that's highlighted and shown to you in all the other parts of your day as well as so often. Now, John strangely describes this in the stanza 1 of the Living Flame of Love, very, very well too, actually describes everything very well, I think, but then I'm biased. Here's what he writes. And notice what he's talking about too. He's talking about our Lord. It's almost as if in the passive night the work is coming from the inside out, whereas in the active night there's work on the inside, but there's things happening on the outside. But in the passive night, it's simply we have to allow it to happen from the inside out. And I mean that very powerfully because it means that in the indwelling, the Trinity dwells at the centralmost part of my soul, but I don't experience it there. As I grow in the spiritual life, I begin to experience the indwelling of the Trinity because it starts to infiltrate further out from my soul. And as it comes out, it gets to the point where it starts to burn at the area of my sinfulness. In other words, what it is, it's the beginning of the life of God filling my life. But what it does, as St. John of the Cross says in the image which he gives, which I haven't given to you, but I'll give it to you briefly, in the living flame of love, it's like a log on a fire. As the flame starts to burn, it burns away all the impurities, and it pops and sparks and splatters. And in the end, when it's done all of that, you can't distinguish the log of wood from the fire, because the wood is on fire. That's his image of union. When you've seen it in the fire, when the wood is aglow with fire, it's almost as if you could see the fire emanating from the centre of the wood. You've seen that? That red heat, that glow of burning. That, for John, in trying to talk about this, is the image he uses for the union of the soul with God. But for it to happen, the impurities have to be burnt and popped away. Okay? The fire comes out to the outside, as it were. The image doesn't work perfectly, but you got a sense of it. Spiritual writers call this activity the purgative way. What's happening? It's purgation. In it, a person suffers great deprivation and feels heavy afflictions in his spirit, which ordinarily overflow into the senses. For this flame is extremely oppressive. What's happening in the passive night of senses? It starts to overflow into the senses. The flame is not bright for a person, but dark. That's the passive night of sense, in fact. If it does shed some light, the only reason is that the soul may see its miseries and defects. Oh, it's horrible, isn't it? It is not gentle but afflictive. Even though it imparts warmth of love, it does so with torment and pain, and it is not delightful but dry. That's the way John describes this. Okay, now, don't think, oh, I don't want to go there, it's going to be so horrible. Because sometimes he says he allows part of the flame to go bursting out as almost a moment of glory. God is very good. He leads us and knows what we're capable of. And just as in the active night he gives consolation, as we move towards passive things, he gives what St. Teresa speaks of as delights. Another kind of experience. Oh, that's right too. Michael's asked me back next year to give talks on St. Teresa. I don't know when they'll be, but there'll be 5 talks, and I think I will probably work with Interior Castle. That way you've got a book to use. And it's a powerful book on the spiritual life. It's St. Teresa's greatest work. And in the 4th mansion she starts to speak about delights. And these are wonderful things because there are little delights which you often find are given to you in the midst of affliction. You need to be able to identify them sometimes, to what they are. Sometimes they're given and they make it possible to suffer what you're suffering. It was almost, I suppose, a bit like, how was Jesus when he got up from the Garden of Gethsemane? I think he was given a slight spiritual delight. Because one of the Gospels says an angel came to him. And then people trying to think, oh, that's nice. Kind of, but in terms of thinking of the spiritual life, in fact, that is the way the spiritual life works. In the midst of intense suffering, sometimes God just gives a little, and that is enough to enable you to take the next part of the journey. And so I see the Garden of Gethsemane as in terms of the spiritual life, a passive night in which, in the midst of it, a delight was given, something was given, and that enabled the Lord to go the next step all the way. Okay? So that's what we have here. So all John has means by active and passive is that the 2 ways of talking about the experience of the activity of Christ, and in terms of my response as He purifies me, because my sense and spirit is me, body and soul. You might like to use body and soul, in fact, is not a very helpful distinction, because it's more confusing and obscuring than anything else, even though there's a truth behind it. But if you've got that, the way John speaks about sense and spirit, I think that's more true to the reality of the spiritual life. But in talking about the reality of the spiritual life, as he tries to divide it, sense of spirit is really the totality of who I am. And as we saw in looking at the sensitive part, as we've looked at briefly, what's happening is, all he's doing is mapping out the way in which, with me, Jesus brings about the purification of who I am, so that I might move to union with him, that I might be moved to become another Christ. And there are two parts to it. A part which requires a certain activity, and the darkness is in the doing of it. The darkness of the active night of sense is the darkness of doing it. Whereas the darkness in the passive night of sense is the darkness of allowing it to happen to me. Okay? And that simply, all John is doing is mapping out for you what happens in the spiritual life. Now, let's see if you've got any questions. That's a big slab. Because, in fact, the spiritual part is just saying the same things in terms of the spiritual part, but it's much more difficult. I could say a few things about it, but it would take a lot more to make it clear for you. Any questions at this point? Does it make any sense? Or is it totally kind of,
It's just, I might have missed it. You said the active night of the spirit and the passive night of the sense, the sort of two sides of something.
Yes, because generally they happen at the same time.
Yeah. Did you speak about the active night of the spirit?
I'll say something about active night of the spirit then.
Okay.
Because it tends to happen at the same time as what's happening in the senses. The active night of spirit, just to remember what we said about the active night of sense. And this is about my relationship with Jesus Christ. That's what spirit is about. It's in my spirit. It's on account of the fact that I know that I can know God and I have experience of God and have this relationship with Christ, that I know that I have a spirit. Okay? What do I mean when I say I've got a human spirit? Most people by that they simply mean you've got life. They've not reflected beyond that, and everyone presumes people know what the word spirit means. You go and talk to people and you've got very funny ideas of what spirit means. What is spirit for a Catholic or a Christian? Well, it has to somehow link into my own experience, because these words emanate from things about the spiritual life, come from two sources, but the primary source is my experience. The other source is revelation. So it's the meeting. That's why spirituality is, in fact, so wonderful. It's something which emerges from the meeting of my experience and what is revealed. Whereas theology so much is just simply me thinking about what's revealed. The wonderful stuff, but it's not as exciting as spirituality. Now, when we turn to this relationship, which is through this that I know that I am spirit. Okay? Otherwise I'm just saying, yes, I've got a spirit, that's nice. Speak about spirituality. You only know what spirituality is when you have spirituality. Okay? You know what it is because you have relationship with the divine. Now, what the spirit is about this realm. Okay? And so, to begin with, what it is about then is my relationship with God, my understanding of God, my expectations of God, my image of God, and the converse of that in terms of the relationship on the spiritual level, my spiritual understanding of myself, my understanding of myself, and all these kinds of things. All of which, in fact, they stand, are probably wrong. Okay? Maybe not all of it, but, so much so. When I as a little boy, for me, traditional Catholic society in a country town. Who was Jesus? That red statue with a throbbing heart. That's who Jesus was. I can't stand the red statue with a throbbing heart now because it's not Jesus. But at one stage of my life it was. Okay? But I had to move beyond that because the image, the figure, the concrete thing, I had to move beyond that. I had to let go of it. A good example that I often give is something which indeed is part of my experience of growing up. The sisters used to take us after a certain class into the chapel. We'd all say a decade of the rosary. Kneel down and say a decade of the rosary. Go and genuflect, kneel down and say a decade of the rosary. Okay, so one day we all went in and we were all talking and jangle. You could hear, when Sister was angry, we knew because she could hear the rosary beads jangling everywhere. She comes running in. Children, keep quiet. Why? Jesus is here. No, he's not. Yes, he is. No, lights off. We were taught, only go in and genuflect and pray in the church if that red light's on, because that means Jesus is also, because you weren't meant to go in those days into non-Catholic churches. So you only go where the light's on, because that means Jesus is there. The light. For a 5-6-year-old, well then, that light means Jesus. No, children. He's in the tabernacle, and Father's been busy, and he hasn't changed the light. He's in that box. Okay. In fact, that was harder because a kind of a candle, a light, kind of for a little kid is more mysterious than a box. Okay, then you come in here, then you reflect to the tabernacle and pray and that. And one day, because I was in an Italian parish, I learnt something very profound. You could take Jesus out for a ride. Because we had this big procession, and Father took him out and put him in this thing, carried him all through the streets, and we all went for a walk with him. It's kind of like, as a little kid, you're already going through something of an active night of spirit. Your way of praying, of understanding, you have to be flexible and be letting go. Because if I had insisted, no, he's the candle, or no, he's the box, no, he's this thing that goes around under these big umbrellas, it seemed to a little kid, with men holding the sticks. Then I came to First Holy Communion, and it was Jesus is this thing you can put on your tongue. And the big worry for a kid at that age was, am I going to bite his head off? Or, it was a big thing for kids, and the sisters, I don't know whether they really explained, we just believed the sisters, but they tried to explain, he's not upside down, but the thing was, and you're not meant to bite him. And the big worry was, what am I going to do if I can't swallow him? Because you didn't have dry runs in those days. So what I'm going to do when I get this thing, and it's going to be so big, because it'll be like swallowing a tablet, how am I going to swallow him? So the big worries that children have. Sticks to them, and you can't don't put your finger in your mouth. Oh, and then you go and study theology, and you're taught all this mystical stuff about transubstantiation. Now I consecrate it every day. And I believe it's the body of Christ. I've got no idea how it is. I just believe it. I know it is. But do I believe in transubstantiation? I don't believe in transubstantiation. Well, what transubstantiation is trying to say, I believe. If you could come up with a better theory than that, well then I would go along with that. But the theory is not what I believe in. I believe that this is Jesus Christ, living God and man. And I don't know why I believe it now either. I have no idea, but I do. The movement from one point to the other required a letting go of an understanding, a letting go of a relationship, a changing relationship with Jesus Christ. We go through the same things in our relationship with Christ in terms of what we do in our life and how we earn His love, in terms of what forgiveness is, in terms of what's right and wrong, in terms of what it is in me which makes me lovable to Christ. All these things change. We see it in terms of people's understanding of the church. Look at the people who still rigidly hold on to the Tridentine Mass. There's nothing wrong with the Tridentine Mass. It's a Mass. But what is wrong is someone saying one is right and one is wrong. That's wrong. In fact, that's heretical. It's wrong. It's heretical wrong. Does wrong mean right? I'm not sure, but it's very wrong. But it means that the people's way, their spiritual life is caught up in an understanding. And an understanding never gives God. Living, loving gives God, but not understanding. And the problem is, in relation to God, so much about living and loving is about understanding. It's about expectation. It's about so many things, all of which are not God. You see, there are two things which we build up. On the one hand, there is my human sense of myself, which is the sensitive part. And that has to be obliterated, really. It has to be got rid of, because what it does, it helps construct a false self. The path of the knights is to union. And if at the end of the line, the self that I have is me, then there's no union. Until the self that I have is Christ, we can't speak about union. So on that sensitive part, the active and passive knights is about really obliterating that until Christ comes and himself changes it. The same is also true on the spiritual part, but the spiritual part is harder, because unbeknown to myself, which is why the passive night of spirit is so afflictive and has to happen, as I am going through this active night of sense and passive night of sense, and working at one level on the active night of spirit, I'm in fact replacing this self which I know has to be fixed up with another self, my spiritual self, which I think is good. The problem is, it's my spiritual self, and it's not Christ. And that's why the next night has to happen, which is the passive night of spirit. Because we can't help but live in such a way that we go on creating identities. We do. We go on making identities for ourselves. And indeed, up to this point, what's coming into place is, what's happening is, false identity is being got rid of. But the problem is, because I create identity, one of the consequences is I'm building up a false spiritual identity at the same time. It's awful, isn't it? But that's what we are. We take things to ourselves and hold on to them. So after these two sections, and this last part, which I won't say much about, but this will give you a sense of what it is, what now has to happen is God has to now simply purify that spiritual sense of self. And one of why the passive night of spirit is so difficult is, what happens is the person loses sense of themselves even. Now here we have to be very careful, because in terms of the raw psychological experience, this can look like and be spoken of the same way as severe forms of depression can be spoken about. And the difference lies in the cause. The difference, amongst other things, is that this has taken place. Okay? The soul's only desire is love of God. It's that last night, in the midst of the loss of sense of self, the soul is longing for sunrise. That's the third night, the darkness of God, where it's that darkness which is so complete, and yet there is this desire. The desire is for God. But what happens here, as we know about it, there's even a loss of sense of faith, a loss of sense of God even. That's why it's so afflicted, because your sense of God is not God. Few people go through this. In spiritual direction, I've never met anyone in this. So don't worry too much about it in terms of yourself. Not that I'm saying you're not good enough or anything, but this is a gift of God. You don't choose this. This is given to you if God chooses to give it to you. And because it's this false sense which is there. And if you are to come to union with God, that sense must be taken away, because otherwise the union will involve something which is not true. Okay? What's the experience? St. Therese writes about it. She says, I no longer believed in heaven, but I wanted to believe in heaven. Okay? Or someone could say, I no longer believed in God, but I wanted to believe in God. That is, in fact, in terms of someone who's gone through these things, this is a stronger, more certain belief in God than the previous one. Because you're not holding on to anything in yourself. What's driving you is, in fact, you're not giving up. You're holding on by the skin of your teeth. That's because God is holding you there. God is in there. Don't worry too much about this, but people often want to know about this obscure thing called the passive, and it is a terrible affliction. Therese, we think, even contemplated suicide. But she couldn't do it because there was still within her this overriding love for something, but she wasn't even too sure whether she believed it. That's a different quality of love then, because it's a love of God which is not caught up in love of self. It's moved to a more pure love. And in terms of the way Therese lived, and this is the funny thing, this is where the little way comes in. So people, the common way of speaking about the little way is a funny kind of thing, but she said, since I no longer had any of the consolations of faith, she said, I knew that I could at least, in desire, to live that desire, do the works of faith. That was to not let any good deed that she could do pass away, pass her by. The little way is hard. She did those things as a way of maintaining her belief, not letting go. It's tough, very hard stuff. But don't worry too much about that. That's what we speak of as the passive night. And gosh, it's 10 to 8. There are many other things I could have talked about, many other things I wanted to talk about, but for me to commence another thing now would be silly. So let's call the lectures to an end at this point with that discussion of the passive night. But simply to say that what this is then John taking us through the senses and the spirits, which means the whole human person, in terms of the experience, which means in part there are times when you must do something, and other times when you must simply allow God to do something to you. Glory be to the Father, to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen. Sorry, it's barely covering this stuff properly, but anyway. Any questions? David.
I think I've seen something of particularly those third and fourth day nights, and occasionally meeting people with a terminal illness who have got a very deep sense of peace about them. And oftentimes I think it's because they've had to look at their lives in a very, how can I put it, a very deep sort of fashion of letting go, and having to at times grasp in the middle of this physical suffering, but also the sense of letting go of what is near and dear to them. Is God really there in the midst of all of this? And it's not something you find very often, but I have seen it. I can think of 2 or 3 people I've known over the years who've had that sense of that in the middle of oftentimes very horrendous cancers or whatever. There's something extraordinary about them. So I suppose you do find these people, but they're a rarity.
There's a doctor in Brisbane who talked to me about this as well, and she wants to come down and talk and said what you described I've seen in. She deals with cancer sufferers as well. She's an oncologist, I think, and she said, I see this in dying people as well. And in a way that makes sense, because if it doesn't happen in this life, it will happen in the next. That's what purgatory is about. What doesn't happen in this life, John says, will happen in the next. And if it happens in this life, it's because the Lord is bringing it about. So with some people, at the right moment, he brings it about in their life. And for many people, it's at the moment of death, in fact. For others, it's in fact in the midst of life.
The other comment that I'd make, probably pertaining to our conversation earlier, is I think that those of us who are religious or priests find this very hard because we kind of dabble in things spiritual at one level, but recognising that voice of God speaking to us in at times in terms of major decisions in our life is really hard, because we think we've done it already when we were professed or ordained or whatever, and suddenly then things come along, or people come along who kind of pull the rug out. I think it's probably we find it probably much harder to kind of grapple with that.
I think when the rug is pulled under from you, it's God doing it, because we so block our ears. It's the only way He can do it. Whereas with other people, because of the which is why I think the life of prayer and the perseverance in it is so important, as well as the life of charity, because nicely it'll happen slowly and progressively. But unless we're open to that, the only way it's going to be happening is by just being knocked over. Because if you're not going to be open to it, well, I'll knock you over to make you open to it. And again, that's reality of, as I observe in older people. My parents are both in their 80s. What they couldn't do, God is now taking from them. And as they cope with it, they're going through things. What you won't freely do, I'll simply take from you. It's worrying, isn't it? Anything else? Questions, comments?
I think you've spoken of breakdown of images. I think, in your images of Jesus. I'm thinking of the experience that I've had, and I think many people, but particularly maybe women, of the breakdown of images of God. And sometimes I think this is necessary in many ways, but it can happen also for women, maybe in a church that has had images that have been somewhat masculine and patriarchal. I mean, where would you place that sort of breakdown of images in this sort of paradigm?
That's part of the active night of spirit. It's what's happening to all of us now. We're having the breakdown of the image of the church, even, but experiencing it differently. With all these scandals, I was, really, praying about this and feeling for it, and I realised what's being purified in me is simply that my image of the church, my understanding of the church was an image. I was brought up in a proud image of the church. It does happen in the Catholic Church. In fact, that wasn't the church. That wasn't Christ. That's not true. Church is us. And the fact that I felt pride in the church meant that my attitude towards the church was wrong. The church for me was a possession. You take pride in possessions. And this purification which is happening is something of God. And those who are caught up in these things are no better or worse than anyone else, because we are all being purified. This is the way God works. This is the hand of God. And so our image of church, our image of Christ, our image of clergy, all of these things are in fact idols. They're idols. My understanding of the church here and now is not the church, even though it's probably a better understanding than one I used to have. But the mercy of God is that He won't allow me to stay in these, and draws me on, and I must keep my eyes on the Lord, not on the means by which He draws me on. So, yes, we are all being shattered in different ways. That's good. It's for your benefit and my benefit, just so long as we don't attach ourselves to them. And when you find that anger and despair is there, you must go to prayer, because it means that there, as well as something being shattered, there's something about you which is wrong. when the fruits which emerge from within are not the fruits of the Spirit, as well as an idol being shattered, there is something in the active night of sense, mainly actually, which has to be worked on too, because you're seeing a fault line happening. You're getting angry or depressed or whatever it is. It means there's something within yourself which needs to be actively addressed, probably. And people don't like having that said to them. No, it's not me. No, I'm sure it's you. Just listen to yourself. It's you, or whatever. The person has to go away and pray, because it means that, yeah, I'm sure there's an objective problem as well. But you can't do anything about that. Only God can. You can change yourself. And if you remain angry with people for not doing something about the objective problem, without looking at your subjective problem, opportunity lost. In fact, the main thing for the individual is to look at the subjective problem, and for those who are called by God to look at the objective problem, to have the courage to do it. And if those things would be done, if people would do what they're meant to do, I think much things would be better. But we're always trying to do the things which is not my business to do.
Before you said what you've just explained, I was going to say, can we actively look for our weaknesses, or is it mainly what other people see in us that we don't see that are going to be our weaknesses? Can we actively get this process going?
All of that.
Yeah.
It's what people say to us, but it's more you learning to be sensitive to your own inner life and learning how to honestly work there, respond there. What's necessary is a requisite sensitivity of the self and a great honesty and then a determination to do what you know you must do. That's all that's necessary. Okay, thank you.